How shall I introduce you? Just
As soon as these guys
they're not
get
ready.
here,
Okay, they're not ready.
I don't know
Okay.
where they are.
They're looking for the PowerPoint, trying to get it situated.
Okay. Okay. Hey, Shane. You too.
Who's gonna do an offering afterward? Like just take a banana and an apple?
Oh, no, no one's talking about that.
Okay. I'll see if Paul Chair wants to do it. He's
That would
running
be-
for office.
Yeah, that would be his forte.
Yeah, to
He's running late
thank
too.
our people for being here. Because they're gonna come.
So you don't want me to take a few minutes? You want this needs to be first.
Yeah.
Oh, there. Okay, you're here.
Okay. Where's Paul Chair?
What's that?
Oh, okay.
So we're gonna go up and go on the stage again,
Okay.
and he's gonna do a song, and then I'll post the staff,
Okay.
and then he and I are gonna go down to the altar I made there, and we're gonna smudge the pipe and
When do
item.
you want the second song?
Probably while we're smudging the pipe and the items at the altar, if you can.
Okay.
And then I'll put the pipe together. I'll come back up on the stage, and I'm gonna do a song to the directions,
Okay.
and then go place it down on the altar.
You're singing that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then after you're done, then we're simply putting on the video,
Yeah,
right?
and then I'll go over to the you're just gonna play the video.
Okay.
Yeah. Video all the way through.
Okay.
So
I'll give my story of why we're here later. That's not appropriate right now. Okay. So are you guys ready now?
Yeah.
Okay. So how do I introduce you? May the procession begin.
well, just lightning strikes everywhere.
I got you.
Lightning strikes everywhere.
And it's gonna
Hold on.
lead with the song. And then
Lightning strikes everywhere will
yeah,
lead us with the
and
song.
then-
Then you'll come in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we test your mic for the live stream?
I'm talking in it.
Is it on, David? He said he can't hear anything. David.
I'm talking and it's on me. It's a green light. I'll talk some more. I'm a talking. It's good. Okay.
All right, we got a test, mic test. And when May say hello to the people that are waiting.
Hello.
Someone can something perfectly, and I'm splitting out, but this one you shut it, and I can't test it. So if you can just leave it alone.
Can I get rid of this for the event?
Little pre-scenes, Chief Mitiga. You ready to drop some bombs?
Yeah, bump, bump. Let's go.
It sounds like a stupid question. Of course you can disable it. Why haven't I done it yet? Okay, this works too. So.
Did they shut the projector on?
Yes. You want it on again?
Well, I should see it. So we're. Are they gonna be good to play the movie when we're done? You think?
I suppose so. I think so. David's the one to ask, not
And
me.
then what did?
Yeah.
Do you have any image you were putting up or anything when we were coming in?
I didn't. Do
Okay,
you want me
good.
to?
Do you have a computer? I can
This,
pull one up
this
for
is my computer right here.
Let's pull one up real quick and throw it up. Is it
Okay, and
projector
it has the WhatsApp on it. Yeah. Yeah. You want me to turn the projector
we
on?
can't
Hold on.
test it if it's off. So we got to turn it on so I can see what's going on. Because the window's on the other computer again.
So turn the projector on. You need to turn the projector on. Yeah, you could do that. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm seeing it fine now. Fine. Oh, it just went away.
Well, it's because we just, it's backed. Yeah, but there's no screen.
Hey,
You want her to
don't go
touch-
pushing it. Just let it go.
Let it go.
Apples. Why do you all have apples? Why do you all have?
Because I was sick of getting viruses, so I started using apples. And also, I started getting into doing a lot of media stuff, so I got an Apple. I usually right-click the image and download it. But when it's that way, it might work to do a right-click the image. Click allow. No.
So we need to go to snipping tool. The snipping tool.
No, here, right here.
Oh, we need the. You need the.
Right-click,
Turn off.
save as,
It's not gonna work. So we need to go back. To
save as. Hold on, I'm just down.
We already know that we have good looking people here, so we're gonna get straight to it. This is a very sacred event, very, very sacred. If you wanna- We're still here. Our protocols are here and our songs and many things that we have, we're gonna share with you now for an entry. And Chief Mediga will carry the Eagle staff along with Peltier and elders and people that Councilwoman is here, Shelley, and so they're all strong people and recognized with their own individual groups and nationally. So if you would please stand.
Yahweh,
way, hi, ya, oh, hey, oh, hey, ya, hey, oh. Yeah, hi, ya, oh, hey, oh, way, hi, ya, oh, hey, oh, way, ya, hey, ya. Yeah, hi, Yahweh, ha, Yahweh, ha, Yahweh, ha, Yahweh, ha, Yahweh, ha, Yahweh, ha, Yahweh, oh, hey, oh, hey, ah, hey, oh. Yeah, ha, ya, oh, hey, oh, hey, ah, hey, ah. Yahweh, 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 oh, hey, oh, hey, hey, oh. Yeah, Yahweh, 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 hi, Yah, oh, hey, Yah, hey, oh. Way, Yah, Yah, oh, hey, oh, hey, Yah, hey, hey. Way, Yah, Yah, oh, hey, oh, hey, Yah, hey, hey. Way, Yahweh, Yahweh, ha, Yahweh, ha, Yahweh, ha, Yahweh, ha, Yahweh, ha, Yahweh, ha, Yahweh, oh, Yah, hey, oh. Wah, 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 wah.
Aya gititawe bushkegin. Aya gititawe bushkegin. Aya gititawe bushkegin. Aya gititawe bushkegin. Aya gichidawe bushkegin. Aya gichidawe bushkegin. Aya gichidawe bushkegin. Yahweh, Yahweh, Yah. Aya gichidawe bushkegin. Yahweh, Yahweh, Yah.
Great Father, Heavenly Father, we ask you to be with us today here in a sacred meeting, discussing sacred things, revealing sacred things. We ask that you be with us, dear Father, that the Spirit is here and our relatives know that we are here for them, the voices from the dust, and for you, and for through Jesus Christ. Amen. Yuhanna. I know. We do that. We can do that when we retrieve it. Thank you.
Just make sure you let us know.
Okay.
Vision, separation with a human being from another. Reasons to forget. Yeah. Reasons to forget that each one of you, regardless if you have amnesia and are wandering in a desert lost, that you are still connected with your Father in heaven and your Creator at all times, sustaining every single atom in your body and your very spirit. This is the truth they don't want you to know. And so we know that kindness is the power and peace, and we're going to start this off with catching you up to where we're at. So last November, after 2 years, we went to New York City and met with before there was a nation, a modern state of Israel, New York was their HQ, their global headquarters. In fact, all of their principal rebbes, teachers, tzaddiks, are buried there. All of their sacred items are there. Their great hall, where their thousands of rabbis gather every year, is there. Their most ancient scroll, as we know, these things are renewed from time to time, as Rabbi Shulman shared. And if one letter's off, start the whole thing over again. Imagine you get thousands of letters in and you have to start over. Where we witnessed the Torah written on lambskin. And they sang it to us because they do not read their scriptures. They sing their scriptures. They use their most sacred and holy portion of themselves at all times. They don't just dress the part. They also use everything. They consecrate their entire being to God, who they call Hashem, their friend. And so we had first met with a large Christian group called the Reformation Revival Alliance, and we found something in common there. And they represented hundreds of Christian churches. And then we met with the Jewish rabbis who had over 2 years had discovered that we had enough in common that they felt comfortable sitting down and calling us brothers. And they don't know exactly why things are the way they are, or exactly what will be revealed in its fullness, but there's enough for them to know that the prophecies of their ancestors is true, and that there were those who wandered off for one reason or another, maybe to protect their families, as we know Lehi did, and that they'll come back home, and they had to do their part as well. So they're currently doing their part, and they're not giving an inch, because the Father in heaven of all of us said that is the promise for you. And they can't give an inch until everybody comes home. And so this outlines a little bit of that story. And I hope you enjoy it. It's 81 minutes, so sit back and relax. And then we'll proceed into our talks for the day, starting with Miss Kozikwe, the Redbird woman, Sherry Cardinal, the Kichinikomas of the Adik Dudem, or the chief grandmother of the Deer clan. Hey, Brian.
Yeah.
This is an apple. So I'm a little bit not comfortable here. So the
Let's-
volume, how to do the volume for them to hear.
You'll hand in the volume in the,
we're taking care of.
this is
Okay.
just for the monitor and for the people here.
Okay, and so for them to be able to hear it, should I turn this down?
No,
So for them,
sure.
because they want to hear too. Boy, this is difficult.
Yeah.
David, will you be talking during or
No, not at all. I'm gonna disappear. Okay. Both here.
Yeah. Let me just click play.
Very shocked when the rabbis of Jerusalem said, we need you to buckle up because the sound Anishinaabe are Hebrew words that mean I am prophesying.
That's great.
Jeder sagt, so Linie nach Linie. Und jeder Mensch wird gerne nach jeder Linie, nach bestimmter Zeit, wenn er so den Tag durchführen und der Fahrt darf er das nicht ablegen, aber spätestens Zeit hat viele, wenn er weiß, was ist, also hat er bis am Brief an Erklärung oder an viele Kajes übersetzt. The deck side helps you elevate so you can see the vision. The then side is the female side. The purpose is for direction. In the middle is seven teachings, but they both work together. We show the vision. They tell us how to get there.
but there's there's a lot of respect in between the two to create balance. We think that the men have led for a long time and they're lost away. That's why the earth is gone on account there was no balance for the decision that they made. We don't believe that the earth is a pile of rock. We believe that the earth is a living entity. When you plant the seed with the sun, the magic begins and becomes growth. That's the way we view the world. You know, in my family, views is like that.
Without that balance, eagle can't fly.
The heartbeat that we first heard when the Creator placed us in this earth, and it's the heartbeat of the mother. And we share that first mother. This is the one thing we know is absolutely true. And the first feeling we felt in that womb, in that creation, was the feeling of that heartbeat.
Thank you very much. I would like to introduce myself, Yossi Shulman. I'm from northeast Pennsylvania, a little town called Kingston, near Scranton there. But sometimes you can be in a small town, and today with a very connected world, we can all be together, and we'll meet up at some point. But it's an honor to be with you.
I am Miss Ojibwe of the Adi Songat Dudem Nokomis, grandmother. It's my honor and privilege to be here. Long ago, I went on a vision quest as a young woman. Not often done, but was seeking my purpose and what Creator wanted me to do. And I was up in the Rocky Mountains at a campsite, and I would play the flute, and the elk would gather around me. And the elk, of course, are part of our symbolism, Adik, the deer family. And so I was surrounded by my family. And during the night, in praying, this voice, as clear as I'm speaking to you, said, 1 is the highest number. When you leave this mountain, that is your journey. So ever since then, 30, 40 years or more, I've been trying to figure out what that meant and how that was supposed to manifest itself. And I would be given experiences that would show me that we're all one family, all one humanity, one creator of all things, and that's what we needed to be teaching people, how to be at peace, to put the shattered pieces back together. And as a psychotherapist, that's what I do.
Quick enough. Ugigana bakın dözüne kas. Şükosuyunu mandem. Mukun dödem. My name is Jason Rock. I'm the weasel of the Bear Clan. And I learned very young to carry the weasel medicine. So I carried well. It's been present in my life a lot. And I listen to him. He teaches me how to maneuver things that come to me. I was raised in a bush. Also, I went to residential school for 7 years. I had the opportunity to listen to my elders when I was young, which I appreciate more today because it explains a lot what's going on in the world. As we go, we'll find out about each other more. Okay, am I good?
David, we've been in touch with each other for probably about 2 years when we first talked, and it's been a journey for you. It's been a journey for me to know you and to share the 7 universal principles with everyone that you're in touch with. And as we'll probably talk about, our tribe, we look at ourselves, the Jewish nation, as we are here just to carry that message. That's what our holy and our task given by the Creator has been, just to be teachers. Creator put his spirit into the first person, who was the feminine and masculine together before they separated. So that first person carries that soul of the Creator for all descendants. And again, we're on a journey of discovery of the truth from that beginning of time to come back to the Creator and to appreciate that soul that exists within us and within every single thing that exists around the world. So it's a journey of beauty, and we sometimes have many challenges along the way in the world and within ourselves. We are all created unique.
Yeah.
So we all have our unique tribes and our unique communities. That's part of the structure, but we can all appreciate the other because the different reflection of the Creator in that person, in that community. That's all of us together. So we can celebrate that. We can sit by the same table. We can share the traditions. We can share the truths, and then we can live them. We can teach them to our kids, because we must pass that down to the next generation. We must pass that down to the ones who are still pure.
I don't know if they heard the 7-5 prophecies. That's a morning star's message, what you're about to hear. I get my information based on the Wampum, the stories of the Wampum. You save the wampum by applying your grease individually. That's why it says it belongs to the people to preserve it. It look like that, but longer. I use it for teaching. But you gotta listen well in order to gap.
7 fires. 7 prophets came to Anishinaabe. They came at a time when the people were living a full and peaceful life on the northeastern coast of North America. These prophets left the people with 7 predictions of what the future would bring. Each of these prophecies was called a fire, and each fire referred to a particular era of time that would come in the future. Thus, the teachings of the 7 prophets are now called the 7 fires. The first prophet said to the people, "In the time of the first fire, the Anishinaabe nation will rise up and follow the sacred shell of the Midewan Lodge. The Midewan Lodge will serve as a rallying point for the people, and its traditional ways will be the source of much strength. The sacred Magus will lead the way to the chosen ground of the Anishinaabe. You are to look for a turtle-shaped island that is linked to the purification of the earth. You will find such an island at the beginning and end of your journey. There will be 7 stopping places along the way. You will know the chosen ground has been reached when you come to a land where food grows on water. If you do not move, you will be destroyed." The second prophet told the people, "You will know the second fire because at this time the nation will be camped by a large body of water. In this time, the direction of the sacred shell will be lost. The Midewan will diminish in strength. A boy will be born to point the way back to the traditional ways. He will show the direction to the stepping stones to the future of the Anishinaabe people." The third prophet said to the people, "In the third fire, the Anishinaabe will find the path to their chosen ground, a land in the west which they must move their families. This will be the land where food grows on water." The fourth fire was originally given to the people by 2 prophets. They come as one. They told of the coming of the light-skinned race. One of the prophets said, "You will know the future of our people by the face the light-skinned race wears. If they come wearing the face of brotherhood, then there will come a time of wonderful change for generations to come. They will bring new knowledge and articles that can be joined with the knowledge of this country. In this way, 2 nations will join to make a mighty nation. This new nation will be joined by 2 more so that 4 will form the mightiest nation of all. You will know the face of brotherhood if the light-skinned race comes carrying no weapons, if they come bearing only their knowledge and a handshake." The other prophet said, "Beware if the light-skinned race comes wearing the face of death. You must be careful because the face of brotherhood and the face of death look very much alike. If they come carrying a weapon, beware. If they come in suffering, they could fool you. Their hearts may be filled with the greed for the riches of this land. If they are indeed your brothers, let them prove it. Do not accept them in total trust. You shall know that the face they wear is one of death if the rivers run with poison and the fish become unfit to eat. You shall know them by these many things." The fifth prophet said, "In the time of the 5th fire, there will come a time of great struggle that will grip the lives of all native people. At the warning of this fire, there will come among the people one who holds a promise of great joy and salvation. If the people accept this promise of a new way and abandon the old teachings, then the struggle of the 5th fire will be with the people for many generations. The promise that comes will prove to be a false promise. All those who accept this promise will cause the near destruction of the people." The prophet of the 6th fire said, "In the time of the 6th fire, it will be evident that the promise of the 5th fire came in a false way. Those deceived by this promise will take their children away from the teachings of the elders. Grandsons and granddaughters will turn against the elders. In this way, the elders will lose their reason for living. They will lose their purpose in life. At this time, a new sickness will come among the people. The balance of many people will be disturbed. The cup of life will almost be spilled. The cup of life will almost become the cup of grief. At the time of these predictions, many people scoffed at the prophets. They then had medicines to keep away sickness. They were then healthy and happy as a people. These were the people who chose to stay behind in the great migration of the Anishinaabe. These people were the first to have contact with the light-skinned race. They will suffer most. When the fifth fire came to pass, the great struggle did indeed grip the lives of all Native people. The light-skinned race launched a military attack on the Indian people throughout the country, aimed at taking away their land and their independence as a free and sovereign people. It is now felt that the false promise that came at the end of the fifth fire was the materials and riches embodied in the way of life of the light-skinned race. Those who abandoned the ancient ways and accepted this new promise were a big factor in causing the near destruction of the native people of this land. When the sixth fire came to be, the words of the prophet rang true as children were taken away from the teachings of the elders. The boarding school era of civilizing Indian children had begun. The Indian language and religion were taken from the children. People started dying at an early age. They had lost their will to live and their purpose in living. In the confusing times of the sixth fire, it is said that a group of visionaries came among the Anishinaabe. They gathered all the priests of the Midewan Lodge. They told the priests that the Midewan way was in danger of being destroyed. They gathered all the sacred bundles. They gathered all the scrolls that recorded the ceremonies. All these things were placed in a hollowed-out log from the ironwood tree. Men were lowered over a cliff by long ropes. They dug a hole in the cliff and buried the log where no one could find it. Thus the teachings of the elders were hidden out of sight, but not out of memory. It was said that when the time came that Indian people could practice their religion without fear, that a little boy would dream where the ironwood log, full of the sacred bundles and scrolls, were buried. He would lead his people to this place. The seventh prophet came to the people long ago, said to be different than the other prophets. He was young and had a fire and strange light in his eyes. He said, "In the time of the seventh fire, new people will emerge. They will retrace their steps to find what was left by the trail. Their steps will take them to the elders, who they will ask to guide them on their journey. But many of the elders will have fallen asleep. They will awaken to this new time with nothing to offer. Some of the elders will be silent out of fear. Some of the elders will be silent because no one will ask anything of them. The new people will have to be careful in how they approach the elders. The task of the new people will not be easy. If the new people remain strong in their quest, the water drum of the Midewan Lodge will soon again sound its voice. There will be a rebirth of the Anishinaabe nation and a rekindling of old flames. The sacred fire will be lit again. It is at this time that the light-skinned race will be given a choice between two roads. If they choose the right road, then the seventh fire will light the eighth and eternal fire, an eternal fire of peace, love, brotherhood, and sisterhood. If the light-skinned race makes the wrong choice of the roads, then the destruction which they brought with them in coming to this country will come back at them and cause much suffering and death to all of Earth's people. Traditional Maid people of Ojibwe and people from other nations have interpreted the two roads that face the light-skinned race as the road to technology and the other the road to spiritualism. They feel that the road to technology represents a continuation of headlong rush to technological development. This is the road that has led to modern society, to a damaged and seared earth. Could it be that the road to technology represents a rush to destruction? The road to spirituality represents the slower path that traditional Native people have traveled and are now seeking again. The earth is not scorched on this trail. The grass is still growing there. The prophet of the fourth fire spoke of a time when two nations will join to make a mighty nation. He was speaking of the coming of the light-skinned race and the face of brotherhood that the light-skinned brother could be wearing. It is obvious from the history of this country that this was not the face worn by the light-skinned race as a whole. That mighty nation spoken of in the fourth fire has never been formed. If the natural people of the earth could just wear the face of brotherhood, we might be able to deliver our society from the road to destruction. Could we make the two roads that today represent two clashing worldviews come together to form a mighty nation? Could a nation be formed that is guided by respect for all living things? Are we the new people of the seventh fire?
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing that. It's beautiful.
See, the two fires that spoke was a window of opportunity for us to walk the fire. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And the spirits that were there didn't finish the job. Now we are here. So then our responsibility together, the ones that were there, to finish the job. I think that's what we're doing.
Well, thank you very much for sharing that. Thank you, James. Thank you, Solomon. I'm humbled to be in your presence with your wisdom and your experience and the age and the wisdom you bring from your elders to this table and seeing the mountain belts. That's a piece of your history. And I will show you some of our history as well, but it's like two roads. We're going to converge at some point. We're going to get there. And the sooner the better.
That's a mantle that each one of us has to take up.
Yeah.
That's the challenge.
I could say, if I could repeat your words, they would be straight out of our books.
Yeah.
There'll be a time when the youth will not respect the elders. This is right out of our books. There'll be a time when people will come and the nation, the collective Western civilization has dual sides, and they have possibility to be good and kind, and also the possibility to be destructive and very easy to confuse. And that's our tradition about what the Western civilization represents. And we have the tradition as well about the seven. There'll be time that would be a great army that comes together to do destruction, and the plans will be foiled by the Creator, and then those that will be good will be able to stay strong and reach the eighth era. We have the eighth era as well, the era of redemption. And the way that we get there is through fulfilling the seven paths, the seven principles, the seven grandfather teachings. That's how we get there.
The time to sort of dally is over. We've got to make the choice of which choice are you going to make. And the same story from White Buffalo Calf Woman is the seven prophecies and what you were talking about. And what inspires me is how Creator teaches all of this to everybody, maybe in different ways, maybe in different words, but the message is the same. It's all about the unity, the one.
Da wurden der Amber, Abishar Sayid kommt zu gehen zu Aniti und sagt dem Herr Zechaim bis Mechuiv in alle Sheva Mitzvahs, mit alle Seere Protim und das Schleche Mitzvahs, mit Anam Chazal in Chulun, und Kayetze Bezewe Chulu, da Nechet Zorn, Ademuste in Mikaim, sind der Pavas Azeyo der Ewigste Ongeser. Der Chiddisch, was zurückgekommen ist, schon so, als sie allein im Kongress haben das verbunden mit der Seres Adibris. Was der Seres Adibris ist bei keinem Kisofik nicht. Und das war Sache, hat sie wie mein Kodesh Baruch. Pschass mir jetzt wegen Gesel, Gneve, Bechulu, dann ist es ein Mitzvah sicherlich. Der bald war Norden Yosher Hele. Und will er soll sein, na Yeshiva Hele, nicht ich Israel, Chaim Bloi. Wo das ist der Tafkid von jeder Ish-Ziburi. Darf bewohnen, soll sein bei Scholem und Achwo, und sicher Schäle sein, nicht Israel, Chaim Bloi. Was hat ihn gesagt im Kongress, als wie sie da Seres Adibris. Und so da die Schäbe mit in der Nähe. Darf man sich missbeinig sein. Und auf Druf darf man haben, mal jene Juche. Seifer, Kohl, Lame, Ores, was gefunden sich in Nazis Abris. Und man geht zur Rede, die Rolle, Kohl, Lechet, wie Achas. Und man soll aufstellen nach Tod, was das soll sein, nach Fisbonnen ist, in Kiem, Sheva, Mitzvahs, Bnei, Neyar, wo sie seine verbunden mit der Seres Adibris, wo das ist angenommen geworden mit Kohl, Lechet, wie Achas. Von Kohl, Israel.
Very occupied now about this weather, 76 millimeters. So considered loss of Nachi. And this affects directly also the Jewish activities and all the people around us. We behave according to this 76 millimeters. It will become much easier to achieve all the good things that we all have spoken about. And to achieve it in a sweet manner. Proclamation.
For that soul.
question?
Okay, we're gonna go right over there and where our
Deep breaths.
I'm trying.
Our beach in this office. It's a very special place where we are connecting with the Rebbe and for his instructions for us. Even as we may not be able to see him, he's with us now. Okay, we can go inside. Thank you, sir. They used to call this place the lower Gan Eden, and then we would do here that people would stay here. They'd say a prayer, before they would go into the Rebbe. And there'd be lines for 10 hours to get this, so it'd be a long process getting, but this is a special place. Okay. Everything going inside. As a person with us, in our humanity, and on his desk is the pictures of the rabbis and their families from all around the world. This is what was important to him, and he's with us and with all the rabbis and everybody around the world, really. So everybody used to come here. We used to get $1 and meet the Rebbe, and it's a very holy place.
Happens to be that you are just in time. It's going to be this Sunday. We're going to have another a group picture. Every year they do that. So, but the Rebbe spoke mainly to them, because they are the Rebbe's emissaries all over the world, and they do the Rebbe's work. So that's what it's all about. We had 424 lines, and they heard the Rebbe in over 600 locations around the world. Madison, Wisconsin, Australia, Caracas, Detroit, Milwaukee, Israel, London, Pittsburgh, Minneapolis, Miami, Toronto, Montreal, Los Angeles, Chicago, and the same thing with many, many other communities. And we had substations in different countries. Let's say London, it received a line from here and transmitted all over Europe. Israel received a line from here and transmitted all over Israel. And same thing in Los Angeles for the whole West Coast. So that's why it was multiplied and multiplied and so on. Then there is the whole Chabad philosophy, which is a very, very ancient philosophy. And I'll give you an example. This is the books of some of the Rebbe's speeches. I would say 1/3 of his speeches, the books up there. This is what the Rebbe spoke. Inch of the day, the minute we wake up in the morning till we go to sleep, everything is controlled by Jewish law. And it's not a jail, it's freedom, but the freedom that you choose to live this way.
Thank you very much.
This is beautiful, beautiful.
Where are you from?
And we carry in our history the 7 teachings from the grandfathers. That yes, it's a part of our message that the Creator gave us when we were sent on our way, and it's to think, speak, and act with wisdom, respect, humility, honesty, truth, courage, and love. And it's wise to know that there's one Creator of all things, and we show respect to that one Creator in all that we do. And we have humility to know that we're a part of creation, and man was made in the image of the Creator, and so we should not shed the blood of men. We have honesty, that when we know these things are true, that we deal equally, we deal kindly with our families and our communities. And we speak truth. And when you know truth, these things are all true. Then you'll also look at the plant and animal kingdom and the earth and the water and the sky and treat it more kindly. And then the last is to have the courage to live your faith. And I want to say, I encourage you to keep going. You're the example to the world of following the Creator.
Thank you. You too.
And to show love. And the most loving thing that we can do.
Thank you for visiting us.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
You're going to be able to talk and they know this is okay. This is okay to hear. Okay. Yeah, you want to sing? That what Wisdom, understanding, and kindness. That's the three fires. Our story starts with the creation and with the mother of all nations who called herself the fruit that covers the earth. And she did that because the Creator, he called them names, but he also commanded them to name all things on the earth, even themselves. And the man called himself kindness midday, and the woman called herself, she said, I'm like the strawberry. I cover the earth. And she called herself the fruit of life that covers the earth. Ode Amin. Now, language may seem different, but that's because we have a story of a tower. And when the tower fell, but just because the sound is different, the meaning in the heart is the same. The same. And so we had this story, and then there's a flood, right? And we end up where we're at after the flood, through this journey that I just talked through. Now, I can tell you something that's real truth about our people. This is actually the symbol of the path of the heart. It's two overlapped stars. You see this in all Indian blankets across North America. We walk the vision of the Creator following the 7 teachings. Okay, and we can do that because we're a spirit in a body. You say Oji Chagwan. And we can do that because we're a spirit connected to the Creator, and more of us is with the Creator and not here. This is toes dipped in the water. Dipped in the water, but that's all of us at all times. 3 in 1. 3 in 1. We're wisdom, understanding, and kindness.
Yeah, that's Chachma Vina Das, basically. Chesed, actually, Chachma Vina Chesed.
There's a lot of so many similarities that you are
not. I understood. I understood a lot of similarities.
So we don't say religion. We say a spiritual walk with the Creator called midday we win. And when we walk that, we're middu. Midday we win means trail of kindness. And midu means I am kindness. So what was written was not more important than what was oral. What was written ties you to what is oral. Now, this is very similar to the Hebrew alphabet. What is written is not the full story. There's a message within it, and we were the same. And so this is actually a song that we have that we carried down from the first man who stood on a mountain. And he told the Creator, and we carried this, and this is sacred to us, and it's never gone away. And it was an honor to see the symbols and what they mean. And I want to tell you about this man. He stood there and said, I did it. I am a spirit in here crying out, and all will hear my cry, because the Creator is in the air, in the sky, so that the day is clear, so that we can have love. And me walking on the earth is a sign that it's going to be okay, because I am the strongest love, because the Creator told me. And the great Creator in the sky sees me always. So I use my heart, my medicine bag, my spirit bag, to touch the Creator always by walking with my heart. because I am the strongest love, because the Creator told me. This is what he said, and we carry this. And we were the first people, the Anishinaabe, those spirit lowered to the earth is what we call ourselves. The first ones to come into North America following the flood. This is our story. We follow 7 grandfather teachings. It is the core of who we are, called Midday We Win, the path of the heart, or kindness. So we have wisdom, respect, humility, honesty, truth, courage, and love. To have the wisdom to know there's one creator of all things. To show respect to that creator in all things because we know that's true. Because everything came from him. We have the humility because we know the Creator made mankind in his image. The Spirit is within us, so we don't take human life. And to show honesty, and because we are honest with these truths, so we must honor the things given to us, such as our family and our community. We should speak truth, that if that's true, all things, plants and animals, water and sky also come from the Creator. So we should honor these things, and the gifts the Creator gives to some are not yours to take away. And to have courage, the courage to live your teachings every single day, meaning protect your body. This is your temple, your vessel upon this earth. Courage to walk the path as an Ojibwe, a spirit in a body, and don't get mistaken with the sound. Because when the tower fell, all our language changed, but the meaning in the heart stays the same. And to show love, because we know all these things to be true. And what is love? All of these truths enable you to dwell with equity and justice with each other. And so when we say that these things are true, then truly your Creator is my Creator. You're my brother, and I'm your brother.
I love it. That's great.
There's 3 birds sitting in 3 trees. The Creator gave them. One of them has fruit, and one of them provides shade, and one of them provides shelter. And you know, they met one time on together, and they argued with each other because my tree is better than your tree. And then the eagle came flying by and said, I don't understand what you're talking about. The Creator gave all of you a tree.
So it's like when they see it happening, they're like, oh my God, it's crazy. So, yes. I will be there in about an hour. I'm subbing at the checks, okay?
Yeah, Anishinaabe Visiting Crown Heights stands with Israel and the 7 teachings of the Creator.
Stands with Israel.
You say blessed in the bread together? You all say with me? Yes. Blessed are you, Creator. Blessed are you, Creator.
Blessed are you, Creator.
Who brought forth bread from the ground.
Who brought forth bread from the ground.
And we'll cut a slice for everyone to have.
So,
Wonderful. Oh, just wonderful. I when I was with the men who were committed to the Creator, I immediately knew that our men will be the same. We will.
the Creator gave us the food. That's the first point. And from there on, it's us being able to share it together. So we can all eat the same bread together. We can all sit at the same table, and we can all share the same teachings because they came from our one grandfather Noah and Adam, and we're just here to live even within our own cultures. It's in those same teachings. It's a salmon, and it's not from a different type of fish. So that actually has a special significance. It's pretty verified as kosher.
There's two Americans. There's an America in Washington that's very anti-Semitic and very anti-Black and very anti-Indian and very. That's not the America what we see out there in the streets or the politicians want us to believe. I learned that when I sat in court with Don King, a Black boxing promoter, for 14 weeks in a row. And I learned then very, very clearly that, that there is an America that it's not the land of the brave and the free and everything else that we talk ourselves into.
I think it helps to understand the history of the indigenous people of the Americas, because what's been published, what the educational systems teach is not the truth. And when he talks about, they sterilized a whole generation of women. I get goosebumps. Think what that means to your sense of wholeness and completeness as a nation, that you can't reproduce and that's forced on you. It's forced on you. They didn't have a choice. It was forced on them. And the boarding schools, the children were taken forcibly and taken away from their families at a very young age. And the thing that they said was kill the Indian and save the man. We have a shared history and a shared experience that we want to understand. And that's what we've been doing with Rabbi Schulman and Mitika, is understanding that shared history and that shared experience. And in doing that, maybe there's a shared way forward.
There is a level that the attack that took place was not only against my people or our people, but in fact, half those people that are marching on the side of the terrorists, if they wouldn't live anywhere near the terrorists. If they went to their territory, they would have been killed quicker than the Jew. So, but in America, because of something called the press, we can lie, and Hitler says the big lie, people believe. So we can perpetuate the lie and people can believe.
And I just want to tell you that I don't want anybody to lose any more children, but that can only happen. To think in what you would call a philosophical, it's not. I'm talking about what's right outside of us and connected to the Creator, and it's more of us than the toe that's dipped in the water. And I believe that if I just keep talking that way, and we all do, and keep being who you are, that you will willfully inspire others, because in their heart, and I believe this with all my heart, that the heartbeat in us, there's something in those four chambers called the medicine wheel. It's the circle of unity. And you know what? And this, I'll close with this, and this is important. There was one mother in the beginning, one, and her heartbeat was the first sound that the first child heard in her womb and felt. And it's been continuing that drumbeat, that sacred red road, all the way to today. And as long as you keep speaking the truth, the Creator will do the rest. Hashem will do the rest.
I'm happy to hear your optimism, but I'm not sure either if your views or your optimism is shared by 7 billion people around the world. Now, again, the good book does tell us that you are a minority amongst nations, and yet truth will prevail. And if you talk about the portion of the Bible that we're now studying in our synagogues and in our homes, God tells Abraham clearly that all the nations of the world will use you as a symbol of blessing. You should be like Abraham, and all the blessings go along. But I'm not sure you're going to get all those 7 billion people to read the Bible to begin with and be as smart as you and I.
Here's why I am optimistic. Because my Creator can birth a life in 1 day or in 9 months or in 2 years, because it's his decision. My Creator can take a single drop of water and tell that drop of water an entire continent will flourish because of you. Have faith, continue your journey, and many more drops of water bring the rain. I believe it's going to happen.
By the way, my point was not that I wasn't speaking for myself when I said about those who don't, have optimism or belief.
Those who don't deserve miracles sometimes get miracles, and sometimes those who are a miracle themselves.
I'm concerned about those of us who do deserve miracles. I'd like to see those miracles. In Yiddish, as an expression, "Schein Zeit." It's time, God. It's time for you to show your glory. We'll follow the 7 universal laws, and we'll follow our 613 laws, and we'll try our best.
I've seen the misjustice that you speak of, okay, on more than one level. I've seen it for my people, but I've also seen it for your people and other people. And my prayer is, because as you get older, you sometimes talk to the elders, we sometimes lose a little bit faith. We're saying, will we make things? Therefore we wait. This is one of my sons. We hope that the next generation will pick it up while we're still alive and give us more energy to carry it forward. But it is crazy. It's probably the best country in the world, probably. But we ourselves have a far way to go, unfortunately. And that, I believe, is one of the callings of the Rebbe of the 7 universal principles of mitzvot. It says, hey, if we did go back to our source, and we did believe in one God, and we did have respect for each other, and did recognize that you, as I, was created by the same creator and the same energy, yeah, maybe things would really change in this country. And again, I thank you for coming. It's a shame that we can't spend more time. Maybe someday we'll meet on the steps of Capitol Hill.
The salmon starts his journey in a small womb that the Creator made far up in the mountains where I grew up. He called them the Rockies. And he starts his journey by eating the very flesh of his parents who had sacrificed so much for him, even their life on the line. But he doesn't know it then as he begins his journey through the rivers. And he makes his way to the ocean, and by then he's really big and strong until he gets to the ocean, and he takes a journey for years, traveling to deep waters, traveling to the surface, getting into trouble, and doing what he's supposed to do. And then one day, what was written in his heart, like a seed that falls into the earth, he bursts forth and knows that his great mission is for the generations yet to come. And so he starts his great journey, which is back home, traveling up that river. He comes to that dam and thinking of his grandchildren and them taking the same trail that he was upon with the Creator. He climbs that mountain until he makes his way back to the very rock, the very home and source, the tree he came from. And those eggs are laid, the wombs of the next generations, and then he stays. And he waits until they are born and then gives the life, this sacred salmon. And he teaches us the truth that we live in a beautiful blue, green, brown, rainbow-colored miracle we call home. And this message of kindness is streaked across his side, the great gift the Creator gave him, the rainbow upon his skin, the rainbow of promise for his kin. So thank you, because we're home. In our language, we have a saying of a man walking on steps. And it says there's so much lost medicine, which is love, to cry for. We want this back. And those words are, Meshiach kink, Misuya kink. And I hope that you understand we're bringing the medicine back, which is kindness and love.
Okay. So I'll just say one word. First of all, thank you to the wonderful people who have been here today. Elder Solomon, Sherry Cardinal, David Taylor, my dear friend for 2 years. Jared, thank you so much, James. Thank you so much for being here. And in behalf of all of the Anishinaabe, we are signing a proclamation here to honor our one Creator, recognize one Creator, the 7 grandfather teachings, the 7 commandments of Noah that were given to all people, all humanity. We must live the path of the Creator, and that's how we will find peace. And we're going towards this 8th fire era of redemption, and it's coming very soon. We need to prepare. We need to prepare ourselves by acting the right way and by sharing the 7 universal principles with everyone. And we're going to go take this proclamation to all indigenous tribes across the world, and we're going to bring it to from there to every government, every structure that exists in society, and tell them that our laws and our society must be based on the 7 universal principles. Only then will we find peace. Only then will the strife and the wars cease to exist. And the Jews have carried this message for thousands of years, and the Anishinaabe have as well. And we come together to share this with the world. Thank you for standing with the Jewish people at this time of strife and challenge in the world. And we stand with you. Thank you very much. We'll be doing signing now. I will sign for myself, and then everyone else, I'll do some of these sign for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here's your city. Sign by me.
Job, Solomon.
Not the sign, but we'll look at it later. Thank you very much.
It's only from our part to do something additional in the realm of goodness and kindness.
This is ARC, act of random kindness. Okay? You got to do is just put in a coin or a bill, and then there's a stopper, and once it's filled up, you can pour it out and give it to someone in need. And what Unite the World has done, my organization has done, is take this to a community model where institutions, schools, groups, whether it's going to be an educational institution, a religious institution, a faith institution, a tribal institution, wherever people are together, they can give together. And then they give to the place, the local humanitarian need that they choose. And it has to go directly to real needs: health, shelter, food, animals. You will teach your children and the next generation that they can make a difference. That will be what brings them together and brings them in connection with their people and brings them in connection with people around the world, because we're going to do this together. This will be the universal symbol of kindness. Join Unite the World on this journey, and we're going to unite with kindness. Thank you very much. And raise up your arc. Act of random kindness. And this is what we're going to bring to the world.
Charity for us is the same as honesty because we know our place and everything around us gives. Well, how about we give to each other? We used to be called the givers. We never took. The Anishinaabe would walk and see each other every year and give every single thing they had and then walk away. Why should I be concerned? The Creator gives and provides everything anyways, and it always comes back. But this simple little thing,
It's powerful.
yeah, it's a
Very
drop of water. Hey, we're going to make a cloud. It's going to rain.
That's right.
Dachi make witch. That means thank you from my heart.
The heart is a heart. So it's, Welcome to Brooklyn.
Thank you. It is an honor to be here. You find yourself in an end place with many others, as if there's something you had to do. When we stand there at that house upon the mountain where the Creator will dwell, and that's our great job, is to meet Him there. Say Chi Miigwech. Thank you.
A new starting point now. And when we work together, we accomplish much more than we could accomplish on our own.
That's right.
We call it watershed moment.
Thank you so much for joining, and I live from Israel, and I know as the words you said, Sherry said before. You said time is of essence, right? I remember you said that. We don't have time to wait. We have to spread the message about the 7 teachings. We have to spread the message about being kindness and being together.
least that we can do is try to get the schools, if the parents are not so involved, let's say, at least the school will start the child off in the right direction by giving the kid a minute of silence. And, you know, a child today in America, at least, is bombarded all day with all kinds of stimulation. So he can't even try to figure out who he is. The only way to try to figure out who you are is is with quiet, mental meditation, or whatever you want to call it. Reflection. And then a person can then figure out, and he'll see different things about himself which you ordinarily wouldn't see during the day, because he's bombarded all over the place. He's just reacting all day. He's not internalizing himself, not thinking about himself. So this is like a forced way to get the kids to reflect, think about themselves. And the results of this have been really amazing.
Can I read them?
Yes, that's why I brought them.
I'd like to capture one.
Yes.
You know, I think that what you're doing is, you know, in the 80s, it was 1983 when I had fallen a distance and severed my tongue, held it in my hand and carried it home.
Really?
And didn't talk for over a year, had a stutter until I was 11. So immediately I was forced into a moment of silence and has reflection, and you observe and think more, which is what we need, because there's too much noise.
Right.
There's too much noise, and it's more now than ever, even. And then for 3 years, I ended up, unfortunately or fortunately, maybe fortunately, because the Creator, who I call Hashem, my friend, you know, found me in nature and spent time with me and taught me in a way that I could reflect and understand there was something more. But it was because of silence. And so I think that there's a seed. What you're saying for me is just giving them a little water, so that they on their own already have within them everything they need to be the big tree. But sometimes we have to step back and let them come out.
Yeah.
So each breath is a pause to consider yourself. And we aren't much different, you and I. And some walk the land, some soar the skies, some swim the seas, but there's all these moments passing by. So we have to look within ourselves, because we'll find a pure truth, that from whence we came, we shall return. We exist here like a gentle rain caressing the earth with a purpose to learn. But what of our Creator, who sees us in so many ways, earth, sea, skies, beneath the sun's rays, sees us? And so who are you amidst the noise? Are you what another sees, another feels? Are you the dream written within your heart, whose light reveals warmth, love, and compassion? Unity was the Creator's great gift. A sacred red road, heartbeat to the Mother, Father. From the sparkling stars of your grandchild's eyes, do you still hear your Creator's voice upon the wind? Do you see the eagle eye in the skies calling for you? To wipe the tears from tomorrow's years, to be free. And the moment of silence is relaxing. It's also good because it helps us through the day. It helps us think about how we feel. It also makes the pain go away. I enjoy the moment of silence every day because it gives you a chance to think. I wish the moment of silence was longer. It makes me feel as peaceful as a lake. When I think back to the concept of a moment of silence, for example, I think poor people don't have clothes and food and toys. Kids' moms and dads died, and they don't have a parent. Love them like mine. I wish people did.
Think about other people, not even about himself. It's a high level.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
They can go there. Sorry, it's gonna make me emotional. I thought the quiet moment was a waste of time at first, but now I believe it's a good thing for all students here. It helps me relax after lunch and lets me clear my head. During recess, we cannot relax because of all the action going on around us. The hyper kids playing games and screaming, and not in class either because I can't just close my eyes and breathe. What control that you can't close your eyes and breathe for a while to relax without missing important directions. I have adjusted to the daily quiet moment, and I strongly believe this should be continued. It should be practiced in every school.
When I show this to people, the thing that gets them is these kids' letters, because the kids don't have any agendas. You can see, I mean, they're not into politics, religion, nothing. They're just expressing their innermost feelings, and they want goodness. Everybody here wants something good.
Thank you for this.
Yeah.
I mean, really, I can't even tell you how much this means to me. And I know exactly what to do for it, with it. That if for some reason you're a part of the trail I'm on, how can we ask kids to even reflect on themselves if you don't ever give them a moment?
Yeah. Oh, that's pretty deep. You have to give them the moment.
Because we control everything they do. They don't control anything. They don't control the shoes they wear, the clothes they wear, the food they eat, the shelter they have, the love they get from their parents. Apparently, they don't control when they close their eyes or take a breath. So the least we can do is do this for them. What we're planning to do at the proclamation is to get it signed by tribal nations from all 6 continents. There's this place that calls itself the United Nations, and yet it doesn't involve all nations. And I think the only way that they'll realize that is if another group of many nations from 6 continents stand at their doorstep and say, we have a message for you. And that's that kindness is the power and peace. And right now, before all is lost, right now, before charred earth becomes the only earth our generations will have, you need to start thinking, speaking, and acting with wisdom, respect, humility, honesty, truth, courage, and love. And if humanity is a great creation by God on this earth, by God, you should respect human life.
We work this.
Power button. Mr. Nettles. Okay. Okay. So what is their responsibility before we give you a quick break, and then we'll have Ms. Kozikwe come on? The responsibility of the Jew is to be accountable to the other children of Noah. When a father has children, and I had 6, 3 girls and 3 boys, I've been busy, and I'm gonna have more. I'm actually good at that, being dad. That when a father has children, not all the children are going to be the same, but all of them are equally in importance. And if a father looks at one of his sons and says, "You're a good steward," and leaves everything he has to them with the responsibility to care for the other children when the father is gone, if that son then declares, "Look at me, I'm the chosen, how special am I? Look at my house," and you dwell too far in that space, the ADT alarm system will turn off and you'll lose everything. Their great responsibility is to be accountable to assisting us in the gathering of all of the children of Noah, because we all are equally a part of that tribe, the tribe of Noah, Nusah, the first father of this time, into one family again. And so they have spread, they knew this time was coming. And so a couple hundred years ago, they sat down and said, "Oh my gosh, we got to get ready." And they started spreading around the world. Now we know there's an adversary, and he's done everything he can to prevent them from being established and ready to assist. He's had them on the run. He's had the boot on the throat, and we know something about that. We have yet to have the boot removed from our throat. And when it does, you'll find that we have far more to offer to the story than you could have ever imagined. And so currently there are 5,000 rabbis that are spread around the world for this specific purpose of gathering Israel. And so we will be working with them and they will be offering their spaces and locations and connections to assist us, the indigenous, to gather the indigenous. Now, every one of you are indigenous to this earth too, but somehow you were born into a system that is not of this earth. You were born into a system that are created by people in secret rooms with secret ideas that you'll never meet, that even can tell you that your children can tell a mother that her child, which was fashioned in her womb, that carries her sacred heart, that they know what's best for that child. And you send them willfully off to boxes where people you don't even know, and you have no history of their background, are then going to, was that the NSA?
That's probably the bad.
Hey, we persist. Persistence is the only thing that gets failure out of the way of your success. So take one away. What's that? Yeah, they send them off the boxes. Now you think this is normal. You send as if your children have nothing to learn from you or your mother and father, or about the animals and the plants and the world you live within. Where you're going to be trained and taught. They will be trained and taught by people you do not know. And even what they have to offer is not good enough. This is important things to consider and reflect upon right now. Because even they have to take orders from people thousands of miles away in a centralized city that you will never meet. And you see these people drugged before the Congresses and the parliaments, and they don't even have to talk about what they're doing. They have no accountability. Who is their master? It's certainly not our Father in heaven. And so we wonder why our children are lost. We wonder why our children are confused as we turn on our light boxes to occupy that confusion and that sense of loss. And everything there is fabricated too. There is nothing on your TV that is real. They are also human beings reading a script, pretending to be somebody else to tell you how to live and be. But is it the way, the path of the heart? If everything turned off, if there was no supply chain and there were no stores and no shelves to obtain food or even bottled water from today, a world that creates water and we can't drink clean water, riddle me that mystery. How will you know how to survive? How will you know what to eat? How will you know how to provide shelter and warmth for your family? You have nothing in common anymore. with your ancestors who are your relatives that knew they were a part of this earth. And that should scare you. But there are those that didn't step into that box. There are those that remained connected to this earth, a sacred mother that just gives, like the mother gives. That's the love we're supposed to show for each other. Every mother here knows that if your child commits the greatest crime of murder, you would give them the love of their innocence unconditionally. That's the love we're supposed to show each other. How much did Jesus love his mother? I would venture to say a lot of his heart that he shared was the heart of his mother. The teachings of his father affirmed in that heart. So these are things we have to reflect on as we discuss what's going to occur, as we move through this day and we talk about trauma and healing, and you are all in trauma, in need of healing. As we talk about the structures and systems that are all around us, we sent one of our very own, Jared the Bear Peltier of the Bear Clan, who's actually built like a bear, who we sent off to the United Nations and the top political schools to figure out why is it the way it is and doesn't have to be that way. And you'll hear from him today. You'll hear from our elders that show some stories about our past. We knew these times were coming. And we don't talk about it in a way that we're special and you're not. We say we are spirits that are lowered to this earth. We are spirits in bodies that are temples. And we are supposed to be in families. Don't let the sound confuse you. We say the same thing. We are Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Ojibwe. We're brothers and sisters equal, you and I. Some of us have more trauma than others. And we'll have elders to talk about how these things we knew would come, and they'll share the sacred teaching of the Bible. This was a teaching that was given to us for this age. And it's the proper structure that was set up using a fish. Because even the fish has a purpose to teach. Nothing is made for no purpose. Even the mosquito has a purpose. Give him his drop and shoo him away. There's the teaching on the 3 mosquitoes. Yeah. And then I'll talk to you about why they had the boot on our throat. And then I was very lucky to grow up, to be born 4 months before the anti-Indian laws were lifted in the fall of 1978 that you may not be aware of, where you could raise your own children. But are you raising your children? Are you the new Indian? But we couldn't practice our culture. Aren't they taking your culture away too? Are you the new Indian? These are things to deeply reflect upon today. As we talk and discuss a location or a volume that is greater in size than if you stack the Torah, the Quran, the Bible, and the Book of Mormon, the Pearl of Great Price together. How clear will things become? And what decisions will you make to step back into the presence of your Father in heaven? Who's not going to ask the systems of men for permission, just as you should not have to for permission to raise your own family in the way that you deem fit. So take a break, and then we're going to hear from Ms. Kozikwe, Sherry Cardinal, who has been probably one of the greatest healing instruments in my life. As many know, I carry a few scars, but eternal optimism, because we're going to get there. We already know the end of the story. Yeah, amen. We actually do know the end of the story. And when the peacemaker comes back, like, they don't have to like it. They're going to learn to love it, because it's the way it is. So miigwech. Let's give him a break. You okay?
Where I can see you. Can you?
What's that?
When I'm talking, can you be where I can see you, or are you busy?
I'm finishing my PowerPoint. I had a dream last night. I'm trying to finish. Add something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. but I will be at the back poking like every 5 minutes. I do one thing, one slide, and I come back. It's okay.
Awesome.
I didn't ramble nonsense.
No. You're really good. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, thank you for your words. It's very great.
Yeah.
So I was thinking, since your people believe that they're the first after the flood, does that mean the Jaredite?
We'll talk about that.
Really?
Yep.
Okay, great.
If
Can't wait.
actually you're talking about the entrance.
You're amazing.
Really?
Yes.
You're amazing.
Great job.
Thanks.
Great job.
Thank you.
Where did you get those moccasins that you were wearing yesterday?
Mizkozekwe.
Where's that?
Sherry Cardinal had them made for me.
They were custom made.
Yeah.
I mean, they really look like awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, I like Minnetonkas, but that's another level.
I need to talk to you.
Anyway.
No worries. Come here. Stay here.
Well, actually.
That's even a door.
You did so good.
Why are you recording me?
Because it was so good. I'm gonna post
Was
it.
it okay?
It was so good. You scared me. This is your little outfit?
Yeah.
You did so good. You did good.
Reserves. And now you can get 3 pieces of the chicken you crave for just $5.
Good.
I always wanted that.
Yeah?
It was like a prerequisite. I put it on a piece of paper.
I hope I walk the path to
He made that,
Zion,
and I know when he made it, he was
where
like,
truth and light can guide me.
Yo, do you think they're hearing?
I seek the face of my Redeemer to find my purpose clear and know just what to do. Through every trial, through every shadow, I'll seek the light that breaks the night. I want to know the deeper meaning. I want to see his guiding light. I'm seeking Zion. I'm seeking truth. I'm searching for the way to find my place with you. I want the promise. I want the call to know my purpose here, to give to you my all. I hope to hear the words unspoken, the still small voice that stirs my soul. I long to see the heavens open, to know my calling sure, to know I'm truly whole. Through every trial, through every shadow, I'll seek the path that's narrow and true. I want to hear the voice of angels. I want to stand where skies are blue. I'm seeking Zion. I'm seeking truth. I'm searching for the way to find my place with you. I want the promise. I want the call to know my purpose here, to give to you my all. I'll climb the mountains, I'll cross the sea, whatever it takes to bring me to my knees. With every step, I'll draw more near, until your love is all I feel, all I hear. Oh, seeking Zion. I'm seeking truth. I'm searching for the way to find my place with you. I want the promise. I want the call to know my purpose here, to give to you my all.
There's a true team culture here. You see it, you feel it, and it makes the guest experience so much better.
Get here and get more truck or SUV for your buck and score enticing offers during Wisconsin's best 2024 closeout sale. Connect with Team Holiday for giant selection, get more for your trade, and enjoy the genuine guest care at Wisconsin's #1. Come take a test drive, find yours, and drive it home today from Holiday Automotive, Fond du Lac.
It's worth the trip.
From Enoch's climb to Salem's glow, through sacred ways and hidden lies, I rise to realms where spirit shines. I trace the stars, numbers hold, find secrets whispered, tales untold. I hold the keys to doors unseen and step through worlds where light redeems. I search for wisdom where rivers flow, from Enoch's climb to Salem's glow, through sacred ways and hidden lines. I rise to realms where spirit shines. The path is steep, the climb is long, but faith will lead where I belong. With every breath my soul ascends, to find the light that never ends. I search for wisdom where rivers flow, from Enoch's climb to Salem's glow, through sacred ways and hidden lines. I rise to realms where spirit shines. I press ahead with hope anew, to find the place where dreams are true. If you could hide a Zion in the blink of an eye, and then continue onward as stars move through the sky, could you reach the endless heavens where mysteries still unfold, or find the place of ages where stories have been told? Could you see the first beginning where no boundaries confine, or view the final gathering where truth and wisdom shine? The Spirit softly whispers, no mind has seen that place, nor found the endless reaches beyond time's swift embrace. There is a path that leads to light, through mountains high and valleys wide. The journey's long, the steps are steep, the faith will guide where shadows sleep. The words of God are endless, new worlds and lives expand. Progress and growth continue in one eternal plan. There is no end to matter, there is no end to grace, there is no end to spirit, there is no end to space. And so we walk with hope in hand towards Zion's promised land, Through every trial, through every test, we seek his peace, we find his rest. There is no end to Zion, no end to love's pure call. For those who seek its promise, will find their all in all. There is no end to Zion, no end to love's pure call. For those who seek its promise, will find their all in all. There is no end to Zion, no end to love's pure call. For those who seek its promise, will find their all in all. There is no end to Zion, no end to love's pure call. For those who seek its promise, will find their all in all. Will find their all in all.
4 years ago, in this alley, rioters threw a brick at my face and knocked out my teeth. Why? Because I was a police officer. And what did Kamala Harris do? While America's cities were burning, Kamala was defending peaceful protest. She raised millions to help bail rioters out of jail and supported defunding our police, making us all less safe. Kamala Harris is dangerous.
Preserve America PAC is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Here's to experiencing new heights in Wisconsin, to seeing where the breeze leads, and riding a wave of new fall adventures. Here's to those who Wisconsin.
In the heart of Zion, where the truth shines bright, we gather the stories, bring the shadows to light. From the ancient prophets to the visions anew, we're here to explore, to learn, to renew. Zion Media, where the journey begins, unlocking the mysteries, where the spirit wins. From the mountains of Mentia to the city of light, we're guiding the seekers through the darkest night. With the words of the prophets echoing in our soul, we dive into the scriptures, seeking to make us whole. From the plains of America to the temples on high, we uncover the secrets as the eagles fly by. Zion Media, where the journey begins, unlocking the mysteries, where the spirit wins. From the mountains of Mentia to the city of light, we're guiding the seekers through the darkest night. With the words of the prophets echoing in our soul, we dive into the scriptures, seeking to make us whole. From the plains of America to the temples on high, we uncover the secrets as the eagles fly by. Nothing will be withheld from them for those who seek and strive. With hearts full of truth, we rise again. Zion Media, keeping the faith alive. Zion Media, where the journey begins, unlocking the mysteries, where the spirit wins. From the mountains of Mentia to the city of light, we're guiding the seekers through the darkest night. Join us in the quest, where truth is our guide. In the arms of Zion, we stand side by side. Zion Media, where the story is told, bringing forth the wisdom, both ancient and bold. Join us in the quest, where truth is our guide. In the arms of Zion, We stand side by side, Zion Media, where the story is told. Zion's light, the truth takes its stand. The Davidic servant comes to regulate the land. We gather Israel, the scattered and lost, the remnant of Jacob, no matter the cost. The Zion Media, where the journey begins, unlocking mysteries, where the Spirit wins. With the prophets of the Lord, returning anew, we're guiding the seekers, our vision true. With faith and purpose we light the way, from ancient paths to modern days. Zion Media, we find our way. Zion Media, where the journey begins, unlocking mysteries, where the Spirit wins. With the prophets of the North, returning anew, we're guiding the seekers, our vision true. Nothing's withheld for those who seek in Zion's embrace, the strong and the meek, the remnant returns, the time is near. Zion Media's voice is loud and clear. The Zion Media, where the journey begins, where the journey mystery, where the Spirit wins, where the Spirit prophets of the North, with the North and turning anew. We're guiding the seekers, our vision true. Nothing's withheld for those who seek in Zion's embrace, the strong and the meek. The remnant returns, the time is near. Zion Media's voice is loud and clear. Zion Media, where the journey begins, unlocking mysteries, where the Spirit wins. With the prophets of the North, we're returning anew. We're guiding the seekers, our vision true. Join the quest, with truth as our guide in science and light. We stand side by side, with Israel gathered and Jacob restored. Zion Media brings the message of the Lord.
are very proud of Bidenomics. Bidenomics is working.
We asked working Americans what they think.
$5 a gallon is the highest historically it's ever been.
I've never seen it this high before.
We have to choose between, am I going to fill up my car all the way or am I going to buy a prescription?
I feel it every time I fill up.
My first year of driving, I'm having to deal with an average of 503 across the nation.
It's hard to save when everything you're making is going out for groceries and gasoline.
Families right now are living paycheck to paycheck.
Bidenomics is working.
The food prices are astronomical. They're unaffordable.
Truth and light can guide me through. I see the face of my Redeemer. To find my purpose clear and know just what to do. Through every trial, through every shadow, I'll seek the light that breaks the night. I wanna know the deeper meaning. I wanna see His guiding light. I'm seeking Zion. I'm seeking truth. I'm searching for the way to find my place with you. I want the promise, I want the call, to know my purpose here, to give to you my all. I hope to hear the words unspoken, the still small voice that stirs my soul. I long to see the heavens open, to know my purpose here, to give to you my all. Through every trial, through every shadow, I'll seek the path that's narrow and true. I wanna hear.
And services in the field. The focus of her practice has been treating post-traumatic stress injury, depression, anxiety, mood disorders, with an emphasis on critical incident stress management for first responders, military, and Indigenous communities. Sherry has developed and implemented several social services agencies and programs during her career. The Fort Bend County Women's Center and Rape Crisis in Richmond, Texas, the Association to Aid Victims of Domestic Violence in Santa Clarita, California, and the Critical Incident Stress Management Program of the Fort Bend County Sheriff's Office, to name just a few. At the request of a major drilling company in Houston, Sherry focused much of her business called CISM International, serving the needs of the offshore community in the Gulf of Mexico and around the world in responding to critical incidents. Sherry Cardinal, also known as Ms. Kozikwe, the Red Woman in Ojibwe, is a member of the Red Bear Pembina Chippewa Indians, Adik, Sonagab, Dudem. She a council member and advisor for the hereditary Chief Mitiga Okita. Let's welcome Sherry Cardinal. Let's clip this on you. Need to clip this on you.
Good. That's good. Mhm. Aneen, I see your spirit, many spirits. Before I begin my presentation, I'm going to speak a song that I created recently. I'm not going to offend you with my singing voice. But here's a song capturing the sorrow and resilience of the Ojibwe people as we face the loss of our homeland, remembering that we're a land-based people. In the land of the lakes and the whispering trees, where the rivers one wild and free, we lived with the earth in harmony. But shadows came and we had to flee. Oh, my heart aches for the homeland, where the spirits of my ancestors stand. In the winds, I hear their call. Ojibwe, we rise, though we fall. The treaties were signed and the promises broken. Our lands were taken, our spirits were choked. But in our hearts, the fire still burns for the day when the wheel of fate turns. Through the tears and the pain, we remember the stories of old, the strength of our elders. The spirit of the Ojibwe never, never leaves. Oh, my heart aches for the homeland. I am Miskozikwe, Nindigo Ojibwe Mo, Gichi Nokomas Adik Songab Dem. I also go by Sherry Cardinal, Sherry Rose Cardinal. Okay? I live in two worlds, as many of us do. We live in two worlds, one of which man is at the center. And all around the circle are the trees and the animals and the earth and other people. And man at the center manipulates for his own gain. The Ojibwe way is that everyone is in the circle and no one is at the center. We are all related and we all work together for good so that we can all live the good life. Which world are you walking in? What is a human being? Okay. In my talk today, I am going to go back and forth between my spiritual beliefs and teachings and my clinical social work knowledge, because both pertain to what we're talking about. What is a human being? Okay. And try to represent it by this Venn diagram, the body, soul, and the spirit, and the core self being where they're all joined together. We must remember that Ogi Chagwan, we are a spirit lowered and living in a body. Okay? But most of us live mostly through our body and our soul, which is our mind and our will and our emotions and our personality and our intellect. Okay? We're taught that. Even in psychology, they don't teach spiritual things. I was fortunate enough to go to a college in California to get my master's degree that was run by the Jesuits. And we interwove theology and psychology. So for every psychological principle, we had to know what God's purpose was behind it. So I weave that into my practice, sometimes unknown by my clients of where I'm coming from, but always focused on where they're coming from. And very often, because I'm also an ordained ecumenical pastor, they ask for spiritual teachings. And I do find that clients that will combine the spiritual teachings and the spiritual aspect of their human being heal faster, get well faster than those that don't. That's been well documented now. Okay. So the Venn diagram, I have to get close to this mic, I guess. We live within an environment, the square. That's important, especially to Indigenous people, because we're a land-based people. We're dependent historically on living in harmony with the land. We didn't have grocery stores, okay? In fact, the Ojibwe word for grocery store, bad hunter. That's a joke, there is no. We have our five physical senses, obviously, touch, taste, sound, sight, hearing, and sound. Sound isn't the same as hearing. Our soul, our will, mind, and emotions, personality, intellect. And up there we have our spirit, which is basically in faith, hope, and love. That's God's nature. And we live every day combined with that in our human nature, in our sense of self and who we are. But what happens when this self or one of these elements of us is wounded? We call that trauma. Okay. It can be physical. It can be emotional. It can be spiritual. There's many ways to be traumatized. Okay. But we must understand first and foremost that trauma is first and foremost a physical response. We don't realize that it stems from our nervous system in our brain, and it immediately makes changes in our physiology. That's why post-traumatic stress injury is so difficult to manage, because it changes you physically as well as emotionally and spiritually. Okay. I call it post-traumatic stress injury. Psychology calls it post-traumatic stress disorder, but I haven't been able to figure that. Because if you have a broken leg, they don't call it broken leg disorder. No, okay, it's an injury. It's something that impacts your being. It's something that interrupts your very sense of self and who you are in the world. Doesn't matter how it happens either. It dismantles.
I hope you get the page.
Oh.
You've lost the Venn diagram. Oh, give me a moment. Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. Gives me a chance to breathe. There we go.
There it is.
Okay.
Yeah, just
He
don't
didn't.
shut the lid.
Just stand back. Stand back. Okay. Don't touch. Right. There was a book one time that a Baptist minister had given me when I was in college, and it was when I was trying to study how the body and the spirit, everything combined, and the book was called Please Touch. Okay, and it just came to me right now that that book was important in my life because it helped me to understand that God touches us in many ways. It's important for our understanding to realize the physical again, and I'm reiterating that because we think post-traumatic stress is all in your head. It's not, okay? When it's stored in your body, and maybe some of you can relate to what I'm going to say, is that you will have stomach aches and headaches and sore shoulders and sore hips, some sort of dis-ease. I spread the words out, hyphenated ease, disease. We now know that stress, post-traumatic stress in particular, impacts every organ, every set of physical nature that we have. And we can't dismiss. I don't know about you, but when I go to the doctor, they never ask me how I'm doing psychologically. Okay, So they're leaving out several components. They're only looking at your body. And so they treat the symptoms of your post-traumatic stress, of your trauma. And unless and until you get to the root cause of your trauma, you won't find that peace and well-being. And that's what clients say when I ask them, why are you coming to therapy? They say, I need some peace and well-being in my life. Okay? Peace in the Greek, in the New Testament, doesn't mean the absence of war like you think. It doesn't mean the absence of chaos. Peace literally means to be at one with. One is the highest number. We have to even be at one with ourselves, with all aspects of ourselves, not just one or two primarily. Okay? We need to be balanced. It is a question of balance. Any of you Moody Blues fans here? I started listening to their music in my teens. My favorite song is still A Question of Balance. And I've come to understand that more and more as I searched for how one is the highest number. Okay, I touched the computer. I sure didn't want to. We have a thing now in psychology called adverse childhood experience. Isn't that a pretty name? You can call it abuse. You can call it neglect. Okay? You can call it sexualization. You can call it whatever you want to call it, but now they call it adverse childhood experiences. And even though that's sort of a pretty name, it does add into it some things that we normally don't think of as abuse. Okay. In understanding psychology, we have a thing called attachment issues. If you want to look that up, the person that researched all that was a fellow by the name of Bowlby. Okay. And he talked about attachments and what happens when primary caregiver attachments are either broken or unsteady for a child, right from actually conception, as we know now, to birth and after birth. So when a child's ripped from their parents, like Indian children were from theirs, what do you think happens to that attachment? What do you think happens to their sense of trust? Because the first stage of development, according to Erickson, is trust versus mistrust. Okay? And all of a sudden their development stops. Okay? When attachment disorder, as they call it a disorder, okay, happens, the development of the child stops. So think about when the kids were ripped from their parents going to boarding school at young, very young ages. Where do you think their emotional, mental, physical, and spiritual development ended up? Way back at the age that they were taken from their parents. Okay? That's one of the reasons it's so hard and so difficult to treat intergenerational trauma, because it goes back so far and it's really not accounted for very much. Okay? But we have to understand that even today, David was talking about, our school systems, the boxes we put kids into. Okay? They're taken from their parents. Any of you kids, people have a kid with a separation anxiety disorder? I say that just because that's how it's called. Okay? That's a normal reaction to an attachment being torn apart. Okay? So, then kids are diagnosed with ADHD and they're medicated, okay, for that and for other kind of disorders, okay? Prozac Nation, right? Okay. We have lost our sense of connectedness to the earth, and to those things that really do heal us. Okay. I'm going to give you the Reader's Digest version of Ojibwe history, and just to illustrate how this trauma has affected generation after generation after generation. Remembering that we are people of the land, and the land and our connection to it was the most important thing to us, and what was one of the first things that happened when the Europeans came over. We were on the East Coast, where I live now, and gradually shifted further and further west. And you can trace the pathways of the trail all around the Great Lakes and out further west. And each time they had to adapt to a new homeland. Okay. Each time they had to leave what they knew and trusted and adapt. The Marines say improvise, adapt, and overcome. Well, the Ojibwe are champions of that, as are many indigenous people. So our land base was taken away from us. Trauma number one. Okay. The next thing that happened was what? Intermarriage. Now, I'm kind of a weird thing. Nitika calls me crazy interwoven. I sometimes go by that name. My birth mother's heritage went back to the Mayflower 4 times. Now, I'm not saying that to be hoody-toody. I really don't care. But it matters to a lot of people. And it shows how, on one hand, one side of my family came, and we say colonized, but they conquered. I just use the term because it's much more visual than colonization. Okay, they were conquered. And on the other hand, I'm French and indigenous, what's very often sometimes called Métis. Okay, so this side of my family goes all the way back to France, and I've traced it back 13, 14 generations, thanks to Family Search, by the way. I've used that extensively, and other types of genealogical sites. And they intermarried with the indigenous because when the French fur traders first came over here, there weren't any women. So they married into indigenous women and were what they called country wives eventually, as they were moving westward with the fur trade, Hudson's Bay, and all of those companies. I come from a long line of fur traders and buffalo hunters on that side. Okay. So my mixed ancestry kind of gives me a perspective. All of those people fought and killed each other at one time on this continent. One time the English were in charge, and then the French were in charge. Well, the indigenous were in charge, number one, first of all, okay, as they became more conquered. I can't, as part of myself, hate one or the other, because I'd be hating myself, okay? And a lot of us, and I'm saying this, have that pain, that hole in your soul where you don't know your ancestors. And the ancestors to the indigenous were very important. And that's why we get so upset when they dig up graves and other sacred sites like that. The worldview with man at center doesn't understand the sacred and how critical that is to the spirit and the sense of self we have as people. Okay. So part of my work as a therapist is to help restore that. And I do a lot of adoption reunions as well as genealogical searches with people to help them find their true self. Okay. And then as the indigenous were moved, the Ojibwe, further and further west, they came into contact in territories of other indigenous. And here we are in Fond du Lac. Okay. Here we are. Now, my home is still in Maine I live right on the coast. I'm so blessed. And here I am in Fond du Lac, where I started this journey Thursday, was where the Ojibwe first started. And here I am now in the land of the lakes and trees. Okay? All of which are my ancestors here. This is guy standing here. You see this? I called him a young, good-looking buck earlier. Yeah, I see him, not visually, but I can feel his presence, and he's helping me to stand. I can't stand on my own. What's holding me up? Besides that. Okay. I know when I'm up here and teaching that the ancestors are holding me up. Right? That's how important it is to know your roots. Anybody remember that old TV show, that series, Roots? Yeah. Okay. So the land base was taken. We were moved away from our homeland. And then our children were taken. And our spirituality was stolen. And we couldn't speak our languages, and we couldn't do our ceremonies. So all of these disconnections, all of these attachment traumas to the things that were meaningful to our sense of what it is to be a human being, were stripped from us. And we wonder why there's so much illness, disease, psychological disruption, addiction, alcoholism within the indigenous communities. Because they have the core sense of self has been ripped from them. And part of the healing of trauma is to restore that. And even restoring the land bases. That's why the land back movement is so important. Because how do you keep a culture alive if you take from them the very things that they survived on? Food and water and the animals and the plants. And all of the things of the earth that sustain us, even today. Whatever you're eating today came from the earth. Okay? And if we poison the earth, if we continue to poison the waters, where are we going to be left? Okay? The same thing's happening today. As Minika said, are you the new Indian? Okay? And I think that's an important question. There's a thing called dark psychology. Are any of you familiar with that? It's when they use the principles of psychology, of human attachment and love for manipulation and personal gain. And it's running rampant this day. You've all experienced it if you turned on a light box. You've all experienced it if you've watched what's going on politically in this country. Okay, the recognition that you're all being manipulated through dark psychology. Okay. That's important to know because there's a way out of it, but you have to be diligent and willing to do the work that it takes to heal the trauma that comes from being subject to dark psychology, especially on every day. Look at the parents that were arrested going to PTA meetings. Government thinks they own you and your children. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but yeah, that's the problem.
Because it's not a theory.
Yeah, that's the truth. Yep. And we have to recognize that. Bless you. No, bless you. Okay.
Thank you.
So how do we heal all this traumatic impact? Okay. In the 90s, I started studying the science called psychoneuroimmunology. Say that fast 10 times. Okay. But what it was is how the mind, body, and spirit are totally interacting with each other. And so therefore, part of therapy has to account for that. Not just the body, not just the mind. You've got to take the spiritual in with it. And for the Ojibwe, we use the 7 grandfather teachings, which you've heard a lot about. Courage, respect, wisdom, humility, honesty, love, and truth. And we have to apply those things to ourselves personally in a fearless and thorough inventory. Where have you heard that before? And if you've ever been to AA, you have to be willing to really look inside the darkest places within you. And people hesitate to do that because they don't want to think that they have dark spots, that they have faults. But that's the process of therapy. You have to unlearn what you were told you were and how you're supposed to be, and relearn the truth of yourself, capital S. Okay? There is an ebook that I wrote back in I think about 2000, called The 7 Essential Keys for Peace and Well-Being. And it's an outline of how to do that: self-concept, reflection, awareness, responsibility, acceptance, validation, and actualization. That's the process that leads you to being able to heal the self. Now, it's easy to say, it might take years upon years to accomplish it. Okay? Therapy used to have a bad rep, right? I've been in therapy for 20 years. Well, now they've gone the opposite. We will authorize you 3 visits. What? I can barely get their name, address, and phone number in 3 visits. But I have learned through various techniques how to read people pretty quick, okay? Through body language and behavioral clues and those types of things. No, I don't do it to everybody every day. Too much. So don't worry about it. I'm not psyching you out, okay? But there are situations where I have to do that, especially when I was working with first responders. People don't understand the trauma they face every day. Not only their own, but other people's. Okay? I rode with sheriff's office for 9, 12 years, on patrol, day, night, and afternoons, and saw what they saw, and it was my job to help them through it. Okay? The same with military. A lot of military clients. I just don't stop at therapy because that doesn't work a lot. I had horses, and we'd have art therapy. They would take tempera paint. I had a little miniature horse that was mostly white, and they would paint their trauma on him, and he would carry it away for it. There are things like that we have to use what the earth gave us for healing. But you don't find that in an office in downtown Houston. Okay? I had a farm, and my clients came to me, and I worked with another program on another farm close by for Afghan and Iraq era veterans with horses and animals and goats and sheep and llamas and cows, actually, to help them ground and take away the trauma. Animals are healers. Animals are healers. And we've lost that. We don't interact with them on a daily basis. Many of you have pets, I'm sure. Why do you have pets? Don't they soothe you? They aggravate you, and we know that. Okay? I have a service dog. His name is Tonka. Okay? He's a miniature rat terrier. He's 10 pounds soaking wet. He loves Mitiga. I was going to name him Radar because when he was a puppy, he had the biggest ears you ever saw. Okay? But then I observed him, and that's how you name things. You observe who they tell you they are. And my service dogs before him were Doberman pincers. Okay. Now, this little guy looks like a Doberman. As a matter of fact, he was often mistaken for a Doberman puppy when he was small. Okay. And my Dobermans taught him everything he knows because I would hook them together. Okay. And the Doberman, and the little guy would follow the Doberman. He had a parent to teach him the ways. He should do his parent. It wasn't my intervention that made him what he was. It was his relationship with my other Doberman and him wanting to be one of the big dogs, which he thinks he is. Okay. And it dawned on me, Radar isn't a good name. So I named him Tonka because he's bigger. He's much bigger than a 10-pound dog. Okay. And not only did I work with, he works with me for my post-traumatic injury. I learned through experience. He works with everyone I work with, veterans, law enforcement, Indigenous. And he's a comfort. And he knows when he feels anxiety rising, his job is to jump in people's laps. He'll scratch on their neck or on their neck, if he'll let them, to distract them from whatever it is that they're going through, the anxiety or the reliving at the moment. He's magic. A dog. Will insurance companies pay for him? No. Okay. But he has a job. And I couldn't work without him. So we need the things that are surrounding us as part of our healing process. And I hear people say, oh, what do you mean the repeat chickens? I have a whole flock of them. And raised chickens. And people loved watching the circle of life. From a chicken to an egg, which came first. And the little chicks hatching. And they could get to name the chicks. And then I'd give away the roosters and keep the hens. And that was part of the process. That is using nature to heal us in my practice. I'm not an herbalist. I'm not really good at that stuff, but I use animals a lot as healers. And that's part of what's missing today. And my regalia, we talk about dudems, which are our clans. And our clans are always named after animals, right? My clan is right here. It's the standing reindeer. Over here is the elk. Okay, there's a horse down here. There's a bear here. There's a wolf up here. And there's other connections that I have to the dudems, to myself, and to others. And this becomes a teaching tool. Where are you from? Who are your ancestors? What do you remember? Okay. One of the things, this is a very mindful thing, I do what's called cognitive behavioral therapy. A lot of words that mean learning how to change your mind, okay, which will then change your behavior. And that's something I learned when I went to college, because we had to do what's called an exegesis. And if you've been to Divinity College, you might know what that is. But it's you take a word from the Greek or the Hebrew and you deep dive it to find out what it's really saying. Because the translations we get are very often kind of surface, okay, maybe words. But like the Ojibwe language, the ancient languages had multiple depths of meaning. Okay. So one of the days that I was doing an exegesis for my class, I found the scripture that says, be transformed by the renewing of your mind. And the Greek word is metanoia. Okay? Metamorphosis is the word that we use today. So if you feel like you're a crawling worm on the earth, just wait. When you do a deep dive into your own self-reflection, you cocoon yourself, you change your mind, and what comes out of it? Yeah. So if you do a deep dive on the word, if you just read the scripture, it's like, well, I got to change my mind. No, it's a transformational process. Doesn't happen quickly. But that's what I do, and that's what I'm preaching to you to do in your own lives. Do a deep dive into your own psyche. If you need help, ask for it, okay? Or go get it. Doesn't mean you're crazy. It doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with you. In fact, my clients always say, well, I'm stupid. No, you're not. Okay? You're wounded. That's a big difference. See yourself as wounded in need of healing and well-being as opposed to needing fixing. Okay? I can't fix anybody. I have to awaken in them their own inner healer, their own spirit, their own body functions, their own nervous system, their own thought processes. And there's many in cognitive therapy, because most of us, have you ever noticed your self-talk? How do you talk to yourself? I'm stupid. Oh man. You know, why did I do that? No, I made a big mistake. You know, if somebody else talked to you like that, what would you tell them? Careful now. You know what you'd tell them. You tell them where to go. Okay. But why do we talk to ourselves like that and then wonder why we're not happy? Why we don't have peace and well-being? So a lot of what I do is help people change the way they talk to themselves. Because if you talk to yourself like that, what do you think you hear from Creator? Criticism, right? The fear of God. Well, it doesn't mean to be afraid of God. It means to have reverence for Him and believe what He says. And the other thing we misconstrue, and I see a lot of, it's called codependence in the psychological vernaculars. But what it really is a misconstruing of the first and greatest commandment. Love the Lord your God and your neighbor as yourself. But we skip the as yourself part. We think it's all about God and our neighbor. I'm a hand talker. But we forget that the self comes first. You can't give away what you don't have. You can't keep making withdrawals from your bank account without making deposits. It just doesn't work. And it doesn't work for yourself either, or for your children. Okay? So all that's the bad news. What do we do? Do you remember when Elder Saul in the movie was talking about the feather? Okay, I'm going to do a little bit of that just to help you remember. Can somebody bring me the feathers? There's two of them right there on top. That's them. That's one. Yep, I want them both. I was gifted alone this morning from many women of her eagle feather. This one's mine. So I decided, which one should I use? And I said, both. What? One is the highest number, right? So here we have it. Okay. And the illustration of the eagle feather shows us the trail that we need to take for the healing of ourselves individually and our families and our communities, and especially our children, because we have to start teaching our children different. We have to start teaching them the values and the value that they have in their own sense of self. School doesn't do that. It tears it up. Okay. So remember what he was talking about, the feather. I was watching the airplane as I was coming in, and I was watching the flaps on the airplane. Okay, when you're taking off, they're down, and the front part is slightly lifted to get lift. The same with the eagle feather. Okay, this side, which it's all called the male side, is the executioner, the one that executes what needs to be done, or I like to call them the doers. Okay, and that's the male side. This side, which gives direction, okay, is the female side. These are the ones that keep the culture, keep the medicine. Despite what you see on TV, all medicine people are men, right? No. No, mostly women, actually. It's the women. And what we have to do is heal this first and foremost. We have to heal the relationship between men and women to put it in equal standing. There's so much misogyny in this country and in the world. Who starts the wars? Who fights the wars? Is it women? Women are the life givers. And we've lost our connection with that. So it's easy to kill and maim and destroy and bomb without thinking. Collateral damage, they call it. Right? So don't take this as being anti-military. I'm not. Both my sons, Mitika, my son Len, have served in the military. Okay. So it's not anti-military. But we need to heal it with the 7 grandfather teachings to add the spiritual to it. So the men and women can sit in the same circle and have the same authority. I've often wondered, I should ask many, some of the treaties that were signed by men, whereas the women in our culture were the tribe was matrilineal, which meant that the women held a lot of the rights in the land and the water. Okay? How did the men get to sign it off? Did they ask? I don't know. I need to do a deep dive into that because that would invalidate a lot of treaties if the wrong people sign them. Okay? Who knows there? But I like to ask these kinds of questions. I'm a curious person. And so I am challenging everybody in this room and everybody watching to begin to heal not only your relationship with yourself, but do a deep dive with your relationship with the other sex, the other gender. Very deep dive. Because unless and until women take their God-ordained place in the world, this chaos is going to continue. That's my prophecy. So take this as the challenge of the day, and then teach your children the feather teaching as they're growing up, so that they don't fall into the same trap that we've been in. Okay? We have to understand the sacred. That's one of the reasons we're here teaching. That's one of the reasons I teach the feather teaching. Because we're in such a fix that we don't realize what causes it. And it's a question of balance. As I said in the video, without that balance, eagle can't fly. We're all eagles. We're all spirit. We're all Ojibwe. That plane couldn't fly if those flaps didn't work right? You'd have a crash. We've had lots of crashes. The divorce rate, think about it. Second marriages fail at a higher rate than first marriages. What are we doing? We're not relating properly. We're not giving each other the proper respect that we're due. Okay? So I invite you to meet that challenge. Okay? Put your families back together the way God intended them. And my gift to you in leaving is the ebook. It's on my, wherever the website was, criticalincidentstress.com. It's there for you to download free. It's my gift to you to help you on your journey of finding the balance in your life and in your family's life to help heal what's happening in this country and in the world. Chimi Butch. So much. The feathers back there. Yeah.
before. Figured that out. Hey, so we're going to break the lunch, and it's going to be 30 minutes. I did want to share it just really quickly because of the thing. When the imperial crown of England, this little island that didn't make anything, that went and took everything, that built big buildings because of it, big banks too. That when they came over and they made their treaties in Canada with the Anishinaabe in the 1860s, that our chiefs, our headmen, were sent as representatives to receive, return, and report. And only the mother and the grandmother has the authority to bind generations under civil law. And so when they returned, they did not understand what was said to them. They had an understanding of what the interpreters instructed them. And they said, this is what's happening. And when they then returned to talk to the British, they were then informed, yeah, you gave it all up. That's what that meant when you signed. Nothing is actually of any authority without the matriarchs and the grandmother's signatures, and we have been saying that for quite some time. There is nothing, no grain of earth, no drop of water, no leaf from a tree that they own upon this land. And so as a representative of two treaties, with Canada and the United States, I'm affirming this as well. And there's going to be hell to pay very shortly. We are now talking about these things. So have lunch.
Everybody that got hit on the shares. Don't lose your way. Follow the spirit, follow the light, follow the truth. It shines today. Seekers come together, searching for the way, guided by the spirit, shining every day. Voices call from Zion, beckoning the pure, gathering the faithful where the truth is sure. Follow the spirit, follow the light, follow the truth. Don't lose your way, don't lose your way. Follow the spirit, follow the light, follow the light, follow the truth. It shines today. Gather all the nations, call them to the fold, where Zion's truth and glory brighter than the gold. Seeking for the answers for what we never knew. Finding in the spirit all things pure and true. Follow the spirit, follow the light, follow the truth. Don't lose your way. Follow the truth, it shines today. Follow the truth. Don't lose your way. Don't lose your way. Follow the truth. Don't lose your way. It shines today. Gather all the nations, call them to the fold, with Zion's truth and glory, brighter than the gold. Seeking for the answers, for what we never knew, finding in the spirit all things pure and true. Follow the light, follow the truth, don't lose your way. Don't lose your way.
For Buick, we want you to feel really special. We want the driver to really
I hope I walk the path to Zion, where truth and light can guide me through. I seek the face of my Redeemer, to find my purpose clear and know just what to do. Through every trial, through every shadow, I'll seek the light that breaks the night. I wanna know the deeper meaning. I wanna see His guiding light. I'm seeking Zion, I'm seeking truth. I'm searching for the way to find my place with you. I want the promise, I want the call, to know my purpose here, to give to you my all. I hope to hear the words unspoken, the still small voice that stirs my soul. I long to see the heavens open, to know my calling sure, to know I'm truly whole. Through every trial, through every shadow, I'll seek the path that's narrow and true. I wanna hear the voice of angels, I wanna stand where skies are blue. I'm seeking Zion, I'm seeking truth. I'm searching for the way to find my place with you. I want the promise, I want the call, to know my purpose. I hope I walk the path to Zion, where truth and light can guide me through. I seek the face of my Redeemer, to find my purpose clear and know just what to do. Through every trial, through every shadow, I'll seek the light that breaks the night. I wanna know the deeper meaning, I wanna see His guiding light. I'm seeking Zion, I'm seeking truth. I'm searching for the way to find my place with you. I want the promise, I want the call, to know my purpose here, to give to you my all. I hope I walk the path to Zion, where truth and light can guide me through. I seek the face of my Redeemer, to find my purpose clear and know just what to do. Just what to do. Through every trial, through every shadow, I'll seek the light that breaks the night. I want to know the deeper meaning. I want to see His guiding light. I'm seeking Zion, I'm seeking truth. I'm searching for the way to find my place with you. I want the promise, I want the call to know my purpose here, to give to you my all. I hope to hear the words unspoken. It's the small voice that stirs my soul. I long to see the heavens open, to know my purpose here, to give to you my all. To you my all, to you my all, to you my all. I hope to hear the words unspoken. It's the small voice that stirs my soul. I long to see the heavens open, to know my purpose here, to give to you my all. Give to you my all. I'll climb the mountains, I'll cross the sea, whatever it takes to bring me to my knees. With every step, I'll draw more near, until your love is all I feel, all I hear. I'm seeking Zion, I'm seeking truth. I'm searching for the way to find our place with you. I want the promise, I want the call, to know my purpose here, to give to you my all. I'll go back to Zion, across the sea or face someday. I'll find you in your kingdom, to know your love will guide my way. Guide my way. Guide my way.
They're great!
Fast 5G home internet made simple from US Cellular.
I hope they call me to Zion's mission when I have grown in faith and truth. I hope by then I'll be ready to speak, to share, to spread the light as the chosen few. I hope that I can share the message with those who seek what's deeply true. I want to be a voice for Zion, to guide, to build, and change the world. I am in my youth. I am in my youth. From the streets to the airwaves, a message resounds, a voice that reaches, a truth that surrounds. With wisdom unbound and a fire inside, together we rise, a people refined. I hope to join with all the seekers who stand with courage and with might. I hope to be a truth revealer, with love, with strength, and words that shine like stars at night. I hope that I can share the message with those who seek what's deeply true. I want to be a voice for Zion, to guide, to build, and change the world. I am in my youth. I am in my youth. From the streets to the airwaves, a message resounds, a voice that reaches, a truth that surrounds. With wisdom unbound and a fire inside, together we rise, a people refined. I am in my youth. I am in my youth. The time has come, the path begins, with every word, a road to win, nothing withheld, our purpose clear, together in Zion, we rise without fear. Zion's call, the path begins, with every word, a road to win, Nothing without our purpose clear. Together in Zion, we rise without fear. Together in Zion, we rise without fear. Nothing without fear. I love the racks. Racks on racks on racks on racks on racks. I love the I hope that I can share the message with those who seek what's deeply true. I want to be a voice for Zion, to guide, to build, and change the world while I am in my youth. From the streets to the airwaves, a message resounds, a voice that reaches, a truth that surrounds, with wisdom unbound and a fire inside. Together we rise, a people refined. I hope to join with all the seekers who stand with courage and with might. I hope to be a truth revealer, with love, with strength, and words that shine like stars at night. I hope that I can share the message with those who seek what's deeply true. I want to be a voice for Zion, to guide, to build, and change the world while I am in my youth. From the streets to the airwaves, a message resounds, a voice that reaches, a truth that surrounds, with wisdom unbound and a fire inside. Together we rise, a people refined, a people refined. Zion's call, a path begins. We stand with courage, a world to win. Nothing withheld, our purpose clear. Together in Zion we rise without fear. In Zion's call, the path begins. With every word, a world to win. Nothing withheld, our purpose clear. Together in Zion, we rise without fear. If you could hide a Zion in the blink of an eye, and then continue onward as stars move through the sky, could you reach the endless heavens where mysteries still unfold, or find a place of ages where stories have been told? Beginning, where no boundaries confine, or view the final gathering, where truth and wisdom shine. The Spirit softly whispers, no mind has seen that place, nor found the endless reaches beyond time's swift embrace. There is a path that leads to light, through mountains high and valleys wide. The journey's long, the steps are steep, but faith will guide where shadows lead. The works of God are endless, new worlds and lives expand. Progress and growth continue in one eternal plan. There is no end to matter, there is no end to grace, there is no end to spirit, There is no end to space. And so we walk with hope in hand, to Zion's promised land. Through every trial, through every test, we seek His peace, we find His rest. There is no end to Zion, no end to love's pure call. For those who seek His promise, will find their all in all. There is no end to Zion, no end to love's pure call. For those who seek His promise, will find their all in all. There is no end to Zion, to love's pure call. Those who seek His promise will find their all in all.
Here's to chasing fall in Wisconsin and riding a wave of new adventures.
If you could hide a Zion in the blink of an eye, and then continue onward as stars move through the sky, could you reach the endless heavens where mysteries still unfold, or find the place of ages where stories have been told? Could you see the first beginning where no boundaries confine, or view the final gathering where truth and wisdom shine? The Spirit softly whispers, no mind has seen that place, nor found the endless reaches beyond time's swift embrace. There is a path that leads to light through mountains high and valleys wide. The journey's long, the steps are steep, the faith will guide where shadows sleep. The works of God are endless, new worlds and lives expand. Progress and growth continue in one eternal plan. There is no end to matter, there is no end to grace. There is no end to spirit, there is no end to space. And so we walk with hope in hand towards our promised land. Through every trial, through every test, we seek His peace, we find His rest. There is no end to Zion, no end to love's pure call. For those who seek Its promise, will find their all in all. There is no end to Zion, no end to love's pure call. For those who seek Its promise, will find their all in all. There is no end to Zion, no end to love's pure call. For those who seek Its promise, will find their all in all. No end to love's pure call. For those who seek Its promise, will find their all in all. Follow the Spirit, follow the light, follow the truth, don't lose your way. Follow the Spirit, follow the light, follow the truth, it shines today. Seekers come together, searching for the way, guided by the Spirit, shining every day. Voices call from Zion, beckoning the pure, gathering the faithful where the truth is sure. Follow the Spirit, follow the light, follow the truth, don't lose your way. Follow the Spirit, follow the light, follow the truth, it shines today. Follow the Spirit, follow the light, follow the truth, don't lose your way. Follow all the nations, call them to the fold, where Zion's truth and glory brighter than the gold. Seeking for the answers, for what we never knew. Finding in the Spirit all things pure and true. Follow the Spirit, follow the light, follow the truth, don't lose your way. Follow the Spirit, follow the light, follow the truth, it shines today. Follow the Spirit, follow the light, follow the truth, don't lose your way. Follow the Spirit, follow the light, follow the truth, don't lose your way. Follow the Spirit, follow the light, follow the truth, it shines today. Follow the Spirit, follow the light, follow the truth, don't lose your way. Follow the Spirit, follow the light, follow the truth, it shines today. Follow the Spirit, follow the light, follow the truth, don't lose your way. Follow the Spirit, follow the light.
Italian sausage, bacon, and pepperoni for only $8.99. That's the lowest price in 3 meat pizzas, right?
I hope I walk the path to Zion, where truth and light can guide me through. I seek the face of my Redeemer to find my purpose clear and know just what to do. Through every trial, through every shadow, I'll seek the light that breaks the night. I want to know the deeper meaning. I want to see His guiding light. I'm seeking Zion, I'm seeking truth. I'm searching for the way to find my place with you. I want the promise, I want the call, to know my purpose here, to give to you my all. I hope to hear the words unspoken, the still small voice that stirs my soul. I long to see the heavens open, to know my calling sure, to know I'm truly whole. Through every trial, through every shadow, I'll seek the path that's narrow and true. I want to hear the voice of angels. I want to stand where skies are blue. I'm seeking Zion, I'm seeking truth. I'm searching for the way to find my place with you. I want the promise, I want the call, to know my purpose here, to give to you my all. I'll climb the mountains, I'll cross the sea, whatever it takes to bring me to my knees. With every step, I'll draw more near, until your love is all I feel, all I feel. I'm seeking Zion, I'm seeking truth. I'm searching for the way to find my place with you. I want the promise, I want the call, to know my purpose here, to give to you my all.
We're in the land of the birds now.
Okay, nature boy.
From Enoch's climb to Salem's glow, through sacred ways and hidden lives, I rise to realms where spirit shines. I trace the stars, numbers hold, find secrets whispered, tales untold. I hold the keys to doors unseen and step through worlds where light redeems. I search for wisdom where rivers flow, from Enoch's climb to Salem's glow, through sacred ways and hidden lines, I rise to realms where spirit shines. The path is steep, the climb is long, but faith will lead where I belong. With every breath my soul ascends, to find the light that never ends. I search for wisdom where rivers flow, from Enoch's climb to Salem's glow, through sacred ways and hidden lines, I rise to realms where spirit shines. I press ahead with hope anew, to find the place where dreams are true. From Enoch's climb to Salem's glow, through sacred ways and hidden lives, I rise to realms where spirit shines. I trace the stars, numbers hold, find secrets whispered, tales untold. I hold the keys to doors unseen and step through worlds where light redeems. I search for wisdom where rivers flow, from Enoch's climb to Salem's glow, through sacred ways and hidden lines, I rise to realms where spirit shines. The path is steep, the climb is long, but faith will lead where I belong. With every breath my soul ascends, to find the light that never ends. I search for wisdom where rivers flow, from Enoch's climb to Salem's glow, through sacred ways and hidden lines, I rise to realms where spirit shines. I press ahead with hope anew, to find the place where dreams are true.
"4 years ago, in this alley, rioters threw a brick at my face and knocked out my teeth.
If you could hide as iron in the blink of an eye, and then continue onward as stars move through the sky, could you reach the endless heavens where mysteries still unfold, or find the place of ages where stories have been told? Could you see the first beginning where no boundaries confine? Or view the final gathering where truth and wisdom shine? The Spirit softly whispers, no mind has seen that place, nor found the endless reaches beyond time's swift embrace. There is a path that leads to light, through mountains high and valleys wide. The journey's long, the steps are steep, the faithful guide where shadows sleep. The words of God are endless, new worlds and lives expand. Progress and growth continue in one eternal plan. There is no end to matter, there is no end to grace, there is no end to spirit, there is no end to space. And so we walk with hope in hand towards Zion's promised land. Through every trial, through every test, we seek his peace, we find his rest. There is no end to Zion, no end to love's pure call. For those who seek its promise, will find their all in all. There is no end to Zion, no end to love's pure call. For those who seek its promise, will find their all in all. There is no end to Zion, no end to love's pure call. For those who seek its promise, will find their all in all. There is no end to Zion, no end to love's pure call. For those who seek its promise, will find their all in all. Will find their all in all.
The Maytag Pet Pro Washer has a built-in filter to remove 5 times.
In the heart of Zion, where the truth shines bright, we gather the stories, bring the shadows to light. From the ancient prophets to the visions anew, we're here to explore, to learn, to renew.
Not yet. Oh.
Unlocking the mysteries where the Spirit wins. From the mountains of Mentina to the city of light, we're guiding the seekers through the darkest night. With the words of the prophets echoing in our soul, we dive into the scriptures, seeking to make us whole. From the plains of America to the temples on high, we uncover the secrets as the eagles fly by. Zion Media, where the journey begins, unlocking the mysteries where the Spirit wins. From the mountains of Mentina to the city of light, we're
In the Great Migration of the Ojibwe, when we had a prophecy that Ojibwe want to beg Solomon Wati, Algonquin, maybe the elder will share a little bit. You saw it a little bit in the video, but you might have forgotten it, so we're going to talk a little bit more about it. But before the European immigrants came, and I'll use that term, it's not, I guess not all immigrants are equal. I'm going to do stand-up too. So, so before they came, we had some people come and visit with us and say, hey, you better move west because otherwise the remaining of what you have will be lost. So go west and try to hide it up as much as you can and keep moving west because they're going to come into this land with two faces. Either they're going to be your brother or they're going to be taking everything. And it's tough to tell when someone's, filled with brotherly love or greed. They both have a smile. And so it's a challenge. And my family, a portion of it, ended up in the very heart of Turtle Island. Now, North America is shaped like a dang turtle. Alaska is a big hand, and Quebec is another hand, and you got 2 feet down there at Baja, California, and with Florida, and you got a tail right there that you call Mexico. And, you know, they don't show you it right. They kind of like flatten it out. But how it actually looks is that it even extends upward like a head. Up in Yellowknife, the Northwest Territories, where the Denetaw, the Dene, who they're a southern family trapped by an invisible line. The government calls the Navajo. Those who are thieves, they're actually Dene. And our family ended up, a portion of them, during the migration of the European into the Dakota territories, in a place called Turtle Mountain. It's not Turtle Mountains. Seen as like a hump in the middle of the back of the turtle, right at the center. Currently, if you look on a map, you'll see a big, interesting green circle right in the middle, and there's a border between it. And that was Turtle Mountain. And yeah, we won't go into that too further. But so my family's there, and also the Jared Peltier family. And many have heard of a gentleman named Leonard Peltier, who's incarcerated and is very well known in tribal circles. This is a relation of his. And our families are congregated with about 5 other tribal groups within the Turtle Mountain Indian Reservation. Remember, reservations are not nations. They are places they stuck families that they never lived in prior. They passed through, maybe they hunted there periodically, but they didn't have what it took to sustain 1 generation, let alone 7. We were given promises of plows and cows, and the plows and cows were never provided. And then we were told when we were hungry, you can eat grass. And these are things no one talks about. And so at Turtle Mountain Indian Reservation, we have had the distinct privilege of watching our youth in 78 go 1 degree more, 1 degree more, until we produced a young man named Jared Peltier. And Jared Peltier is currently running for chairman at the Turtle Mountain Indian Reservation, and he needs our support. He believes that language should be preserved. He believes that families should be united and that every child has the right to the national identity of their parent. Consider that profoundly as you marry people from separate states and you're able to call your child Canadian or American. And in our communities, we must seek back to an agency that in its mere existence is a violation of international law and a violation of provisions under the 1948 Geneva Convention rules on genocide, where an agency will tell a mother and father if their child is enough to be called the same as their family. I know I've certainly experienced it as well. And I am my father's son. And so I want to welcome you, or welcome Jared Peltier. We're going to start with just a little video that kind of talks about where he's going. And then the third thing that he cares about is that our people can be united just like yours. We can move between our communities and be enough to be in our communities, whereas currently that's not the case. If we go from the United States to Canada, we're not Indian anymore. Yet our families are on reservations in Canada. If they come from Canada to the United States, they're not Indian anymore. And so they lack rights, the right to be in your nation, which is your family. And we believe that we should be able to live side by side as equals, taking nothing from each other. But we know, as LDS, that we're going to go a step further eventually, where we're one nation of spirit people. Because we're all here for the same reason, and we're all going to the same place, but 1 degree at a time. And so I'm going to play this clip, and then we'll welcome him in. And he will, I'm sure, explain his history, but this young man has taken it upon himself to move and participate in programs in Washington, D.C. I even went and visited him when he was in Switzerland. He went and was part of the UN conventions there, representing his family and our nation. So we're very, very, very proud of him. Okay, so it's not projecting. Okay. Curious, I was going blind. Okay. Again.
Ujuanin, Jerpel Turin Indishnakas, Makwadudem Nindao, Mekanakwaju Wunjaba. My name is Jerpel Tier of the Bear Clan in Anishinaabe, and Turtle Mountain is my homeland. Years ago, when I was an undergraduate at Turtle Mountain Community College, I took a class on Turtle Mountain history. And it was in this class that for the first time I learned about Indigenous sovereignty. I learned about our unique rights as Indigenous people, and I learned our tribal constitution. It was at that time that I knew I wanted to serve my people, that I wanted to better our governance system. It is now time to rebuild the lodge, not just an individual lodge, but the lodge of our society. It's time to rebuild Turtle Mountain. It's time to rebuild our traditional governance system. It's time for unity, transparency, and accountability. And most of all, it's time for Shimigwich.
Let's close that.
Eyes up here. It's called the Greer Belt Hunter.
Okay, so we want to close that. Hey, Brian, can you come and take charge of your apple? Okay.
We want to start the presentation, right?
Yep, start the presentation.
Right. Let me close this. Slideshow.
Not too fond of apples, you know? They got quite the backstory. Read it in the Bible. I told you I'm doing stand-up here. I'm looking for a new career. Hey. So I just want to, if you could all welcome Jared Peltier.
Thank you. All right. Everybody hear me okay? All right. Bujuanin, Jerpel Tir Indishnakas, Makwadodem Nindao, Mekanakwajun Dunjaba. My name is Jer Peltier of the Bear Clan of the Anishinaabe, and Turtle Mountain is my homeland. I'm here today to share with you my vision for Turtle Mountain. I am running for chairman of Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa, and I am running on what I call a trust platform. TRUST. Tradition, reform, unity, stability, and transparency. So first of all, tradition. So what does it mean when I say tradition is a top priority of my campaign? For many, many years, the federal government suppressed traditional Indigenous knowledge. They took children away from their homes, they sent them to boarding schools, and they raised them to be assimilated American citizens, to forget who they are. Today, we have a lot of problems with drug abuse, with homelessness, with self-esteem. And all of it goes back, I believe, to the fact that our people do not know who they are. Our young people have forgotten who they are. So it's important that we take these traditions that we have that have been kept by knowledge keepers, by traditional headmen and matriarchs from Turtle Mountain, and bring that into the curricula at our schools. At Turtle Mountain, we have about 4 schools. We have federally funded schools, we have tribal schools that are part of the state the state system, and we also have Catholic schools. So what we need to do is we need to bring tradition to all forms of education. A lot of times people talk about, when they talk about indigenous movements, we talk about decolonizing. Decolonization is an important aspect. That's important, but I also believe that we need to re-indigenize. It's not enough to decolonize, but we need to re-indigenize. So at all levels of education. I did not learn about tribal sovereignty or our tribal constitution until I was in college. It took me going to Turtle Mountain Community College to learn about these fundamental things about our tribal nation, our relationship with the United States, our historical relationships with France, the United Kingdom, and other tribes, the Three Fires Confederacy, and all the various tribes that are all across North Dakota today. But it took me going to college, and I think what we need to do is we need to make sure that from a very early age, our children are learning our traditional language, our traditional customs, and our history. So that means, bringing in people who speak Anishinaabe, people who know the traditional customs and norms and histories, and bringing them into the preschools, making sure that the children are learning from a very early age, having immersion programs so that kids that are born at Turtle Mountain, that are raised at Turtle Mountain, will have at least a very basic understanding of the Anishinaabe language, Anishinaabe-Mawin. With this also comes traditional industries. Historically, our people, were hunter-gatherers. We had certain seasons for certain berries, certain seasons for the different plants and the roots and the medicines. And we need to revive those because our people are sick. It's not just a physical sickness, it's a mental sickness, it's an emotional sickness. And by restoring our traditional industries, we're going to give people purpose, something to do and something to cling to. And on top of this, the thing that will bind it all together is reestablishing our traditional governance systems. The government system that we have at Turtle Mountain today has only existed for about 80 years, not even 100 years. It was imposed on us by what was known as the Reorganization Act. The Indian Reorganization Act told tribes that you have to adopt Western-style systems of government. So no more chiefs, no more headmen, no more matriarchs. You have to have a democratically elected government. And I believe that that's a good thing. I don't necessarily disagree with democracy. But by that same token, we lost our connection to our traditional governance systems. So what I propose is that in tandem with the civic government, which is what I will be a part of, we will also have the traditional governance systems to check the power of the civic government. Anytime that our government makes an official act, makes a law, makes a policy, it should have to go through a traditional governance council. People who are appointed by these chiefs, by these headmen, by these matriarchs, our clan mothers. They should be able to nullify anything that goes against our values as Indigenous people. Indigenous people, we have the right to self-determination. In the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, it says that all Indigenous nations have the right to self-determination. And that should include how we identify our political leaders and how we operate our governance systems. So that's tradition. That is the goal. It's the thing that ties all things together. It's our traditions, it's our culture, it's our customs. If we do not maintain our cultural distinction, then we will lose our claims to sovereignty. In order to claim sovereignty, you have to prove that you're different. You're different than other people. You're a distinct cultural group. And if we lose our traditions, if we lose our culture, then we lose our sovereignty. And that really was the intent, as I was saying, the intent of the federal government in suppressing our traditions and our customs and our language. Because if we can't say we're different, if we cannot say that we're a distinct group, then we're left to the wind, to the will of the federal government. Reform. As I just previously mentioned, the Indian Reorganization Act imposed boilerplate constitutions onto our tribes. So there was a report that was done in 1928. It was known as the Miriam Report under the Roosevelt administration. And basically this guy went to different tribes. He was a representative of the Bureau of Indian Affairs. And he said, there's so much poverty in Indian country. All these tribes are poor and they're desolate. It's not because the federal government did that to them. It's not because the federal government put us on reservations and suppressed our people for many, many years. He said it was because they have poor governance structures. They don't have Western-style governments. And so when the Indian Reorganization Act was passed in 1934, basically the federal government sent out boilerplate constitutions to all the tribes, saying, insert your name at the top, you'll have a Western-style government, and then you'll be prosperous, like the rest of American society. In so doing, we've created a government that was not well thought out, that was not well planned. We have, the way that the tribal government works at Turtle Mountain is we have 8 tribal council members and 1 chairman or chairperson. We do not have a separation of the executive power and the legislative power. Essentially, what this has done is we have created a government that is leading by committee. And if anybody knows anything about Soviet Russia or communist China, that's exactly how they do it. They lead by committee. You have a small group of people who make the decisions for everybody. That's what we have at Turtle Mountain. We do not have a way of negotiating between how the money is spent and then how it's executed by the executive. So part of my reform proposals for Turtle Mountain include establishing a clearly defined executive branch that would have negotiation power with the tribal council, which would take over the legislative responsibilities of the tribe. Because they're united right now, because we have this tribal council system, we have no real way of negotiating. Basically, what we have is, hey, if this council member does something for me, then I'll do something for him down the road. As opposed to saying, we just passed the law, now we're going to pass it to the executive, who we have to show a justified process, a fair and open process. So separation of powers and checks and balances. Right now, the tribal government makes all the employment decisions. And actually, in the last few years, if you look at Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa's website, the government website, you'll see that over the last 4 or 6 years, the tribal council has been busy consolidating business powers. Basically, there's no independent business anymore. Any business decision goes through the tribal government, and all employment decisions, people who are hired to work for the tribe, go through the tribal council. So you have politically elected positions that are making business decisions, that are making employment decisions, hiring decisions, and that leads to a culture of anxiety. I've talked to many tribal workers, people who have left, who say that they're all afraid. There is this culture of fear, because if you speak out against the tribal government, if you speak out against the tribal council, you run the risk of getting fired. You run the risk of losing your livelihood, of losing your job. And so by separating those things, by separating business powers, by separating hiring powers from the politically elected government, we will ensure that there's a more fair and open process in hiring and in business ventures. Unity. This is my favorite bit right here. This is probably one of the boldest proposals that has been made at Turtle Mountain in a long time, in decades, which is the elimination of blood quantum. So what is blood quantum? Blood quantum is a colonial construct that was imposed upon tribes in the colonial period. There were two ways of measuring identity in the colonial period. They had one drop for Africans, and they had blood quantum for Indigenous Americans. One drop rule means if you have one drop of African blood, if you have one African ancestor, then you are black and you are a slave. 3/5 a person. And with blood quantum, if you have your blood, your identity gets divided with every passing generation. If you have one white ancestor or one white parent, then you're less indigenous. So in a way, these two concepts are actually contradicting. You know, in one sense, African blood infects you as a black person, but in the other sense, as an indigenous person, whiteness infects you. You become less indigenous. It's true. And it was all with the intention of two purposes. With the one drop rule, you increase the amount of people that give you free labor. And with blood quantum, you reduce the amount of people who have claims to the land that they occupy. If you can go to them and say you aren't Indian enough, then that justifies the federal government taking everything that you have. So this is a question I ask everybody back home. Why do we have that system embedded within our tribal constitution? And again, this all goes back to the Indian Reorganization Act, the IRA. It's because when they put out those boilerplate constitutions, they included blood quantum as a measurement. And so to this day, in order to identify your blood quantum, your blood pedigree, which is as racist as it sounds, you have to go to the rolls that were established in the 1940s and trace your lineage that way. And then you get a percentage. And in order to be a tribal member, you have to have at least 25%, a quarter. Historically, however, we didn't do things that way. We were not geneticists before the colonization of America. We had complex systems of adoption, and we identified people by lineal descent. Meaning, my grandmother, my mother are from Turtle Mountain, therefore I'm from Turtle Mountain. My father's from Turtle Mountain, therefore I'm from Turtle Mountain. It doesn't matter the blood pedigree, because again, the blood pedigree is a racist system. It was a racialized system that was imposed on us. And so what I am proposing is that in order to remain united as a tribal nation, as a sovereign nation, we have to make sure that our people are all accounted for. And we have to make sure that our children have a home to come back to. Because this is the issue today, especially. I would say now more than ever. We have more and more mixed people. And I tell you what, you have people at Turtle Mountain who have lived there their whole lives. Their parents are both from Turtle Mountain. But because they fell in love with somebody who's not from Turtle Mountain, their children are barred from being enrolled because of their blood quantum. This goes, we have people from all over. And actually, Turtle Mountain historically was always a very diverse place because it was such a central location on the plains that you had Ojibwe people there, you had Nakota people there, or Assiniboine, you had Lakota people, you had Métis people, you had the French, and eventually the Scottish and the English came through there. So already, you go back 200 years, it was already a diverse place. It wasn't like we were all one thing. So it goes against kind of our fundamental identity as Turtle Mountain people, which is that we are a diverse people already. And also, they had a complex system of adoption. What does that mean? The system of adoption literally meant, historically, our people, indigenous people in North America, they didn't do war in the way that people do war today. A lot of times they had what was called counting coup. And if you got close enough to a warrior to touch him, then they were dishonored. They were disgraced. You let somebody touch you with the coup stick, and you were taken as a prisoner of war because you wouldn't even want to go back home after that. And we had prisoners of war who would, essentially be indentured servants. But after living in the tribe for a number of years, they would be fully adopted into the tribe. Once you learn the language, once you learn the customs, once you learn the way of living, who can say that you're not from the tribe? And then you would, you would take on a wife, you would be blended into the society, and you would be a full citizen. And every country in the world today has a naturalization process that does not include blood pedigree or blood quantum. As a sovereign nation, and this is in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, we have the right to self-identification. We set our own laws, our own rules on how to identify our people. And I think that we should get to the point where somebody who is fully invested in the tribe, wants to give their time, talent, and resources to the tribe, wants to learn our language, preserve our customs, carry it on for the next generation, should be allowed to become citizens of our nation. Just like every country in the world. If I wanted to, tomorrow I could move to France and I could live there for 10 years, learn French, learn how to, smoke cigarettes for breakfast. If I learned their cultural customs and the way that they live, I could become a French citizen. So why isn't that the way it is at Turtle Mountain or anywhere in Indian country for that regard? But I do understand that there are some people who still really believe in blood quantum at our tribe, who wouldn't necessarily want it to go away completely. But there are some precedents for at least fixing the system. So if we don't get enough popular support to completely eliminate blood quantum, I say at the very least we should reform it. And if you look at what they did at White Earth and Red Lake Nation in Minnesota, they reset their blood quantum rolls to 1980. So anyone born before 1980 is considered a full-blooded citizen. And then they trace that the blood quantum from that. So I personally want to abolish blood quantum completely because I believe it's antithetical to Indigenous teachings and to how we identify our members, the spirit of adoption. But I also understand that some people might not be fully on board with that. And so at the very least, I'm willing to compromise on that to reset our blood quantum requirements to 1980, just like they did at White Earth. This also means international outreach as well. As a sovereign nation, we should be able to go to other countries and to request assistance, to get foreign investment, to get recognition. Because as it stands, Anishinaabe people had treaties with the English. We had unwritten treaties with the French. There's even evidence that the Holy See, the Vatican, made a treaty, a wampum belt treaty with Indigenous people in Canada. So we know that the sovereignty of Indigenous people has been recognized internationally for centuries, since the 1600s. So why is it that we're limited? Essentially, tribes are not allowed to go beyond the federal government. The federal government retains exclusive rights to deal with the tribal nations, to manage them, and to make relationships with them. But as I said, that goes against the history of our recognitions from other countries. And so not only reaching out to other tribes, like in North Dakota, we have 5 tribes, 4 aside from Turtle Mountain. We should be reaching out to them to stand united. American Indian people, Native Americans, we only make up about 3% of the population of the United States of America. So we have to stand together as much as possible if we're going to ever accomplish anything. It's like Sitting Bull said, and he is, I'm a descendant of Sitting Bull. He's one of my great-great-great-grandfathers through my MacArthur family side. And he said, as individual fingers, we are easily broken, but together we form a mighty fist. And that's exactly what we need today. We need to stand united as Indigenous people, not only in North Dakota, not only in the United States, not only in North America, but truly worldwide. There are Indigenous people all over this world. There's Indigenous people in Australia, in Scandinavia, in Africa, in South America. We have to reach out to them and unite the Indigenous world in order to get the things that we need. Not only the preservation of our sovereignty, our right to self-determination, but also the economic opportunities that we need to build ourselves up. Which brings me to stability. As I mentioned at Turtle Mountain, there really isn't a clear distinction between business powers and political power. The political government, the civic government, has really taken control and has been the one to choose winners and losers in our economy. And so what we need to do is we need to separate those business powers from the tribal government. And the way that I see that happening is through the establishment of an independent economic development corporation. And you see this a lot in rural America. There are municipal governments that will establish economic development corporations and cooperatives, yes, co-ops. And I think, and actually it's interesting that you mentioned that, cooperatives, I think, are a wonderful way to boost economic activity in Indian country, because we were already a communal people. And a cooperative business model really represents, I think, that communal way forward, the way that we were a communal people. So it's a way of honoring our past while with an eye towards the future. And actually, if you look at the statistics on cooperatives, cooperative business models actually have a higher success rate in the United States than conventional business models. A conventional business has a 5-year survival rate of like 5 to 10%. But a cooperative model has a 5-year survival rate of about 60% or 70%. So when you actually look at the numbers on cooperatives, cooperatives are a good way to go. So thank you for mentioning that. But by establishing this economic development corporation, we'll be separating our business powers from politics. Imagine if Congress was the one to decide the business decisions of America. Imagine if Congress was the one who was hiring everyone who worked in the federal government. It would be kind of a mess, wouldn't it? But that's what's happening at Turtle Mountain. This economic development corporation would be a way of managing our tribe's money without the possibility of corruption. Well, I mean, there's always a possibility. Humans tend towards corruption, but at least there'll be accountability. There would actually be a way of checking to see that those business opportunities are being invested in properly. Our money is being handled properly. And I mentioned the Dawes Act here. The Dawes Act, or the Indian Appropriations Act, basically this was when all of tribal land was turned into allotments and then given to families. But the thing about it is, every generation that passes, the land gets fractionalized. So, our great-grandfather had a parcel of land, and when he died, his 3 children divided the land 3 ways, and then they died, and then the land was divided even more. And to this day, we have all of these small, tiny parcels of land. And I would say this is one of our biggest barriers to development. It all stems from the Dawes Act and dividing up the lands in that way. And as the lands become fractionalized, some people have sold their allotments. Some people sold them to non-Indian people. And when you sell tribal land to a non-Indian person, that gets taken out of the federal trust. And so then that leads to other problems jurisdictionally, because then you have a checkerboard effect. Some of this land is tribal, some of it's state maybe. And this causes problems for jurisdictions and zoning. We are unable to give proper zoning permits to figure out how to zone, how to give certain industries preference because of this fractionated land that we have in Indian country. And so bringing stability to the economy is really important for Indian country. And if we don't And if we really don't start to reconsider our land allotment system, we're never going to overcome that barrier. But this also includes foreign investment. I was just saying to an individual out here that I often say that in Indian country, we have a tendency to treat our issues as domestic issues. And so we seek domestic solutions to those issues. But if we are a sovereign nation, if we are truly a sovereign nation within the anarchy of international affairs, then we have to treat our issues as international issues. And we have to find international solutions to those problems. Because once you start to apply international language, the picture becomes much clearer. We have a trade deficit in Indian country. We take in, resources from outside, but we don't produce anything internally, and we don't take things to market. We don't have foreign direct investment. We don't have people from other countries or from other tribes coming into our communities and investing. I have no problem with foreign investors making money so long as they provide the economic opportunities for our people to grow and take care of themselves. So opening ourselves up to the rest of the world is really important, because for so many years we've been isolated, we've been cut off from the rest of the world, and we've been left to fight among ourselves, to fight over land, to fight over resources, instead of finding a better strategic plan, a way of creating a united front and seeking those economic opportunities. And just like rebuilding those traditional industries, it goes a long way. Because we'll be able to produce things that we historically produced. Our people have always been good artists. We've always had, good food systems. We've always been industrial people. We are the one, the Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa, we're the ones who invented the Red River cart. So what happened to that industry? Taking our things to market and those kinds of things. So I think that by opening ourselves up economically to the rest of the world, we'll have more stability. Because unfortunately, what we have right now in Turtle Mountain is we have a boom and bust kind of cycles. We get money from the federal government, we get a grant written maybe, we get that funding, then the grant runs out, then the program fails, then the money runs out. Especially right now, there's a lot of money being thrown around at Turtle Mountain. $32 million from the federal government is unaccounted for at Turtle Mountain right now, because of the way that our tribe operates their business structures. And they've thrown money at various pet projects that are not really designed to help the people, but rather make money for them and their family members. And so by bringing in economic opportunity and create more stability, we lose that, we move more away from that boom and bust kind of system. I'm not saying that we shouldn't get any money from the federal government, because we have treaties. We have treaties and agreements with the federal government, and the federal government has to fulfill its obligation. So any money from the federal government is supposed to fulfill their obligation to provide us with health care, to provide us with education, to provide for our well-being. But by that same token, if we're totally reliant on the federal government, what's going to happen to us? I always say a government that is strong enough to give you everything is strong enough to take it all away. So we have to really be considerate about where our money is coming from. And if our money is only coming from the federal government, it's going to be bad for the future generations. And that brings me to transparency, of course. As I mentioned, $32 million is missing at Turtle Mountain. During COVID, we got a lot of money, and this money was supposed to be spent on direct payments to members, because Turtle Mountain has the most enrolled members than any other tribe in North Dakota. We have about 32,000 enrolled members, maybe more, after this last census. But because we have such a high number, we got a lot of money. All the other tribes, in North Dakota, like the Mandan, Hidatsa, and Arikara, and the Spirit Lake Nation, they all did direct payments to their members, because they got about 8,000, 10,000 members. They got, a few $1 million. They gave it all to their members. Everyone was supposed to get about $6,000, I think was the measurement. But at Turtle Mountain, they decided instead of giving money directly to members, they were going to pool all the money and spend it any which way that they wanted. They started throwing money around. They started a butcher shop that didn't actually turn into a butcher shop. Now it's like office space for the USDA. They threw money at a water park, which went $10 million over budget. We had, isn't it crazy? We have an emergency response center that was built using our money. We built an emergency response center that is on non-tribal land. So we have a tribally funded building that we have to pay fees on land that we have to pay fees on. Oh my gosh, I could go on. There's so many things like that. That emergency response center, when it was first built, it wasn't even built to code. You couldn't put the emergency response vehicles inside. The butcher shop, the reason that the butcher shop fell through is because they had it by a sewer line. You can't have butchery in a place where there's sewage. So there were a lot of miscalculations. And I think a lot of it stems from the fact that it's a closed off system. They don't talk, they don't have this open accountability. Whose fault is it? We can't say because there is no transparency. We can't say if it was the fault of the tribal chairman or if it was the fault of an individual tribal council member, or if it was maybe the private side of it, the people who were constructing. There's no transparency. And a lot of the companies that came in, just as a side note, a lot of the companies that came in to build these buildings were from Minnesota. They weren't even locals. And our current tribal chairman has a lot of business relationships in the state of Minnesota because that's where he got his business degree. I'm not claiming to know anything, secret knowledge, but there's definitely something that's very suspicious going on at Turtle Mountain as far as that money goes. But the federal government did do an audit and they wrote a report, and you can find this report, the Office of Inspector General website, that $32 million was misspent at Turtle Mountain. And that's just from the COVID funding. That's not even including other kinds of funding that has happened in that time. I did hear from kind of a secret informant who works in the tribal government. He said that there's going to be a full audit done by the federal government in December. But of course, the election will be before that. So if, stuff hits the fan, it will be after they get reelected, if they get reelected. And so what I propose that we do is that we bring in an independent third-party auditor to look over our finances. That is, if the federal government isn't already doing that. And producing regular reports on our for our people to view. And also having clear and open hiring processes that are not tied into politics at all. The federal government, they have the office they have a separate office of employment that manages the employment opportunities for federal jobs, completely separate completely separated from politics. There was one thing that I wanted to mention that I forgot to mention. The reason that the tribe felt comfortable pooling all that money together instead of doing direct payments is because most of our people do not have a home at Turtle Mountain. Most of our people live away. So we have 32,000 members, but only about 8,000 or 9,000 of them live in and around the reservation. There isn't enough housing. There's not enough housing, and there's not enough job opportunities. And so because all those tribal members live off reservation, they are completely forgotten. The tribe does not consider them when they figure all these things, when they factor all these things. They just don't, excuse me, they don't consider the thousands, the tens of thousands of people that live in Minneapolis, Seattle, San Francisco, and all over the state of North Dakota. And that all goes back to the 1950s and 60s. The federal government gave tribal communities money to move away from the reservations, to get factory jobs in the cities. So they built housing projects and that kind of stuff. And again, it was a tool of assimilation. They wanted the people to leave the reservation. And it seemed like a good deal, right? We're going to go get economic opportunities in the city. But it was with the underlying motive that they would become Americans. Anytime the federal government tries to get rid of Native people or move them away or assimilate them, it's all for the same reason, to abolish the tribal system. Because the tribal system, recognizing the sovereignty of indigenous people, it's expensive. It's an expensive system to maintain. But it's, you know, it's what we need, because by agreeing to these systems, by agreeing to the reservation system, by signing treaties with the federal government, we freed up so much land for the American government to make money. Think about all the tribal land that was taken that produces hundreds of millions of dollars every year for the American economy that we have been shut out from. So when people talk about, oh, the tribal system is expensive, believe me, it was a lot more expensive for us to give up that land in the first place, because you promised. And again, treaties are supposed to be the supreme law of the land, right? In the US Constitution, Article 5, treaties are the supreme law of the land in this country. If you don't fulfill the treaty obligations, you're breaking constitutional law. And so transparency is a really important goal for me, so that the tribal government can never be as corrupt as it is right now. That never again will we have to question or have to wonder if our money is being spent properly. So you can learn more about my platform. I have it all written down on jairforchair.com, JAIR, the number 4, chair.com. I got all of this on there. Everything should be up there. But we also have a donor box site for donations. That's donorbox.com/JairTheBearForChair. That's the QR code for the donor box site if anybody wants to take a look. If you want to be a part of this movement, if you want to see change at Turtle Mountain that would hopefully inspire other tribes to follow the same kinds of reforms, feel free to donate, a few dollars. If everybody donated, $5, I think we'd be sitting pretty good. October 1st is the Tribal Forum. That's kind of our version of the debates. October 15th is the primary. And November, whenever the federal and state election is, that's when our tribal general election is. But I have to get through to October 15th because it's the top 2 that go on to the general election, the top 2 candidates. So I have to make sure that I get there. And I have to be visible. I have to make sure that I'm visible to the people, that where the people's eyeballs are, there's Jair the Bear. So any donations that are made will go towards online advertising, physical print media, billboards, that kind of thing. Because it's we're in the home stretch. We're coming towards the election very fast. And so anything would be greatly appreciated. So Chi Miigwech, thank you very much. And remember, tell your friends and relatives at Turtle Mountain, Jair the Bear for Chair. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. Yes, yeah. It'll be on TV and on the radio. So I'm not sure. I'm not. It'll be on like KFYR TV is what they call it. But yeah, I'll shoot the link out and he'll disseminate it. So good. Yeah. Oh. Thanks.
Plains of America, to the temples on high, we uncover the secrets as the eagles fly by. Nothing will be withheld from them for those who seek and strive with hearts full of truth, we rise again. Zion Media, keeping the faith alive. Zion Media, where the journey begins, unlocking the mysteries, where the Spirit wins. From the mountains of Antioch to the city of light, we're guiding the seekers through the darkest night. Join us in the quest, where truth is our guide. In the arms of Zion, we stand side by side. Zion Media, where the story is told, bringing forth the wisdom, both ancient and bold. Join us in the quest, where truth is our guide. In the arms of Zion, we stand side by side. Zion Media, where the story is told, bringing forth the wisdom, both ancient and bold. Join us in the quest, where truth is our guide. In the arms of Zion, we stand side by side. Zion Media, where the story is told, bringing forth the wisdom, both ancient and bold.
Here's to feasting with friends in Wisconsin, to savoring fall flavors all
In Zion's light, the truth takes its stand. The Davidic servant comes to regulate the land. We gather Israel, the scattered and lost, the remnant of Jacob, no matter the cost. Zion Media, where the journey begins, unlocking mysteries, where the Spirit wins. With the prophets of the north, returning anew, we're guiding the seekers, our vision true. With faith and purpose we light the way, from ancient paths to modern days. Zion Media, we find our way. Zion Media, where the journey begins, unlocking mysteries, where the Spirit wins. With the prophets of the north, returning anew, we're guiding the seekers, our vision true. Nothing's withheld for those who seek in Zion's embrace, the strong and the meek. The remnant returns, the time is near. Zion Media's voice is loud and clear. The Zion Media, where the journey begins, where the journey mystery, where the Spirit wins, where the Spirit prophets of the north, with the north and turning anew. We're guiding the seekers, our vision true. Nothing's withheld for those who seek in Zion's embrace, the strong and the meek. The remnant returns, the time is near. Zion Media's voice is loud and clear. Zion Media, where the journey begins, unlocking mysteries, where the Spirit wins. With the prophets of the north, we're returning anew. We're guiding the seekers, our vision true. Join the quest, with truth as our guide. In science and lights, we stand side by side. With Israel gathered and Jacob restored, Zion media brings the message of the Lord.
You did it. You built a successful business and made it look easy. But at U.S. Bank, we remember what went into getting here. Through it all, our wealth.
Truth and light can guide me through. I see the face of my Redeemer. To find my purpose clear and know just what to do. Through every trial, through every shadow, I'll seek the light that breaks the night. I wanna know the deeper meaning. I wanna see His guiding light. I'm seeking Zion, I'm seeking truth. I'm searching for the way to find my place with you. I want the promise, I want the call, to know my purpose here, to give to you my all. I hope to hear the words unspoken, the still small voice that stirs my soul. I long to see the heavens open, to know my purpose here, to give to you my all. Through every trial, through every shadow, I'll seek the path that's narrow and true. I wanna hear the voice of angels. I wanna stand where skies are blue, to know my calling short, to know I'm truly on. Through every child, I seek the path that's narrow and true. I wanna hear the voice of angels. I wanna stand where skies are blue. I'm seeking light, I'm seeking truth. I'm searching for the way to find my place with you. I want the promise, I want the call, to know my purpose here, to give to you my all. I'll climb the mountains, I'll cross the sea, whatever it takes to bring me to my knees. With every step, I'll draw more near, until your love's all I feel, all I hear. I'm seeking Zion, I'm seeking truth. I found the path to path.
Succeeding in business is no different from winning in sports. You have to dodge various hurdles to finish first. Your team needs to be in perfect harmony to demonstrate a true collaborative effort. Your approach has to be flexible and balanced. Oh, and you've got to have the right tools. Bitrix 24 is an online workspace for businesses designed to help you win any competition. Start free now at bitrix24.com.
truth. Don't lose your way. Follow the spirit, follow the light, follow the truth. It shines today. Seekers come together, searching for the way, guided by the Spirit, shining every day. Voices call from Zion, beckoning the pure, gathering the faithful where the truth is sure. Follow the Spirit, follow the light, follow the truth. Don't lose your way. Don't lose your way. Follow the Spirit, follow the light, follow the light, follow the truth. It shines today. Gather all the nations, call them to the fold, where Zion's truth and glory brighter than the gold. Seeking for the answers for what we never knew, finding in the Spirit all things pure and true. Follow the Spirit, follow the light, follow the truth. Don't lose your way, don't lose your way. Follow the light, follow the truth. It shines today. Follow the truth. Don't lose your way. Gather all the nations, call them to the fold, where Zion's truth and glory brighter than the gold. Seeking for the answers for what we never knew. Finding in the Spirit all things pure and true.
Thing that would cure whatever ailed you. If you were up, he had high papa lorum that would bring you down. And if you were down, he had low papa hiram that would bring you up. Now, a curious observer said, this is like magic. You know, how did you come up with this? And the guy says, that's the magic of it. It all comes from the papum tree. Yeah, I make high papa lorum.
One's trying to skin you from the ear down, the other's trying to skin you from the ankle up. True story.
Take your nonsense somewhere else. Okay, so I do want to introduce our next speakers. We're going to be starting off with an elder who is dear to my heart. One of my principal elders, his name was Tom Bestow. I met him back in the early 90s during a random crossing of paths, which we know are not random and there are no coincidences, where I turned left on a beach and ran into a group of people standing on the beach. And I said, I'm an Indian too. And there are a ton of Indians there. And I met this man who never let me go until he passed away last July. And one of his close friends who took that life journey with him is Algonquin Anishinaabe Midu elder Ogegwanabik. Did I say it right? Face in the Rock. Face in the Rock. Solomon Wawate. And he is from the Makwa Dudem, which is the Bear clan. And he is currently living at the Gitaganzibi First Nation. And he is the keeper of a lot of sacred teachings. And one of these is the Pike teaching. And he continues the great legacy of Grand Chief William Commanda Morningstar in sharing the Seven Fires prophecy so that we remember who we are, where we're going, and why what we do today really matters. Also with him is a relation, Bimisiwain Ginu Wawate Jane Nikita. She is from, and I hope you forgive me, Nikita, if I said that wrong. She is from the Ma'ingan Dudem, or the Wolf Clan, and she is with the Algonquin of the Barrier Lake. She also carries sacred things such as paddles, these sacred paddles that are a part of a sacred story that involves the great peacemaker. And she carries one of these paddles that was gifted to her through also Grand Chief Ojibwe Morning Star William Commanda, the former Grand Chief of the North American Indian Nation from 1956 to 2011, who was also the keeper of the sacred wampum belts, which still are retained by the Algonquin people today, and I'll talk a little bit about that in my talk later. And so these are two sacred people in our family, and I'm grateful for them to be here to talk today. So I will, if we could give them a warm welcome. So what you see on the screen here is fish are sacred, and the fish have a lot to teach us. And so these are the bones of the pike. And Elder Bawati, I'd like to welcome you to go ahead and share what you have to say and transition it over to Nikita. But I did want to tell you, I love you, man. And thanks for coming on.
All right. Can they hear me?
Oh, yes.
Okay. In the beginning, I thought those were stories, legends, like the meaning of legends in English. But turns out they're real stories of creation. So, what our laws are written in nature. So, our great law was written in the head of the pike. You see the top one in the middle? That's a place of worship, which we call the sweat lodge. On both sides of the sweat lodge, you have two words. One is a crow, the other one is a seagull. Night and day, shadow and light. And that became our judicial system. Then below the sweat lodge is a fire. A belief system. We believe in the Creator. Whether it goes well for those believers of Allah and God and Jesus Christ and Buddha. On the side, on the right side, is a scraper. You scraper to recycle things. Work letters, stuff like that. And then in the middle looks like a butterfly. The butterfly represents your freedom. And beside the butterfly, there's a staff. The staff represents our principles. On both sides, you have two knives. One is education, and the other one is freedom of choice. To cut the question, down below, you have the bow and arrow, which allows you to build shelter and the things you need. On the far left, on the bottom, you have your axes. With permission to construct anything you need. The bow is, I'm gonna correct this, the bow is the permission to feed your family, your village, your nation. And the far right, the bottom, as a man and women for prosperity. Beside the man and the woman, you have the pipe so you can find peace. And you see that canoe? It represents your body. You serve any way you want to serve. Down below, you see things that are sticking up. That's the trees and environment. The hole in the middle is the river of life. So that all belongs to you, a human being. That's where we get our great law. Make good. Thank you.
I guess it's my turn to go. I'll reintroduce myself. Wake, Bimasewan Gino, there's Nakaznan. Wagan Godem. Hi, everybody. My name is Nikita Wawate. Wawate meaning Northern Lights. So that's what me and Saul's last name means. And thank you for having me. And I'll jump right into the 7 fires prophecy. So the 7 fires The 7 prophets came to Anishinaabe. They came at the time when the people were living a full and peaceful life on the northeastern coast of North America. These prophets left the people with 7 predictions of what the future would bring. Each of the prophecies was called a fire, and each fire referred to a particular era of time and would come in the future. Thus, the teaching of the 7 prophets are now the 7 fires. The first prophet said to the people, "In the time of the first fire, the Anishinaabe nation will rise up and follow the sacred shell of the Medewan Lodge. The Medewan Lodge will serve as a rallying point for the people, and its traditional ways will be the source of much strength. The sacred Migas will lead the way to the chosen ground of the Anishinaabe. You are to look for a turtle-shaped island, and this linked to the purification of the earth. You will find such an island at the beginning and end of your journey. There will be 7 stopping places along the way. You will know the chosen ground as has been reached when you come to a land where food grows on water. If you do not move, you will be destroyed." The second prophet told the people, "You will know the second fire because at this time the nation will be camped by a large body of water. In this time, the direction of the sacred shell will be lost. The Medewan will diminish in strength. A boy will be born to point the way back to the traditional ways. He will know the direction of the stepping stones to the future of the Anishinaabe people." The third prophet said to the people, "In the third fire, the Anishinaabe will find a path to their chosen ground, a land in the west to which they must move their families. This will be the land where food grows on water." The fourth fire was originally given to the people by 2 prophets. They come as one. They told of the coming of the light-skinned race. One of the prophets said, "You will know the future of our people by the face the light-skinned race wears. If they come wearing the face of brotherhood, then there will come a time of wonderful change for generations to come. They will bring new knowledge and articles that can be joined with the knowledge of this country. In this way, the 2 nations will join to make a mighty nation. This new nation will be joined by 2 more, so that 4 will form the mightiest nation of all. You will know the face of the brotherhood if the light-skinned race comes carrying no weapons, if they come bearing only their knowledge and a handshake." The other prophet said, "Beware if the light-skinned race comes wearing the face of death. You must be careful because the face of the brotherhood and the face of death will look very much alike. If they come carrying a weapon, beware. If they come in suffering, they could fool you. Their hearts may be filled with greed for the riches of the land. If they are indeed your brothers, let them prove it. Do not accept them in total trust. You shall know that the face they wear is one of death. If the river runs with poison and the fish become unfit to eat, you shall know them by these many things." The 5th prophet said, "In time of the 5th fire, there will come a time of great struggle with grip the lives of all nations, of all native people. All the warning of this fire there will come among the people who holds a promise of great joy and salvation. If people accept this promise of a new way and abandon the old teachings, then the struggle of the 5th fire will be with the people for many generations. The promise that comes will prove to be a false promise. All those who accept this promise will cause the near destruction of people." The prophet of the 6th fire said, "In the time of the 6th fire, it will be evident that the promise of the fifth fire came in a false way. Those deceived by this promise will take their children away from the teachings of the elders. Grandsons and granddaughters will turn against the elders. In this way, the elders will lose their reason for living. They will lose their purpose in life. At this time, a new sickness will come among the people. The balance of many people will be disturbed. The cup of life will almost be spilt. The cup of life will almost become the cup of grief. At the time of these predictions, many people scoffed at prophets. They then had medicines to keep away sickness. They were then healthy and happy as a people. These were the people who chose to stay behind in the great migration of Anishinaabe. These people were the first to have contact with the light-skinned race. They would suffer the most. When the fifth fire came to pass, a great struggle did indeed grip the life of all Native people. The light-skinned race launched a military attack on the Indian people throughout the country, aimed at taking away their land and their independence as a free and sovereign people. It is now felt that the false promise that came at the end of the fifth fire was the materials and riches embodied in the way of life of the light-skinned race. Those who abandoned the ancient ways and accepted this new promise were a big factor in causing the near destruction of the Native people of this land. When the fifth fire came to be, the words of the prophet rang true as children were taken away from the teachings of the elders. The boarding school era of civilizing Indian children had begun. The Indian language and the religion were also taken from the children. The people started dying at an early age. They had lost their will to live and their purpose in living. In the confusing time of the sixth fire, it is said that a group of visionaries came among the Anishinaabe. They gathered all the priests of the Medewan Lodge. They told the priests that the Medewan Way was in danger of being destroyed. They gathered all the sacred bundles. They gathered all the scrolls that were recorded, the ceremonies. All these things were placed in a hollowed out log in the ironwood tree. Men were lowered over the cliff by long ropes. They dug a hole in the cliff and buried the log where no one could find it. Thus the teaching of the elders were hidden out of sight, but not out of memory. It was said that when the time came that the Indian people could practice their religion without fear, that a little boy would dream where the ironwood log full of sacred bundles and scrolls were buried. He would lead his people to the place. The seventh prophet that came to the people long ago was said to be different from the other prophets. He was young and had a strange light in his eye. He said, "In the time of the seventh fire, new people will emerge. They will retrace their steps to find what was left by the trail. Their steps will take them to the elders who they will ask to guide them on their journey. But many of the elders will have fallen asleep. They will awaken to this new time with nothing to offer. Some of the elders will be silent out of fear. Some of the elders will be silent because no one will ask anything of them. The people will have to be careful on how they approach the elders. The task of the new people will not be easy. If the new people will remain strong in their quest, the water drum of the Medewan Lodge will again sound its voice. There will be a rebirth of the Anishinaabe nation and a kindling of the old flames. The sacred fire will again be lit. In this time, that the light-skinned race will be given a choice between two roads. If they choose the right road, then the seventh fire will light the eighth fire and final fire. An eternal fire of peace, love, brotherhood, and sisterhood. If the light-skinned race makes the wrong choice of the roads, then the destruction which they brought with them is coming to this country and will come back at them and cause them suffering and death to all the earth's people. Traditional Medeb people of Ojibwe and people from other nations have interpreted the two roads that face the light-skinned race as the road to technology and the other road to spiritualism. They feel that the road to technology represents a continuation of headlong rush to technological, sorry, I can't say the word, development. This is the road that has led to modern society, to a damaged and sacred earth. Could it be that the road to technology represents a rush to destruction? The road to spirituality represents the slower path that the traditional native people have traveled and are now seeking again. The earth is not scarce on this trail. The grass is still growing here. The prophet of the fourth fire spoke at one time when two nations will join to make a mighty nation. He was speaking of the coming of the light-skinned race and the face of brotherhood that the light-skinned brother could be wearing. It is obvious from the history of this country that this was not the face worn by the light-skinned race as a whole. That mighty nation spoken of in the fourth fire has never been formed. If the natural people of the earth could just wear the face of brotherhood, we might be able to deliver our society from the road to destruction. Could we make the two roads that today represents two clashing world views come together to form a mighty nation? Could a nation be formed that is guided by respect for all living things? Are we the new people of the seventh fire? Miigwech.
Good job. Good job, Nikita. So, Brian, where are you at? I would never take a bite out of this apple. The Apple computers are my bane. Can you come show me how to bring them both up? How did you do this? Hold on, Nikita. We're trying to bring Saul back up right now. Everybody's watching you.
Oh, okay, you know what to do.
Nikita is with child. And pretty powerful little lady. She's giving her head right now. And so, just so you are aware, when you see maps, they are propaganda. That within the map of Europe, which is very small in comparison to North America, every little spot is detailed and shown, even Monaco. The importance that these people and their families are given and their identity in a world that wants to tell you about identity. There are nations larger than European nations within the continental boundaries of the United States and Canada. And one of them are the nations that they live on in Quebec, which are not under any treaty with Canada or the Crown of England or any nation whatsoever in the world. And I would encourage you to take the time to go there and discover these people in a way that's equally kind and loving as you do and respectful as you do when you go to nations of Europe. And so I have, having been there and blessed to lay in the water there, it's clean. I can say that all is not lost. And I just want to thank you too for continuing the fight. So let's give them a round of applause. Anything you want to close with? Elder Saul? Okay. Hey, I'll be in touch with you, okay? I'll be heading up there soon.
Okay.
Love you guys.
Yeah.
Miigwech for having us.
Thank you.
Miigwech is thank you, but it's from the heart. Miigwech. Hey, Miigwech. Yeah. Oh, if you know one word, you made it. Give you a citizenship right now. All right, you guys take care.
Bye.
Okay. So we are now ahead of schedule. Who needs a break? Nobody wants a break. Today, what we're gonna do is swap out this apple with a non-apple. Okay, hold on 1 second.
What is the central city of where they live?
Maniwaki, Maniwaki. It was originally a trading post that was established by the Europeans along a trading river that they would travel north onto Hudson Bay. And they then took, and we'll talk a little bit about the Lake of Two Mountains. It's the mouth of the, I should probably wait till I have the thing on my, what is this?
That's your new thing.
My new thing?
We're charging the old thing.
Okay.
It's probably important that they know that, you see, they were going to be here in person.
Yeah, they're actually coming in person. And I did want you to notice, like, there's two Midu. We are, it's a whole nother topic for another time. But don't forget, Melchizedek came rocking into Jerusalem, and he wasn't a descendant of Abraham. He wasn't from Jacob, and yet Melchizedek had a priesthood. I was in the Marine Corps. When I was in Afghanistan, I ran into people from the Air Force, ran into people from the Navy and from the Army, and each of them carried the same source of their authority, and each of them had a different responsibility they were accountable to. So he's currently right now one of the two principal elders, the Gichi Aya'a, which means great being, because they are a reflection, like the moon reflects the sun's light, living their life with every breath between their hearts as a sacred ceremony. And he was going to come here, and I hope you noticed that he talked and mentioned Jesus Christ. This is the peacemaker. We know all about him. We never had a chance to talk about him because the boot went straight to the throat when the Jesuits heard out that we knew about him. Kind of, yeah, it was against their little business model. So they were going to come, and then we had the most interesting thing happen. And he broke his shoulder. But he's okay. He'll make it. He had 3 strokes last year and wasn't supposed to talk anymore. And I told him about when I cut my tongue off, and they said, "You're not going to talk anymore." He's talking now just fine. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Well, I guess you're all here for this. So we'll start with something that helps calm me down, because I have a hard time sometimes. And if I get too excited, I will stutter. You are not going to hear that today. And if you do, don't say anything. Remember, hey, I was a brown belt in the Marine Corps martial arts program. You breaking more shoulders today? No, of course not. Okay, so I want to sit down. I'm going to be showing you a lot of stuff today and talking about a lot of stuff that's going to be a lot of stuff. When I was a little kid, I had periods I spent a lot of time away from human beings. And those who know me know I like to spend a lot of time away from human beings. But I'm glad to be with you, human beings. And so one of the things I used to do was I would climb up into trees and I would feel the wind moving. And you were a part of something majestic. And I used to look down and I would, if you stay there long enough, Everything forgets that you're there. All the other beings and the lives and the families that got quiet when you entered because they know every insect, every animal, every bird, every creature knows that you are a chief in creation the moment you walk there. You are a reflection of the Creator in that space, but have become a devil to their unborn generations. And I would watch the interaction of these different creatures that got along as if they were communing with each other in a council. I watched coyotes and deer walk side by side. I watched birds play with butterflies. And my grandmother asked me after they had found us, when we had a period of time, things weren't so good. And she reminded me about poetry. And she gave me a task to write about what it meant to me. Every struggle is an opportunity for growth. Everybody loves the fruit on the tree, but everybody blames the seed that falls, that reveals its true inner shell, and thinks it has nothing to offer. Flesh tears away. And some would even say, as it presses into the earth, out of sight, out of mind, maybe perhaps good riddance to bad rubbish. But that's when the journey begins. You never know what seed is going to become what tree, but they all get there. I just figured, this is science. I just figured it out. Okay. When I was younger, I would climb high into the trees, my sight distant, traveling in all directions with the wind. I journeyed ever higher to escape the pain held within. I had this idea of a far-off place, of a family waiting, looking for me, arms open, a warm embrace. High I climbed, if only I could see. Further I stared from the solitude of those trees. There is a point when you become one with the rustling leaves, the gentle caressing breeze, the melodic birds who have a wisdom to impart, the sun's warmth that reaches deep into your heart. There is a harmony to knowing who you are, a strength to finding your place amidst the noise of the world. There is a peace you feel with the wind upon your face. When you are high up there upon the giants of the land, it is easier to see the steps another takes. It is easier to understand. The journey home does not always bring us peace to the scars left upon your soul, but the yearning seed persists in the pressures of the earth, and adversity helps you grow. I see my grandmothers and grandfathers, my unbroken lines, the veins of my blood stretching backwards into time. They are my roots so that I may grow high, and I'm their purpose as they reach their hands high into the sky, calling for the Creator to hear their plea, calling upon the wind 7 generations, don't forget about me. That's the poem. Okay, so anin gininan na bojo, David Taylor Indigenous cause, Medeo Kichi da awanin in Indigo Ojibwe Mong. Adik Sangab Nindu Dam, Miniwakan and Duanjaba. I said, hello, I see your spirits, and some of you I've spoken to, I saw it right in your eyes. And that's how we say hello, ani. It's the highest greeting. It has nothing to do with how you look or what you wear. We don't control, many of us, that. Something more pure. I said, Ginina Nana Bojo, it's a question, and from it comes Buju, which is another way we say hello. And it's a reflection. Are you walking like the Creator here? That's our sacred responsibility. Every one of us are chiefs. My English name is David Taylor Barker, but the Ojibwe people call me the kind warrior man. I didn't ask for the name. I'm not a really kind person sometimes, but I think it's something to strive for continually in my ceremony between my breath and my heartbeat. I'm from the standing firm reindeer family, which is the principal family of the deer clan, a very sacred clan. Some of the things I share with you, I'm grateful to even be a part of knowing, because the deer family, the deer, interacts with humanity, starting even with the first mother and father, the very first animal that greeted them when they entered into nature. That great creation who makes the trail for all animals to traverse dense nature, and that's love. Of all the deer, the caribou or the reindeer is the only one where both sexes wear antlers. And so we know that it's a sacred message in creation that men and women stand side by side. The eagle feather, one sets the direction and the other one has to do it. And we'll talk a little bit about that. I come from spirit water. Physically, my ancestors are buried, a lot of them, in Spirit Lake, North Dakota. But when I say Miniwakan Dunjaba today, I mean the sacred spirit water of the womb, the first baptism we have into this earth, where when that happened, there was an expectation that there would be a plan or a way prepared for you so that you would not become lost and you could return from whence you came. But we know along the way that trail was broken, which brought the necessity for us to return into that sacred water, the water of Mother Earth, so that then we can be renewed and start again when we know the truth and the way that we should live. You would call this baptism. So when you get baptized, it's actually your second baptism. Something to reflect on deeply. I am a Chippewa chief, a traditional chief. Again, I didn't ask for that either. I have a father, I have uncles, I have a great uncle, and I had a grandmother. But in our culture, the grandmothers, they observe and they select the headman, tip of the spear, that would protect and safeguard. They had the best opportunity with this person to protect the strength of the mother. And the strength of the mother is in her unborn generations yet to come, being able to come. And so every breath I have from when that happened is to ensure that I talk about that. I also represent my family 2 treaties. One of them is called the 1789 Treaty of Fort Harmar. At that same negotiation with the continental United States that became a constitutional United States, they entered into their very first agreements, not with England and not with France, not any foreign power, but they came to the Haudenosaunee Iroquois, and they came to the Wyandots, and they came to the Nisqually, Mishkota, the 3 Fires people of the Great Lakes, who were established by 3 brothers who were taught the way from the great peacemaker. I'm very grateful today to bring the Nisqually, Mishkota stone here. The Council Fire rock of the 3 Fires people obtained in the Garden River Ojibwe Nation, just above the cave called Trap Rock, where we know the first mother and father were laying upon this continental land. And furthermore, later, when in a village was buried within it that were hiding, as the entrance was collapsed and overhang to block its entrance, and they remain there today. I'm very thankful to restore through the loving kindness of the Whittier family, the Ojibwe pipe back to the bundle of our nation and for it to be here as well. Each nation carries a bundle of sacred items that tell their story, and ours are here today. And I'm grateful to be a representative of that. So my teachers, just to establish where I come from and what I'm thinking, are not just amazing grandparents that I had, which were very amazing. This has got to go here. Bar with me. Here we go. So I have had a number of teachers in my life, and none were greater than my grandmothers. My grandfathers measured up too, but that's of their obedience to my grandmother's hearts. And remember that. The first elder I received was when I was a teenager, and I was at the Nez Perce Indian Reservation with some friends, Lacey Anderson. And I was taken to be initiated, and I met a man named James Greatwalker. I don't know if you noticed, but Indians have really cool names. and he was called the Leaf, or Nudin Anabush. He was born in 1937, and he was one of the very last elders to be taught by those that actually were taught prior to the forced assimilation and war that occurred in the 1850s and 60s. He was the chief Midu of the West, and it was out of love for my grandmother, who admitted her failures, but she kept trying, and she sent him to teach me, which occurred all the way until he died in 2009. And he was from the Turtle Mountain Indian Reservation, and he would travel all over North America, and he had a lot of things that he could have taught me, but what he focused on was the things that would be important to this tree growing, and it mostly centered around the heart of the mother, knowing how greatly I struggled with my own. Also, at the exact same time, normally you get one teacher. I had two. I've heard up to 5. Wendy Phillips has had 5, but I had 2. And that was Thomas Michael Distow. He was an Abenaki who, for most of his life, was told he was an Indian, and then in the 1950s, the United States government just said, oh, we don't recognize them anymore. And all of a sudden, they're not Indians. And all of a sudden, everybody told him most of his life, oh, you're a pretendian. And then in 2011, something remarkable happened. Magic. He became an Indian again in one day when his tribe was re-recognized, because we know that the United States federal government apparently is God. So he is the keeper of the chief headdress of Grand Chief William Commanda, who we keep circling around, this great teacher of our people. Now, what you don't know is the backstory. And this is all important foundational information for you to hear as we go forward, because there are things coming forth that you have to know with a surety, and this time that it's real. We do not live in the age where a man can walk out of a desert and say, God spoke to me and here's a word. We live in the age of the devil, who is going to tell you everything you believe is wrong, that will tell you, and I know that somebody said I shouldn't, but I will, that'll tell you that you're wrong to think that it's wrong for a baby to be murdered, but you are wrong to not let an injection go in your body. So these men were grateful. I'm grateful to have them in my life. William Commanda, I met him one time. It was on a beach in California, and it was so strange. He had had a conversation with people about a little boy coming. And I ended up running into a bunch of people, and I was the only little boy there, and they took me to him, and he talked to me about my dad, and things like that. Back in 1920, when the League of Nations was formed by Woodrow Wilson and Imperial Britain, the Indian nations of North America, over 200 of them gathered and said, we want to join too. And they called themselves the Indian League of Nations, and they were rejected by the veto of the United States and Great Britain. In 1944, after World War II was coming to an end, the United States declared that they would reform the League of Nations into the United Nations. And so knowing that they were rejected as individual nations, even standing together, they said, then we'll speak as one voice, the North American Indian nation. Over 400 nations gathered in Montreal from across North America. And they said, then we'll just request one chair in the building. And they selected Jules Sioe, a chief in the Algonquin peoples, and Bernard Commanda and William Commanda, because that family carried the sacred wampum belts of the Anishinaabe Algonquin nation. And we'll talk a little bit about them. The family still has them today. I've sat in their presence. And they requested again, can we just have one chair? But that wasn't the destiny of our people. Our destiny was to disappear. And so we were vetoed and rejected again. 1956, William Commanda was selected to be the head chief of all tribal nations in North America. So when they had discussions overseas, it was in the Queen wanted to speak with an Indian. It was William Commanda who went and walked in the palace of Buckingham. It was William Commanda who went to Rome. It was William Commanda who went to Tibet. William Commanda who represented us as the face of our people. And he continued to teach the Seven Fires prophecy his whole life because he knew and felt that we were really close. He didn't think negatively about Jesus Christ, but he understood the Jesus Christ that we met was not the Jesus Christ that you know. Just as somebody could show up at your house and say that they're your bank, and if you believed them and they took all your stuff, then you'd realize they're not your bank when your bank shows up. So the Jesus that they brought initially was not the Jesus that we knew. But the Jesus that the Latter-day Saints profess and speak of, and we see the fruits in their families, and the way their families are, and the love their communities have, is how we used to be. And we know that's the Jesus we were waiting for to come again. So what has happened? Just to get it out right at the beginning, before we go into some details. In 2024, all the scrolls and all the lodge teachings from the West Coast to the East Coast were aggregated 1 week ago in one location following a continental review. They were then taken to a place in Mississauga, north of Toronto, and all of them were given to one lodge. And the current keepers of the responsibility to teach, translate, and release these are Gichi Aya'a Moshe Gode, Mark Phillips of the Turtle Clan, who carries the oldest teachings. Gichi Nokomis, Awido Kazit Megizi Dudem, Bald Eagle Clan, Wendy Phillips, who represents us with the nation of Canada, and just returned this month from Rome, where she met with the Pope. And other scrolls were shown that were taken by the Jesuits, the ones who decided that we had too much Bible and sought their destruction in the 1640s. And Ogima Midiga Ogichida of the Adi Dudem, dear clan, because I don't stop, and persistence is the only thing that gets failure out of the way of your triumph. This December, on the 20th through 21st, there will be a winter solstice grand ceremony, a sacred unity event. It's to follow up with a March meeting that occurred there between all of the principal leadership of the Maya, Azteca, Amazona, Inca in Palenque, Mexico, where they agreed to speak with one voice again and fulfill the Eagle Condor prophecy. And I'll be traveling there, as will Zion Media. They also possess records that will be ready for unification with those of North America. And if these people in universities don't like it, they better learn to love it, because those records contain languages from Southeast Asia as well as Africa, because we were a global trading network. No scrolls are to remain secret. No midu is to remain silent. These are important things for me to declare as a representative and Oshkabi messenger of the Midday We Win, the path of the heart, because up until about 30 years ago, you weren't allowed to talk about these things. We will reinstall the lodges in every Ojibwe tribal community. These will be teaching centers on unity and collaboration on the fullness of our history, which includes Judaic, Christian, and tribal histories as one, because we are one. These will be meeting points for the faith to come and sit together around our fire in each region of North America. These will be locations where we will welcome the leadership of the Latter-day Saint Church to come and speak with us on what it is we have to offer in sustaining what it is they've been carrying forward. That a little boy in 1823 was able to remove from the earth, called the Book of Mormon, and then in 1830 was published for all to review. And many forget that in that very year, the United States government and Andrew Jackson, they formed under the War Department, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, which is still at war with us. And if you tell a child they're not the same as their parent, that is war. That they sought our destruction, and that 7 years was the worst 7 years of any period of the genocide, as all tribal peoples east of the Mississippi River were nearly eradicated in the hundreds and hundreds of thousands. And yet that man is still upon the $20 bill. The only equivalent today is if we saw Heinrich Himmler on the euro in Europe. How deeply hurtful must that salt be rubbed in the wound every day? Invitations are sent to all to come and learn, as these things are prepared to assist in instructing humanity with the fullness of the proper way to live the good life. They say you have to have 12 grades to live the good life, and then all of a sudden it becomes 16 grade levels, and then it becomes 18 grade levels to live the good life, because they got to shove more BS down your throat for you to believe that you're living a good life. Comedian. It's very simple to live the good life. To live the good life, you have to follow the path of the heart. Midday we win. It's our language. Hey, don't get all wrapped up on it. Doesn't sound the same. You know? I know. To the rabbis, they saw him as Yeshua ben Joseph. Right? Don't get caught up on the name. So when there was a tower that fell, the languages were changed. So the Midday we win was established at the creation of man and woman as the way to live on the earth. We have a remnant remaining, what remains. We have a remnant of that, not all of that. But what we do have still is greater in volume than all of the sacred texts that you're carrying around today. Pretty nice remnant. It was reestablished after the flood by the little boy, a little boy, approximately 2,500 years ago. We'll talk about that too. To the people who are now in the continent. And it was reaffirmed 2,000 years ago by the peacemaker who appeared to the Ojibwe people at the Great Lakes and who established peace amongst all nations in North, Central, and South America. And each of them carry his tale. And all of those stories will come forth, as well as those in other regions of the world. I had a discussion with the kings of the Maori. One of them is a stake president who said he carried great sorrow, that he carries the history of my people, but the history of his people has never been allowed to be received. And he, the great peacemaker, came to them too. The greatest celebrity in the history of the world will be known before he shows up as Jesus Christ, the great peacemaker. That's an applause-worthy statement. Now we're going to talk about some really strange things. And hey, I am not the guy, I'm not a PowerPoint guy, but you're going to get death by PowerPoint today. So, you know, the star, the symbol that we carry, the Midday we win star, is the symbol of our connection with the Creator, the higher authority. it's very remarkable that it's the exact same as the Melchizedek star. And this is something that was pointed out very directly by the sages of Israel who were interacting with us as we draw in the lodge, when we go to make the star lodge. And I was with Ojibwe up in the Algonquin as we had a star lodge, and you rest the sticks in a certain way, 2 sticks side by side in each direction, and it creates this symbol on the top. And there's a saying you say when you do it, that 2 sticks bound as one in all directions. I'm going to play a short video that will help you understand a little bit more when you talk about 2 sticks being joined together. Hey, where's Brian Nettles? Is the USB in? Oh, it doesn't. How do I display this up there?
How about let's pull it out and put it back in?
Hey, we'll get there. I'm so glad you guys are so patient. Okay. We're visual people and we got to see things. Are you going to play? It's okay. So we draw 2 sticks. This is how we lay the actual physical sticks when we make the lodge. And we have to do these 2 sticks that are bound as one in all directions. And when they overlap, they create 2 stars of David. And there's a story behind why that is. And we'll talk about that story. Now, as you see something curious, I did in the lodge. I was sitting in the lodge and I was in Ojibwe with. I got to sit up in the front and I thought, oh, I'm going to be bold. And when they were drawing how we were going to build it, they do it every time as if somebody doesn't know. There's people there that don't know. I just took a stick and I colored in the middle. And I said, that's the Star of David. And they said, yeah, we know. And I said, why didn't you say anything? And they said, nobody ever asked. So, I mean, I guess there's a certain pride in omission, right? So what is the story and how do we have these things and when did we obtain these things? We're going to talk a little bit about that. We carry and teach of different periods. A period of a creator without a creation. You can't be a creator unless you make something. There's a period before. We teach about a creation by the creator that is spiritual and physical. The beings assisting in the creation, and we're not talking about the plants and animals, and no, we're talking about the 6 different beings that are before us that assist the creator and that assist us. You'd call these angels, and not all angels are the same. You got seraphims and cherubims and tons of different levels. We talk also about those that are plants and animals and all levels of beings, the creation of spirit people, that's you and me, in the sky world, the spirit world, which it's all around us, and then into a physical world manifestation of life and people with a purpose. We understand periods of learning followed by destruction, such as the flood, when we don't do what we are supposed to do, which seems to happen a lot. We talk about a migration after a flood, and each of these peoples talk about this. The first story that Ojibwe shared, the chief elder of the Algonquin, the oldest people in North America. The first story they shared is, do you know how we got here? After the flood, we were all together for a long time, like 7 generations. It's about 210 years. Because we do a generation by natural law. So you look at the moon, and the moon takes like 29 days, 29 days between the moon. Well, we also looked at the mother, and she'd have a kid, not today's terms, But a child would go into puberty about 14 years old. And then under natural law, at about that time, about 28, they'd be having their child would be having a child as well. So that's when the fruit becomes another tree, capable of bearing children. And so we knew this was about 7 generations, and we tried to make a mountain, a big thing to try to go touch the Creator, be with the Creator, and it was too soon, and it was knocked down. And the languages were changed. And so we went in 4 directions. There were those that went into Africa, but we don't teach that story. We just know that's true because of the tribes we've met in Africa that are so similar to us, that have actually traded with those in Central America. There are those that call themselves the Muskogean. Actually, I'm going ahead of this, but let me slow down. The first 2 that came into North America after the flood were called the Algonquin and the Incan. That's what you call them. And they landed crossing the Atlantic in what you would call the St. Lawrence River. And the other ones landed in what you would call Peru, Chile. And then those in the north went south, and those in the south went north, and they filled the entire continent with life. They were then joined by the people called the Denetah. You would call those today the Navajo, the thieves, but they're not thieves. That's the Washington, D.C. name. And when we try to say, can we be called by our name? They say, well, you can't because it's called legal fiction. What's legal fiction? If we made a piece of paper that says we took something from you, for you to try to take it back, you have to use the name that we gave you when we took it from you. How rude. And so these people were met by the Denetah, who are currently at the Northern Lights in Northwest Territories. And I've stayed in the home of their Grand National Chiefs and their matriarchs and listened to their story and how they traveled north and south. They have their own history. They are the smallest groups in North America, the Inca and the Algonquin. Even today, not under the boot for a couple hundred years, because they hid out in Quebec and hid out in the mountains. They still only number 11,000 Algonquin and a couple thousand Incan. How great was the destruction of the war that they wrought with each other? The entire Southwest and how it's a desert, they claimed that they did that by cutting all of the forests down to make weapons of war. You would call these the Jaredites. After a period of time where the continent had settled, there's another period. And this is a period of migrations after the first temple destruction. We know these things to be true. No one's ever asked. There were 2 migrations that occurred that went different directions. The first, a manifest of one of their boats is recorded in Egypt, as well as in Ireland. And they arrived to the St. Lawrence River, where they then took a right in the wintertime onto the Ottawa River, what you would call the Lake of Two Mountains Bay, and their ship froze. And another migration, which was about 60 or 70 years later, when they finally reached the land, and these were those that went the other direction, through the Arabian Peninsula, through the Indian Ocean, through the West Indies, East Indies, and across the Pacific Ocean. Then they landed on the western side of the Yucatan. There were people there when they arrived. And so these people, they conquered. And then they headed north along the coastline. And they crossed an area called Texas and Louisiana. And they record crossing the Mississippi River, Mississippi. You've been saying an Ojibwe word your whole life. You never knew it. We don't know who is in these places. This Mississippi River, that's the great Ojibwe River. Mississippi, that's our word. And they settled in the southeast. You would call these the Muskogean language family, where they split into 7 families. And they headed north up the Mississippi, where they then hit the Ohio River, which meets in a place called Missouri. and they ran into the Anishinaabe Algonquin, and they shared enough in common. They did not go to war with us because we had the same history of coming from the same place. So we made a massive trading empire. The Muskogee peoples, you would know them as the Seminole, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Alabama, a couple other small tribes that are extinct today. The tribe is a branch of a family. People talk about Laman and Lemuel and Nephi and Samuel, and you know, they had kids, Samuelites, Lamanites, right? But they're all Lehites. They're their father's sons. They just forgot to act like it. In the last year, the Muskogee nations have added their history onto their websites, and nobody batted an eye. Where they said, yeah, we came across the Pacific Ocean from the Middle East, and we came up through the Yucatan up into Southeast Asia Southeast United States, what you call it now. And they were one people from Mexico and Yucatan up to Georgia and Florida and Kentucky, just so you get a point of reference of location. These were one people, and they operated together as one people. And the wealthiest of those people were those that were in the islands between them, as the trading route took them down the freeway, down the Mississippi River into the Gulf of Mexico, to the islands, and then to the Yucatan. And they traded back and forth faster than for you to drive your car from Paris to Madrid, Spain. Those on the islands, you would call the Azteca a branch of these people. The great peacemaker also spoke to them. And they're the ones, because of their wealth, that outnumbered everybody else. And when they came in from the islands generations after the peacemaker had left, they came first as proselytizing and said, we know the way. What did he say? Your spirit is trapped within your body, and the way out is through your heart. Brother and sister, lay yourself on the altar while I remove it. And this started a continental war because they outnumbered everybody else. And that war reached all the way to the Algonquin Anishinaabe of the Great Lakes, where people were fleeing to the north, and all the way up to the Okanagan, or when I was with the Okanagan in British Columbia, another nation that is unceded and equal as France or Germany, that the reason the Okanagan didn't get conquered by them is because they just killed them all. When I was there, they took me up a river, up to a cave where water comes out of the mountain. And there were two pillars that they had made. One of the pillars told this story. And the other pillar told the story of when the Spanish had reached there as well. They murdered all them too. And it had the little hats carved on the stone. And they remember these teachings in this history. And so, how does this relate to you? What you would call the Mulekites were those that had gone into the Great Lake region. And what you would call the Nephites were those that had gone into the Central American and Southeast United States region, where they had one nation that then had division, which should not be shocking to you, because from what I hear, not all Americans are equal. You got to pick a color. And a criminal. Pick one. I don't know. So the ones that I can talk about are my family, and the ones that you will hear about from the southern regions will be from them. Currently, right now, the head Muskogee chief, Phil Lane Jr., he went on a journey to retrace the steps of our ancestors. And he went through the Pacific to the Maori. And I spoke with the Maori who met with him, and they called it the Lehi Nephite reunion, and yet nobody talked about it. He then went into Asia, and he went through Cambodia, meeting and following the trail of his ancestors, and they remembered, and the markings are there, even up into Tibet. We know who we are. So thanks for keeping that fire alive, to remind us of who we are and how remarkable it is that that seed was planted within the very people that at the time it occurred in the 1820s on 5 continents was murdering and taking everything. And so great was our history that a young boy carried that in new people, that's you, chose to take upon yourselves the way we were as how you are. And they chose to live as the Indian, welcomed nowhere, migrating westward just as we did, accepting extermination orders, having their possessions taken, burned, their children, their fathers and mothers murdered. And they found themselves even in a desert in the Rocky Mountains, a place of refuge. Oh my goodness, a great body of water. Oh, it's salt. Irony. And yet they made it blossom as a rose at the same time. We were moved into deserts, and yet we have not been able to blossom equally. And a part of that has to do with the boot is still upon our neck. The mere fact that my boys who were born in North America are allowed to be called American and German, but not Ojibwe by the boss federal government. I'm the bundle keeper of the Ojibwe nation. My sons are Ojibwe too, as are my daughters. So what happened? I'm going to tell you a story. There was a boat that froze in water, and it looked a lot like those Phoenician boats. They actually covered the top of it with wood shell, and so it sat out there. It arrived in the winter season. They remained on the boat for a full moon cycle. They came off the boat and carried tokens showing knowledge of who we are. They carried 3 children and an elder. There were others with them that were not the same as them. And these are in our scroll writings. And we made them leave by filling their boat with tobacco. And then they left and returned from whence they came, which we know today, based upon visiting the locations, was a place called Turkey. They're the ones that brought them over. This would have been about 600 BC. They reinstalled the Star Lodge in all communities and started the matrilineal bloodlines of the Deer family. We're talking about my family. And if it's not true, then when I take a DNA test, it should prove that it's not true. We'll talk about that in a minute. Now, the boy that they brought was a super genius. We still revere him. We call him the little boy from the sun. Everything's symbolic. He reflected the Creator in his everyday life in a way that had been unseen. He was taught by the elder who was with him. And he went to all of our communities westward, and he put the Star Lodge in place so that we were aware and knew of the Creator's lodge that had been removed from the earth. And then he left with this elder, and to where they went, we do not know. They made an agreement, a treaty called the Nehiawat, Blood Confederacy. Now, when the elder came off the boat after a full moon cycle of 28 days, like 29 days, the entire Lake of the Two Mountains, just west of Montreal, was surrounded by the Anishinaabe. They had made fires. It looked like a big fire circle. And we were going to kill them all. We thought they were invaders. You know, what's going on here? Why aren't they coming off? And when they did come off, the elder came off holding a bag, a satchel. And from within it, he pulled out little antlers and he put them on his head. And this was a sign to the people watching to go and grab the traders, those who make the trails, keep the trails, and communicate peace between nations. And so they brought the great deer chief who wore antlers too. And this is why they lived. And they were told once they sat and they understood each other about how the peoples that were there were remnants of those that had come after the flood. And they were integrated immediately into our communities. So this is my DNA test, a visual of it. And It's remarkable because my family was integrated in our stories, what's in our scrolls. We were running trading networks through North America, Central and South America. And yeah, I'm Incan, I'm Mayan, I'm Azteca, I'm Anishinaabe, I'm Sioux. I'm also Persian. I'm Aramaic Jew, the oldest Jew. Really remarkable. I'm also Fijian and Papua New Guinean. Now, the remarkable thing about that is that due to my family being a part of signing all the initial treaties from the 1600s on, we have 9 generations of every Indian recorded, every name. I can speak 7 from memory. And because of my European side, who happen to be Smiths and Taylors and Millets, they like genealogy too, and they documented that whole side as well. Nowhere in that 9 generations are any Jews, any Fijians or Papua New Guineans, any Persians or any Incans or any Mayans or any Aztecas, and yet that's who I am. So we know these things are true even with your science, but I didn't need that to know it was true. I read the same books as you. So I list here that as well. It's pretty fascinating. And so I do feel that as I've lived my life, that I'm speaking with some semblance of authority on these things that are going to happen. But it's important that you know it's true. Now, some of the things that we're going to be releasing is a little bit more information about creation of the first mother and father. And I'm going to share just a short teaching on that, if it's okay. That when the first mother and father were formed in the flesh, it was upon, as we tell it and as it is recorded and taught, that they were formed from the red clay upon the eastern shore of this land. And that when they stood, they were looking separate directions. That the man was watching the sunset, and it was setting in the east, because in those days the world went the other direction. And when we shared that through the 1800s, they called us crazy and mad. And yet now they talk about how the world goes different directions every period of time. So how old is the history we carry? The first mother, the first thing she saw was not the sunset. She was watching the trees, looking the other way, nature. She was fascinated by the color green. Because where they were prior, there were not colors. The colors are a part of this reality where we are today. I'll talk about that a little bit as we go into the Chiba woman, the womb we're within, and the veil that's cast upon our eyes from that great ball of fire in the sky, almost like a flaming sword. They both noticed a trail and a deer, an animal looking at them from nature, the first creature that they saw. And so they knew that it was the one that was setting the way for them to go. They wouldn't have otherwise been able to enter creation, how dense and thick the forest must have been at that time. And they followed that great deer into nature where they were stopped by a monadu. A monadu is a spirit helper. It's one of the 6 beings, 6 different types of beings created before mankind was here. You would call this an angel who had informed them to look at each other. And for this reason, in our lodges, the men sit on one side and the women on the other, so that they can observe each other and their responsibility that they're accountable to. And the man was told that he was given strength and endurance to provide for the strength and endurance of the mother, which is her generations, the creation within her. That's our sacred obligation. That's our great priesthood. They then followed this deer to a great mountain. Not a great mountain, but it's a mountain. And they stood upon it and watched a great river that was flowing below it. And they watched a cloud form from the earth. And it rose into the sky and called out to them, "I see you." And the man replied, "Who sees me?" And lightning filled the sky, pulsated like a heartbeat, and said, "I am who does this." And they were instructed that they were to travel the earth and to name all things, every plant, every animal, every river, stream. And this must have took a long time because they did not have airplanes or trains or automobiles. So they were walking on the deer trails, following the great deer. And so when they got done, they returned to this great mountain, this place they had first met their creator. They had had generations because they lived a long time, and said, "I did it. We did it. We named everything." And the creator spoke and said, "I made you too." And so the first man said, "I gave sound to all things, purpose to all things, kindness to all things. I am kindness. I am midday," which means kindness. And he called for his children to be middew, doers of kindness. And the first mother spoke, and she said, "I bear fruit, and my fruit covers the earth like the strawberry. So I am Ode Amin. I am the fruit of life, and from that the symbol of the heart came to the world, which came from the strawberry, the fruit that covers the land, which she took for herself as representatory of her generations, Ode Amin." And these are sacred names to us, Midday and Ode Amin. When I was in the lodge, 39 years old, about to turn 40, and I had to get named. You can get 4 names in your life. That they told me my name in front of about 70 people, and I refused to say it. I said, "Write it down." And even then I read it and was like, "You gotta be kidding me." So I am proud to have the name of Midday within my name. And perhaps it's a call to help us return to how they saw the earth and the world and their responsibility to it. So that's an example of a sacred history that we have in both oral and written form. And I'm now going to talk to you about the ancient methodologies which are currently used as well and are currently known, that how we teach these things. But the whole purpose was for the knowledge that was required in the first government established within creation by the creator of that creation, which was the family. The family. And anybody who puts a system in place that breaks apart, divides, or shatters the family, or removes the rights and responsibilities of the family, is in a declaration of war on your family to replace your family with themselves. I'm trying to wake you up. And I'm going to say it again because it does matter. That it may be your body. They say that only applies if you're committing murder and not if you're protecting your own life. Something to reflect upon deeply. So one of the things we made was wampum belts. These recorded agreements that we made between peoples. We didn't use paper for agreements. We used paper to record history. And then we would rewrite it when it got old, but we knew that it was just something that had to be shared. Agreements, we needed them to endure. So we used what's called a wampum bead. And we would put them into shapes, and they could be thrown in the fire and pulled out, and they still exist. You could throw the Constitution in a fire and nobody would ever know it was there. I think they've already done it. So this is called the Friendship Belt. This was from 1613, the Peace, Friendship, and Alliance Agreement, where we said that, you can live here side by side with us. This is the sacred land of the first mother and father. And I do want to say before I move forward that that location where the first mother and father's bodies were laying is within the Garden River Ojibwe Nation in a cave called Trap Rock. And on the top of that is the location where they spoke with their creator. And it's a sacred place that would almost look like a Stonehenge of stones laying on the ground. How they got there, I don't know. I don't know how a crane could even get up there today. But being that you are the children of these people, that it's your right and responsibility to go there as well. And so over the next years, I will be taking anybody who wants to go. These are some other examples of the wampum belts. These are the actual literal ones. They're currently in the community of Ojibwe, Solomon, Wawati. They're held by the Commanda family. And currently a grandson of William Commanda has them right now. And he is learning from them because they are also coming out to tell the story and remind the European grandchild that they have an accountability as well here with us. In the future, who knows? Maybe Martians come, right? And maybe for 400 years, they'll tell you that you're Martians, and maybe someone will be keeping hidden away, you know, a copy of a constitution, and they'll go and remind the Martians that they're Americans, right? Even if there was one American left, I'm certain they'd be wrapped in the flag, holding the Constitution, saying it's all mine, like Gollum from Lord of the Rings. Now, the keeper of these for a long time was Grand Chief William Commanda, and he taught these things all around the world, and he knew these times would come. And they were reminders that you don't have any excuse. Now, we also have petroglyphs. These are ancient petroglyphs that are carved into rock. Now, we would call these like libraries. So these were used to teach in permanent teaching locations. And again, these are libraries. And here's some examples from, these were given to me by Wendy Phillips from the Pipestone, Minnesota, and Petersboro. Now, currently, there are 9,000 petroglyphs that are recorded in Mississauga in the location that the scrolls are right now, just next to it, that have been protected and never seen by anybody at any time. And I have already extended an invitation for Brian Nettles to be initiated through our lodge to be able to go and work with elders on recording those into a written English language for release and use publicly. And he has accepted that. Now, we also have pictographs. These are paintings on rock, and these are kind of as you go. We traveled. We went to communities. Heck, you have Thanksgiving. You get in the car and you head down the road. You're going to go, well, when we wanted to do these things, before they had to, yeah, I'll see you next year. And you were traveling. And so that's what these are. These are traveling libraries. And you'll see the same ones spread across the land. And we know what they mean. Nobody has to translate for us, just nobody's ever asked. We also have birch bark scrolls. And these are the inner bark of the birch tree. The birch tree is amazing. And I'm just going to give you a little heads up. If you are ever in nature and you are ever hungry and no access to food, break the bark of the birch bark tree. And that first layer of soft bark that's behind it, gather it. You can cook it, you can boil it, you can eat it raw, and you will not die. It's all the sustenance that you need. But if you like variety, you can always go grab other things. Well, we'll just give you one for now. Birch tree. And if you want to leave a little note, use the bark to write a little message. I was here, please help me. Now, on the right here is one of the scrolls that has a message we're going to talk about today. And this is just one of many. You know, when I went with Nick Gervais down to, I got to the point where they said it's time. And the head of the Wolf clan and the head of the Turtle families, Turtle clan and the Bald Eagle clan and the various other clans, and even the head chief of the Haudenosaunee Iroquois came, the one who does all the negotiations. They call them Hoyanas. He even came as well. And before we were leaving, they called me back to a room. Hey, look at this. And they had a whole stack of scrolls. Very fascinating. The last time I was there, about an hour before I left, they threw a little shock to me. I sat in a circle and they had a little recording in the circle and talking about how this is going to take place, what's going to take place. They brought binders down, big black binders with document protectors and with scrolls and their translation into English. And there's about 3 books that are already written and ready for release. So there's going to be some big things coming that affirm everything you knew was true and that fill in the gap greatly about what's going on. And so again, at the very end, I'm going to give an address and I expect you to write it down because everybody has the right to go as well. There's no secrets here. So we also had stones and bones. These are ancient method of teachings and scrolls, higher language symbology, using bones from bald eagles and golden eagles. And the stones are an ancient, they look like little teeth, but they're not. They're special stones. No one knows where they came from. They're only found in Ontario, Canada, in the heart of the Anishinaabe people. And they're used to tell a story in incremental steps. We're going to show you an example of that. And what's amazing is they will make the image of one of the scroll images, and they'll tell the story as they move things. They memorize this going to here, and now they can keep the order, and in the end, it makes another image. And so, like the turtle teaching of what the turtle symbol means is a 27 hours of you better sit and listen to it all. And we'll talk about that. So when things look simple, they're not. But you want to know how difficult it was for Joseph Smith trying to figure this out and understand what he's being told as he's looking at a symbol and being told paragraph, trying to reconcile that with his English mind. I can understand how difficult and challenging that must have been and the great faith that must have taken to deal with it, because he certainly could have walked away. We also have written language. Indians didn't write any, they don't have any written language. That's a lie. We have syllabic. It's a written phonetic language. We call that the lowest level of language. That you need a symbol for every sound. That's why they rejected English so fiercely. They thought it was like a spell language. Why do I have to have, what is going on here? This was not widely used, but it was used for simple things with children. An example here to prove that they knew is from 1841. Right there. Now, I do want to give you an example for those who know, and those who don't know, you will know. And many of you have been carrying this Ojibwe language on you for quite some time. It's another name for our Creator. And it means a great spirit of protection upon you. Chime Sebade. And I think that that is special. There is a great spirit of protection upon you. Those who know. Now, did other people know about this? Yeah. This was something brought to my attention by Dr. Michael Schulman from Israel that they found in 2010, the Melchizedek Temple, or a temple that references the king of Salem, Melchizedek, which again, Mi, Chi, Ji, Dek, are Ojibwe sounds. It's an Ojibwe word, which means flowing righteousness. I think that's fascinating, considering they don't know where he came from. And yet, on the floor in the city of David, in Israel, and this isn't like a conspiracy. It's on the floor of a temple in Jerusalem, in the city of David outside of Jerusalem. And this is the Ojibwe language, syllabic language right here, which means the path of calmness or the way of peace. And we say, midday we win, the path of the heart. That's the path of peace. And do you see anybody caring about this when we say it? The boot's still on the throat, don't talk. But it's the way it is. You got to learn to love it. So we have a lot to offer, and all these things still exist, and the teachers still exist that know these things. We're just at the time for you to receive them, and I think you're ready. So on this scroll, that the rabbi shared a scroll, and it looked really small, and you're probably, wow, it's really small. They are really small. And they're really small. And the ones that are big, they're actually sewn together, and they make a big scroll. That's a really big story. And I'll explain why they're sewn together. Because each of the images on the left tell a story, and those on the right, a song from the receiver, the student. And so, for example, on this image you see here, in the upper left, I don't even know if you can see it really, but that's a turtle. Okay? That's a turtle. And that's the beginning of this story. This is a creation scroll from the beginning of authority. That symbol right there takes 27 hours to tell the story of that turtle symbol there and what it means. And you have to know that to be able to understand the next part of the story, which is you and me, the Ojibwe, the spirits. And you have to know that story to be able to understand the foundation of the earth and what occurred with the man who was given authority by the one who rests upon the earth, and that great serpent that's trying to take our souls and keep them here. And this, each one of these, is an entire set of scrolls that are tied to it. Each one of them is a story. We know about the adversary. To tell this story, we made a permanent library in a place called Ohio, that you find a place called the Serpent Mound. That was a story tied to this scroll about that being that was created and is walking on this earth like you and me. And so these are sacred things that have been forgotten. And so 27, that turtle up there is a 27-hour oral and visual teaching on the creation preceding man, which led up to the earth. It's what all teachings are tied to. And it's about us leaving. And the reason it's up there at the top with that squiggly line thing up there is because in knowing that, we can leave the Chibo woman. The Chibo woman is the place we are at. The Chibo woman is the womb that we are placed within. We are within a womb created by the Creator. So this tells us why we are here and who is here to help us. This is an example. I just have to walk over to show you. I grabbed 2 snapshots. I was allowed to take pictures, but I took so many pictures that you're not going to understand anything if you keep taking pictures. So I said that I'll bring some people to record. And so Zion Media has accepted the request for them to come and take the time to record all of these teachings from our course. Now they make the image of the turtle. You can see the turtle's tail and his legs and the head. And each of these stones is a part of the story. And as you can see, they've been moving and migrating. And here's 2 positions that they get in as they're telling the story. It takes a long time for them all to go from here to there. And I didn't get breaks. And just like in the Marines, I gotta stay awake. And so I want to share an example, and we have an understanding of things scientifically that'll blow your mind. And they say these things in our language and in the translated language, and we have an understanding of dimensions. There's a different dimension to your being, just as there's different colors in the rainbow. And so I'm going to share an example. Okay, where am I at? Okay. Play. Do what I want you to do. Well, we're going to do that. Is it working? From current slide. I lost my visual. Hey, bear with me here. I'm not as smart as I look. So somehow I magically have like my slide up 3 times. What does that mean? And it's even on my computer. Here, let's just do this. Wow, it's not even letting me. Trust me, this is worth it. This is really worth it. As my grandmother would say, Satan, get behind me.
Is that video somewhere else?
No, maybe. I think so. So here down. No. So let's go ahead and do it again. Looks like it froze on me.
Because if it's on a drive, you can just play it straight.
Save. But I'm not that intelligent. I didn't do that. We all have rooms for improvement. So let's go back to it.
Yes, we just blocked it.
Okay. And let's see if we can do it now.
Yeah.
Is there audio?
Yeah.
The volume.
Yeah, the volume was going.
The audio is.
Are you kidding me? This was just working before I came out here.
You could just describe it.
Okay, so what he's talking about, wow. I'm going to get the video for anybody who wants to come sit with me afterwards, and I'll show it. It's only 15 seconds. But what he's describing as these stones get to a point in the beginning where they're now making the shape of what looks like a campfire. To me, it looked like a campfire. Is for mankind to stand upon the earth and to be successful in this earth. There were 6 other creations that had to happen here. 6 other beings, groups of beings that had to be made to assist us here. And that they work together for us. But that the names are listed in our language. And each of those is a separate teaching that could be anywhere from 10 hours to 3 days. As their entire story is known by us and told by us. Moshe Shkodeh will sit with anybody and pull the scrolls and the teachings and explain the first physical beings that were made to assist creation up to us. You would call these the degrees or levels of angels. And not all of them are former human beings. They are separate beings in and of themselves with a responsibility and an accountability that today they have not been able to fulfill because we lost our relationship with them. And so they are just watching and waiting for what you would call magic, for them to participate with us as they were created and designed to. And we want to talk about that. And so that's what this video, short video here was, that moment in the beginning when he says, this is where we would branch off now to talk about this group, and this group, and this group, and this group, in this order. And it's really unfortunate. Yes, let's see if I can get it to, you can listen to it. Hold on. We'll use the, where did mine go? No, we'll use mine. Take that. Those are the ones, they don't need to see those ones yet. So bear with me, I'll play it. Thank you for your patience. It's wonderful. Here we go.
Man, go ahead and swing. So it's first dimensional being Nisho A, second dimensional being Suave, third dimensional being Minwabe, fourth dimensional being Wenanabujo, fifth dimensional being Shomus Nucleus, sixth dimensional being, Nishnami, seventh dimensional.
And so that's the entrance into a really long discussion. So these things are not lost, and even our rabbinical friends may find that when Lehi sent his boys back before the temple was destroyed to grab those books of Moses, that perhaps when they were then led off into exile multiple times into multiple civilizations and hiding what they had, that Lehi's descendants didn't lose anything, but perhaps they did. And that's going to blow some minds, but it is what it is. So discussing a creation scroll as we move forward, we're going to talk about what they call the establishment scroll. It establishes the authority, and it's here with you today with the bundle. And so well, the first thing it tells us is where we are. Sheba woman, we're in a great womb. We're in a great womb. All things are within this womb before our spirit came here. It's an energy of opposition in simplistic forms. You would say atomic elements, but we know this is not true. They're not solid. They're the same energies in different degrees pressed against each other. And then the spirit comes in. You're a Sheba woman, and all creations in all degrees, from those helpers in this place, even to us, which is the purpose of this place, are here. In the teaching from Moshe Shkodeh, which you will hear from the elders, it's not just him, there's others when you're there. One of the things that fascinated me is right off the bat, he stopped and said, Midgah, but the Creator, the Father, is not in here right now. Where is he? He's off making other places, other worlds and universes and galaxies to do the same thing he did here, there. And as far as I could know, that shouldn't be unique to the LDS. But once again, you're just reflecting what the original tribal peoples of North America have known for thousands of years. So we are in the Chi Boa Min. We believe that in what we used to do to bind a woman and a man together as one, that their Chi Boa Min was actually binding together and they became one Chi Boa Min. But many of these things are lost to us today. But they're not lost to you. And you understand these things in the way that I'm talking about them. That the Chiba woman is a great veil that's around us. And everything we see is from the Chiba woman, reflected through the sun. Just as we don't know where the energy within the atom comes from. Everything by degree is the same. And the reason you see color, it's the same thing. But when it hits different accumulations of energy, some is absorbed and a part of it is not. And the part of it that is not, the fracture goes into your eyeball and into your brain, and you see a color. But we use the abalone shell for when we smudge and when we pray. I got one right here. We use this because I'm looking at a mirror of the place that I'm at. And so I know that my spirit is in this place, that I'm seeing more clearly. This is why we use this, to see the Chiba woman as it is. This is not real. It's this. And my spirit is more real than this. We know these things are true. Hey, brilliant. Actually, a super idea. Okay. This is the Chiba woman. This is the womb we're within, the veil that is wrapped around us, that it causes us to see as we see today. On the outside, reflecting upon us, but we know that if this is true, then it must be true within it as well. In the dark shadows, we must see something that reveals this truth as fact. And we do. A single grain of sand gets absorbed into an oyster, a clam, and it forms calcium that can reflect nothing more. It doesn't have anything to pattern after. There was no code written for what it must be. And so it reflects the Chiba woman perfectly. Iridescence, the same as the abalone shell, but from within, in the darkest places, pervading every one of us. And this is why pearls are very sacred to us as well. Now, how special is your spirit? They say, anybody can contact David Allen. He's like a super scientist, and it's true. He's an LDS. That if all the energy that you would call atomic elements in your body, the average human body, not Jer Peltier, got twice as many in him, that if they could touch, if the energies were possible to touch, because it appears there's this vast emptiness in space, everything, that if they could touch, the atomic elements in the average human body would form a perfect sphere the width of a human hair. How special are you in this place? When you shed that single drop, that flake of paint, and you walk through a doorway, how special are you at what you do here? In the center of the scroll is who made this place and gave the teaching and song, and gave the teachings and song upon the scrolls. So this symbol here of the hand and the bird with the wings collapsed looking to the west means the creator in the sky who fashioned the earth with his hand. Listen. The core thing here is hand. We are fashioned in his image. He formed this with his hand. Listen. To the right are the songs upon the scrolls. These are from the student who's recording. What was received? Of all this information, thousands of pages that are further expounded in other scrolls with more depth. What's the overall that you received? That's what that is. And whenever you see one of these images, anywhere in North America or the world, it means the same thing. Each one of these images is a higher language. We believe that humans were called those with memory. Good memory. And I know children that can memorize the entire Bible. How good is our memory? To the bottom and left are the teachings upon the scroll that are given by the instructor. And like I said, these are massive in volume. That turtle in the upper left, again, is a 27-hour teaching. And it's all going to be written, if it has not already. So the first image in the song is on the right here. It looks like a head with 2 lines and 2 dots. And what it means is we learn about how to write a verse. Where do verses come from? I am the spirit in this man crying out. Father, I am calling to you. I see you. You see me. You are a great spirit. So if you see these in different orders with other symbols, and you learn them, and you will, many of you will, or you'll get a little dictionary, that you'll find some fascinating stories and songs. Image 2, you can see that one of the things coming out of the mouth, stretching under the man speaking, has these dots. This is sound. All will hear my cry. All of your creation hears me. I am connected to all creation. This is why we believe that everything you do is impacting everything on the furthest reaches at the edges of the Chiba woman or the universe. You are equally connected to everything. And so your spirit of positivity and optimism and your desire to do something good, and you see this magical occurrence of everything aligning, and you have 1,000 coincidences. No, you are a part of this one organism. This place you are at is sacred and special, and one drop of water has the ability to impact the entire ocean, the entire cloud, or the entire continent. The next image, it looks like a thunderbird, but its wings are down. The Great Spirit, the Creator, is always moving in creation. Oh, Great Spirit, comes here and helps me. This is another symbol of the Great Spirit, the Creator moving here. We would call it a spirit because when he comes around us, we just can't tend to see him because of the veil. He sees us. They watch us all the time. Many of you know these things to be true in your own life, as we have revelations to prove that to us. The next image is, so that it will come to pass, the day will be made clear, so we will have medicine. Let us have healing together so that we may clear the day. It's a hand connected to the Chiba woman. And I had someone tell me, nowhere did the Indians ever say, and it came to pass. They are liars. This is not the only one. Part of the teaching is it will come to pass. Future, it's coming. Hey, if you're pregnant, like Nikki, it will come to pass. You're going to have a baby. Oh, you say such a thing. The fifth image. You're touching the Chiba woman, but it's doing something outside of it. With the Creator. You, human beings here, I am assigned to creation for you, that the day will be made clear. All troubles, all obstacles, you will overcome. Because that's the promise that's been given to us. Image 6. It looks like some animal. But if you notice, it's got an open mouth and open feet, and it has lines upon it. What this means, it's about a sacrifice. And it means the Creator has told me I am the strongest medicine. My sacrifice will bring great healing. When you restrain yourself within creation, maybe you don't have that extra room. Maybe you don't get that extra car. Maybe you don't cut down that last tree. Your restraint is a sacrifice. Your restraint is a sacrifice because you could take everything. And it looks like we're doing that right now. The next symbol is actually the symbol of our spirit, of a spirit, two spirits connected. If you remember back when we were looking at the Melchizedek star, I'll show you this. We'll go back, don't worry. I just pushed the down arrow. When you look at that Melchizedek star in Jerusalem, in the center is the circle with another circle. That is the Ojibwe symbol for spirit. Spirit within, Ojibwe. Fascinating, it's in Israel. Now let's go back. The great Creator in the sky sees me. I thank the Creator seeing through me. Seeing through you. You are an extension from the Creator when you're in alignment with the Creator. The Creator can touch and do all things through you if you allow His Spirit to be a part of your life. And I think this is LDS Theology 101. 101. Is the Spirit with you? Are you assisting the Spirit in doing its job, what it's designed to do? Or is your lack of restraint? You say a harsh word. You judge somebody unfairly. You forget the teaching of the Good Samaritan or the seed pressed into the earth. Maybe they deserve what they get. As you look at that child who didn't choose its parents or its economic situation and doesn't have proper clothing or shoes or support at home, and you just assume it's not your responsibility. It didn't used to be that way. The great creator in the sky sees you at all times, whether you are blind and have amnesia or you are actively engaged in the work. And we thank the creator who is seeing through us because of what we are doing. And that's why when we say hello, we say, Ginina Nana Bojo, are you the creator today? Buju. And they'll say, Buju, I am. Number 8, I will go and do what I am told. Now, what this looks like is like a hanging pelt. But what it means, the symbol that they had chose for this means I will go and do what I am told. And use my heart to heal, a medicine bag for my spirit to touch the great creator. When we say the path of the heart, we mean that the spirit is tethered to the creator through our physical hearts. And there are those that get hurt in the heart, and you feel it. Your deepest pains are expressed in a deep pain within your heart. And I felt it deeply in the people that I've lost in my life. And that's what this means. That your heart is what touches the creator. So we're building upon what we just taught. You're tethered, you're touching. Use your heart. And then we have an extension. Something's leaving a hand. My medicine and healing is the sacred spirit, and my heart is the great gift to the creator. When we move with our heart, we are physically moving creation. You may not see it, and it may not be as fast as you want, but when you keep going, what you're seeking will happen or occur. Maybe not in your lifetime. Maybe you'll inspire your children. Are they not an extension of you? And this last one here in this image 10 is a symbol within time. There is a book, a separate book that was shown to me that is about, I equate it to like mathematics, but we had numerology and symbols that represented time in different periods of time, from 400 years, and it's just absolutely fascinating. This is a symbol of time, past and present, speaking both ways, not both ways like politicians. Like, I'm just drilling them subtly here, but both ways in your family history. We believed that our relatives, our relations are not just those living. There are unborn children and grandchildren who are alive, holding the hands of our ancestors who are with them in the spirit world. And there's more of them than you, but all of them are relying upon you. And what you do when you choose to turn off, you have literally just removed an opportunity for those that are yet to come. And back when I talked about, are you allowing the spirit to work properly or not, I will remind people that terms and words hurt. And the necessity to use them, if it's unnecessary, don't use them. And I will do a teaching here that there is never a point you are disconnected from the Creator. There's never a point that your body is disconnected from this place we are in. Whether you know why you are doing what you're doing or you don't, you are never disconnected. To be active, as the LDS Church describes it, is to go one time in 3 months. And yet I would say the seed pressed within the earth in the struggles of deep, dark pressures is more active than the fruit upon the tree. Whether you are in the room or not, you are actively engaged in growth with your Father in heaven. And unless you are a judge of Israel and given the authority to judge, you have no right to refer to anyone as active or inactive. And reflect upon that deeply. No one comes back to a family without first being pulled through thousands and millions of moments you will never know between them and their creator about them. Reflect upon that deeply. The bottom portion is a teaching story. This is so when you look at it here, what is fascinating is we have watched, and I have spoken with elders who have looked at the oh, I cannot think the name. There is the Book of Abraham. There is an image. What do they call that thing? Facsimile. Words for everything. And on it, if you look around it, they say, oh, geez, I think it was hastily drawn because we find many of those images within the petroglyphs or within the scrolls or within our stones. And there's an image of a man on there sitting in a chair. And it appears that he's holding something, and it appears there's something over him. It appears that way. Well, it's found upon our authority scroll. And it's a man sitting on a chair. In ours, he's wearing what appears to be a headdress. Some have said it appears to be a bear paw. It's a headdress. And he is holding something in his hand. And he's being overlooked by a mountain with a spirit resting on the mountain. And then there's something that's in the sky above him, which is remarkably similar to that staff over there. But there are two of them, and there's a square next to it. So what is that? There is like a massive teaching on that this is the first man. The first man who has received the authority and protection of the Creator. You are protected by the Creator when you walk with the Creator. You are the Creator by extension. When I was a Marine, I was an extension of the Commandant of the Marine Corps. Hurrah. Yeah. And the Creator who rests upon the mountains of the earth, all resting upon the earth, which is viewed like a great fountain, and all of these are resting upon the earth. And you'll see this on almost every single scroll. There will always be a strange hashed foundation. Always. And that's symbolic of the earth is like a table, the surface. And everything's resting upon it, and the Creator's over it. You know, this is a book that discusses, this is like a book size that discusses the relationship between the spirits upon the earth, the snake who moves upon the earth, and our authority from the foundation of creation to overcome or choose to submit to this great snake that slithers upon the earth. This is a small book size of teaching just for this, just that part there, that when typed and orally would take from sunrise to sunset to complete its teaching. So it's that size of a book. You start in the morning when the sun comes up, and it would end just about. And to complete its teaching, as each image has a purpose, a creation, and a path in this earth and in the teaching. These are supported by their own scrolls tied to each image. But there is a possibility to have a great mind and remember it. So this is a song, and I'm going to sing the song. We're going to pause right now, and I'm going to sing the song so you can hear what it sounded like. We believe that midday, or you would call the man made of clay, Adam, that when he spoke to his Creator to say, I affirm I received this message, in the fullness that it was received, that he sung in a very solemn way, because he knew that of all the gifts he had, it was actually a great tragedy that he must endure. What tragedy do we endure anymore? Everything comes so easy for us. We bear little in common to those even that are our great-grandparents or our great-grandparents. We're spoiled. And yet if the spoiling ended and another virus came along and everything was shut down. How would you eat without submission? Because you don't even know you're part of the creation around you and all the food is given freely from the earth. You've forgotten. So I'm going to sing this song in the way I was taught. And I hope you like it. Okay. Kandeo ane toe ane, kandeo ane eneni manadu. Yanine na shitimote he manadu we he peme we sewa. Mire we te we me wa gui shakwa mire he tue ta. Me shakwo dung he he ne me kisim. Sungis ni de wit kani he we no wo he she wa. Manadu ishik, manadu ishik. Hoba mede, manadu. Nawagishik, nawagishik. Ni we wa de, himine one. Manadu wikani midde yo. Anine kumeni kanini. Yeah. There is a reason they did not want us to sing our songs. They did not want you to ask us what it meant. Because if you had, it would have changed the course of history. But what should we expect from a nation that had their foot upon our throat, who from 1789 until 1920, only white men who owned land were called citizens within their land. They shared more in common with those from Nazi Germany than with any of us here today. And it benefited them to seek our destruction. I want you to write this address down. This is headquarters. This is headquarters for the scrolls, the translations, and the teachings. It is open to anyone who is willing to learn and be taught and to be humble and to add upon your faith and take nothing away, as even Ogig Wanabik Solomon Wawadi mentioned, the sacredness of Jesus Christ in the Pike teaching, which we have carried for thousands of years. It's 318 County Road, number 46 in Havelock, Ontario. And whatever that thing at the end is the zip code. I'm learning they're different everywhere. Anybody is welcome to go there. The only thing you have to go is with a willing heart to believe that there's something more for you to gain. And it's time for all of us to lean our teepee poles in together. The teaching of the teepee takes three major poles that must be bound together for the other poles to rest against it. The teepee teaching, which he talked a little bit about the teepee, is that the teepee was not just some building we put up, it was a teaching that was given to us. And it was about the future. And it was about the poles of respect and humility. And respect and humility and discipline being bound together. And we know that what we have carried as a remnant, which certainly looks like a lot, is the stick of humility. We place ourselves below all of creation. This is what the Creator tasked us to do when we walked upon this land. We know that the responsibility given to the Jew is the stick of discipline. And nobody is more disciplined willfully than they are. And I had a conversation with his young son where the only thing he wants to do is what God told him to do through his fathers and forefathers. So he's going to be swimming in 613 mitzvahs, and God bless his discipline. And we know that we have been searching for, and we did the hard work. We bound those two together first. We know that the staff of respect are those that received, I would call them new people, that they received all of the ordinances and all of the teachings that have been lost to everyone else, particularly related to the Creator's Lodge, his great teaching house, and that they display these things in a way that is visually the most respectful of any period of time in human history. Even the knowing that we are returning into the womb of the earth to stand up and get a restart now that I know what's going on and I don't want to carry my baggage anymore. I get to have a fresh start because I have a full knowledge of what it is that is expected of me and the community that's there to support me and the place that I'm returning to when I reach the end. That even those baptismal fonts are the greatest honor that I personally have ever seen or experienced to even the Mother Earth with the things she has been provided to us from it, which is a living being. And the way they build their temples, our temples, that are in the exact similitude of all the temples of the past, with the difference that they are done with the highest honor, that when you sit within them, that there is no palace in the world that would give you a greater sense of being and peace and quiet in a world of noise. That this is done in a way of respect that is renowned and should be honored. So we are hoping and praying that the LDS Church will lean their stick in. And we hope that happens. So, let's go to the last slide here. We do need help. So I'm not gonna keep you guys here till tomorrow morning, but we need help with preserving our language, preserving our culture. We need help with historical record archiving and preservation of the things that have endured to this time. And we need assistance in our great task of an international Indigenous gathering, which is underway right now. And the sages of Israel have leaned in to assist us, and our elders and chiefs are spread off around the world right now. And so if you would like to help us, please contact Brian Nettles or Zion Media, Shane Baldwin, for providing any financial support to this cause. A foundation will be released through Zion Media to assist in this effort, and we need your help. Also, to support the global effort with the Sages of Israel, please go to unitetheworld.org/donate, as everything that goes there assists us in going and meeting tribal groups such as the Sami, who we're going to be going and seeing. I'm part Sami, apparently. Apparently, we interacted with them too on our way over. And or the tribes of Mongolia, who still wear when they get their bar mitzvah, they still wear the box in the front of their head, but they don't have anything in it. They don't know why. They just know their ancestors wore it. And they're coming home too. Or those that are in the islands that have all met the Savior and are just waiting for somebody to allow them to share their story, who up to this point had my family story shoved down their throat. Hey, I think it's great, but I also think it'd be great to get to know a little bit about their history and story as well. And so I guess the last point that I'll say before I'll sing a song first. And then I'm going to say one more thing because I think I'm just sick and tired. I've talked with elders about it, and I'm sick and tired of them being abused, being attacked, because they were a part of the revealing and release of information. They just did it first. We were aware of them and have been aware of this small family in Missouri. And they're sacred caves that I have photos of, and they're sacred things that I have personally seen. So I'm going to say something at the end that you can absolutely go right now and start, and you'll get the theme of what all the scrolls are going to be talking about, building and adding upon, which is everything ties off of the Book of Mormon, because the Book of Mormon connects us to the Torah. And the Book of Mormon connects us to the New Testament. And the Book of Mormon connects us to the history of the peoples of the Americas. And their connection to the flood and the destruction of temples. So I'm going to sing a song, and then I'm going to share something that might shock you. Okay. I'm about to do shock. And I promised him I would do it, so I'm going to do it. I got too much stuff in here. I started letting my son write in here, and he writes it. He shares the teachings I write in here to show me that he knows them. Fascinating. Yeah. Okay. So this song it means I'm flying. It's actually my favorite of our songs. It is a very old song, but it was made very famous about 40 years ago by an elder who was traveling around in the American Indian movement and trying to inspire people. Now, I'm not a fan. I'm sorry. I fought in the wars, so I can say it. I'm not a fan of the words American or Indian. I'm a fan of the words Anishinaabe, because you're Anishinaabe too. It just means a good spirit lowered. We have to remove those divisions. And I'm a fan of independence. So when I sing this, it's for the Anishinaabe independence movement, which is the freedom of humanity from systems that are designed to murder my unborn children and grandchildren. Because whether you know it or not, you are a part of a system that is not only taking the fat from your gain to buy weapons to kill children and mothers from both sides of a river, that you're also actively engaged in a war against our unborn generations with the earth that you will leave them. And so I hope that you will reflect upon that and choose to show love, which is restraint, which is your sacrifice asked of you. And this is a reason I value the word of wisdom, because if we can't keep the little things and consecrate ourselves to the little things, we'll never be able to be relied upon to keep the big things, and we shouldn't be surprised the big things are collapsing. So what it means is I'm flying over the waters, and all of creation is a water, Chiba woman, that we're within. We're swimming within this soup. And we're looking over all of creation because we're searching for the spirit men and women. We're flying over the waters and we're searching all of creation because we're going with the Great Spirit, the Creator, to heal those spirit people. And this is our great task, that when this fullness comes out, that we become a proselytizing people of the Spirit that's within all things. We restore harmony to all things, whether it's in the sky, in the land, at the sea, or in our own home. In our own home. How many of you have said hello to your neighbor? Things to reflect upon deeply. Or stop talking to a family member because you think they're inactive, when they're probably more active with the Creator in their struggle than you ever are. Yeah. Ogidi Big Papa Mashyan, Papa Wadan Damanaki, Mikanakungo Wichi Wa Undo Newu Kanshinabe. Hey ya, hey ya, hey, hey ya, hey ya, ho. Hey ya, hey ya, hey. Hey ya ho. Ogidi Big Papa Mashyan, Papa wabandamanaki. Manadungu ichi wa nananda viyatanashanabe. Manatu ape, manatu ape. Manatu ape peshit gewe yanashinabe. Hey ya, hey ya, hey. Hey ya, hey ya, ho. Hey ya, hey ya, hey. Hey ya, ho. Ogi di big papa mashan. Papa wadan damanaki. Chipete nashwan mini pimate sewen anashinabe. Hey ya, hey ya, hey. Hey ya, hey ya, oh. Hey ya, hey ya, hey. Hey ya, ho. Shimigwich. So what's the summation? The Torah is true. The Book of Mormon is true. These things are affirmed in every writing that's sacred of the traditional peoples of North, Central, and South America, which will be revealed, some of which I've shared with you. I gave you an address. You can go yourself, and it's time for us to sit at a single table because the greatest celebrity in the history of the world, my dear friend, the great peacemaker, Jesus Christ, is coming back. He will not care about your balance sheet. He will not care about all of the taxes you pay or the corporations you own. He will care about the spirit within and what you're doing to sustain the family, your friends, your community. And your family are those who are gone and who are yet to come. And you should remember sacredly, deeply, that the work you do for your ancestors that are walking with you here that you cannot see, but they're here, the work you do for them gives them the ability to turn the tide equally as you for your unborn generations. So don't forget those responsibilities as well, and to go to the temple to do those things that you know of which I'm talking about. That is not a secondary thing, principal, primary thing. They are waiting for you to give them the authority to speak where they are in connection with the Creator, who they are connected to, but with the authority needed to assist you here and our unborn children who are coming here. So I'm going to do a final point. That in the Hemna records, can you raise your hands if you've ever heard of this? And that's true. A manuscript from them is actually being sent to Ontario, and it will be added with our scrolls and our compendium because we know them. Their history is true. They take nothing from you, and they add more to you. And if you go around telling people that if I'm going to add upon what you have, take nothing from you and receive it. I'm carrying the Ojibwe bundle, and I'm telling you that's true. I grew up with the Nez Perce, the Nimipu in Idaho that they're associated to. They're Ojibwe too. This is an Ojibwe record that's in Missouri from a family that is Ojibwe that's in Missouri, that are linked from the Ojibwe of the Rocky Mountains all the way to the Great Lakes. And so who do you need to tell you that it's true and to go read it? What will you find in there? The same thing you find in our communities and our scrolls, the sacredness of the mother. The role that the mother plays in the family, in your community, and within the organization that we tend to make that should be a family should be enough, that we call churches. And they have yet to fulfill that great responsibility, because you can't fulfill what you don't know. But these things are still being revealed. And so when the direction is set again for the willful participants that we call men, that we will achieve far greater things for our spirit brothers and sisters surrounding us in the sky, the sea, the earth, in our own family. That's true. And that's a part of our record as well. And it was actually this record that was provided to those in leadership, and this record that caused Elder Holland to make a video saying, get ready, because more is coming. And I would lead you back to the words of Elder Maxwell, who said that he had a personal revelation of a time when you better get a little red wagon, because that's how much it's going to take, that little wagon, to pull all that there is. And from what I have personally seen with my own eyes, touched with my own hands, and I gave you an address, added with this is greater in volume and multitudes than what you have right now. But when you can see everything more clearly, you are more likely to do the right thing, to choose the right thing. And we're at that time, so many of around us are living in shadows, holding on to hate, when there's nothing more to take, that we either get a surety and change course very quickly, or we do nothing. And when we do nothing, we will have nothing. And you already see that in your own lives. Go home, write down on a piece of paper how many hours in a week you're allowed to see your children. Allowed. And then I want you to sit down and pray together about that. When they're sleeping, it's not spending time with them. Don't you have something to offer them? Don't their grandparents have something to offer them? Doesn't nature have something to offer them? But if you don't have the time to offer them anything, then somebody else is. Who's the thems? They're not the us's. I want you to really deeply reflect on that. So that's my mission or my task for you. This stuff is coming. You don't have to do anything. It's going to happen. But I would encourage you to, again, I'll say it, repeat it, go home, record in a 7-day week what percentage of that time you spend with your children. And if you really want to cry, do that over a year. And we wonder why everything's broken. So I leave this with you in the name of my best friend, who I know with my own eyes I will see again. Our Lord and Savior, the great peacemaker, who you call Jesus Christ, who I call my best friend. Amen. No.
Let them know we're coming?
No.
You just show up?
So let me explain how this is going to work. So in October, I'm going to be going for a 12-day initiation preparation. I'll be in a fast for 12 days and going through ceremonies to prepare to assist in what will be released. And so there's a certain level of respect you have to show to the process. And so you are 100% by mere fact of being a spirit man and a spirit woman possess all you need within you to stand and learn. That there is nothing that you do or will do or would do that prohibits you from being able to learn. Go to the address, show up, ask to be taught, and sit and learn. They will take the images, they will provide you the teachings step by step. If you say, I want to get it all, to do what? You can wait to get it all. Go and learn. They'll talk to you and get to know you, and they will teach you line by line, and everything will add upon what you already know. They will listen to what you already know. Go. Show up. Participate. That's your right. And there's no boundaries. There's no division.
What if too many people show up?
Then the space will be increased. So currently they have already moved. There's elders that are moved there that are living there in trailers that have pulled up on the dirt road, and they built the lodges and they built the big teepee for teaching, and they have the traders fork to teach you the 200 plants in nature that are for you to survive. Every single thing that you call medicine is a synthetic clone of what is in nature. They can't patent nature, so they create a copy. We are not the creator, and so it causes disease. I will heal you for a moment. It's a promise given in a false way. And so there are 200 medicines that you will be taught as well. And I think that if nothing changes, it would behoove you to know how to feed your family, because it's free and it grows all around you. And show up. Just go. Yeah, ask another question.
How do you plan on, going and spending that?
If you go for one day, they'll give you what you can handle and take for that one day. If you go for 3 days, they'll give you that. If you go and you stay and you pitch the tent or you sleep on the ground, then I guess you'll get as much as you can take. How much time do you have? You're the only one that's going to consecrate the time of the vessel you're within. So you get back what you put in. Yeah. Any other questions? No. But yeah, I tell you what though, Ontario's pretty cold in the winter. Hey, so I mean, like you could wait 3 or 6 months and there will be a massive volume released and show up in the spring, maybe when it's warm. Or if you're a super trooper and you don't mind the cold, hey, take the Winnebago or the motorhome and park it on the road. It's your call, your decision. It's your path. You're walking on this earth. We were called to be teachers. We were not called to create any other institution. If we wanted to, we could, but we are obedient. We won't. We are taught to assist spirit people in living the good way as we know it. But apparently we know a lot. Apparently, like a remnant of whatever existed is carrying a library of historical information. And I would also pay close attention to probably Zion Media, as well as Brian Nettles, because again, Brian will be working with the petroglyphs, and Shane Baldwin will be, who was, and I want to show you love. It's something that Jer Peltier talked about in the way they treat our people, is that Shane Baldwin was actually adopted by a Wampanoag family. And simply by that, he's one of us. And I go a step further, even if you're not, you're one of us. But he's being initiated. And so he will be given the authority to record whatever he wants, to live stream release whatever he wants. And I would pay special attention to Zion Media, because that's what we're doing. We're building Zion. Our responsibility, and you ask any Jew, is to bring heaven to this earth. We are dwelling in the lowest level, and this is the core of the Tanya, which is the spiritual teachings of the Torah. Many don't know the name Tanya. It's the lady working at the store down the road. No, it's their spiritual book, explaining the more spiritual things. And what did I say just before that? Because I just saw pages. Yeah. So our responsibility is to bring heaven here. That we are dwelling in the lowest level. You would call this the celestial level. And we are trying to manifest the terrestrial level. And that will manifest around us when we walk the good way together. And when we're there, we will then take the time together, maybe it's a millennium, to be able to manifest the world into a celestial level. That it's this earth that will move into these degrees. And that those who are in those levels will still remain on this earth, but they will choose to see as they see now, because it's comfortable to them, or see as it will be, because it's exciting to them, or to be as it will become, because that's the purpose for us to be here, is to be with our Father, the creator of all things seen and unseen, doing the things that he does. We are made in his image and we are his children. But, and it's a big but, we're not even at the place where we're able to be in the presence of our mother. Because she's probably right now holding a big red willow stick. If you're tribal, you know what I'm talking about. And if we saw her right now, we'd be getting some severe red willow stick teachings. So I guess I'll leave it with this. You were formed in the womb of your mother from the plants and animals that she consumed from this earth, from within which our ancestors lie equally together. You are their prayers made flesh. The first sound that every one of us, we are equally brothers and sisters, and we share a couple moments together. The first sound we heard in the womb and in this Chibo woman, was the heartbeat of your mother. The first feeling you felt was the heartbeat of your mother. The next sound you realized was you were carrying the heart of the mother. And it's time we start living with that love. And if that great example was given to us, Jesus showed you many times when they brought sinners to him. He showed the love of the mother. Don't forget who taught him as well. The mother who stands by her child, who has committed murder, the greatest crime that is possible to do in this earth, providing the love of their innocence unconditionally. Most fathers would not do the same because we've fallen. But it's time we started treating each other with the heart of the mother again. So words matter. And if I gave you one task, I'll give you a second. Strip away the words active and inactive from your vocabulary. Password practice. The greatest wall to the Holy Spirit moving in the life of the children of our Father in heaven on this earth are those professing to be saints, acting in unsaintly ways. Who is worthy of the kingdom of heaven? Those who would deal equally with the widow, beggar, orphan, and professing sinner as they do their spouse, their child, their sibling, and professing saint. And last on that list are those professing to be saints. We are hoping to become saints. Remember these things very acutely. Very acutely. Strip out active and inactive, from your language, and you will see the Spirit do things immediately that you have never seen before. We are the ones causing pain, placing scars upon a mother's heart. We are the roadblocks. And there are many that are one step away. But we like to stand on the side of rivers talking about all the water we have, forgetting the water is also providing life on the other side. So remember that. Maybe I should give the seed teaching one more time. Everybody loves the seed when it's in the fruit and that beautiful soft flesh hanging on that tree, nurtured by its mother and the light from the Father, its warmth, and you hold it in your hands and you think it's so beautiful. And yet when it falls to the earth for a time period, you think it is as well. And then we forget the story of the Good Samaritan as the storm and the weather and the struggle on the surface strips away that protective flesh and shell as we've thrown them into the wilderness, wondering why they struggle, pressed into the deep, dark pressures of the earth, that little brown shell with nothing visually to offer. But out of your sight, out of your mind, it is in the hands of the Creator. And what was written within its heart, it breaks forth and it begins growing. Left, right, up, down, it grows in crooked ways. And the Lord loves those who grow in crooked ways, because when they find the surface and the light again, they don't turn back. You never see a plant saying, I don't like this, and going back into the earth. It stands tall. And the more crooked ways, the more mistakes you have made and overcome, the greater the tree you are, because you have something to offer others. Experience. Example. Persistence is the only thing that removes failure from the path of your success. We are called to endure to the end, but how many of us are pouring concrete upon our spirit brothers and sisters who are about to break through the surface and feel the light again? There's another word you should remove from your vocabulary. Who is and is not worthy to be in a family? Maybe one's just more honest than the other. Maybe one is just measuring a fault more than you. And yet, even when they're in the room, sitting next to you, instead of encouraging them to seek out further light and knowledge and wisdom that would benefit them, we then say, as if we are the judge, if they are worthy or not. How much concrete has been poured upon somebody in that position? I had family members that when I was engaged in understanding who I was and with my family who are tribal, which led me back, it was all part of the trail. Vocally, no encouragement. Cast out. Lost, astray. We're praying God will be with you when he was never not. But it was those who encouraged me. Saw where I was at and said, you're going to do it. You're going to get there. You're doing great. Wow, look at all you've learned. Look at all you've received, and you still don't think you learned anything. Keep pouring the water. I want to get more water. And there was those who encouraged me. That led to me willfully choosing to participate. And before I flew here, I went to Frankfurt, Germany, and went to the Frankfurt Temple. And I sent a photo to my very same relations who would have nothing to do with me the minute prior. And all of a sudden, response and love and kindness. And I can love you now because you're in the room again. Jesus didn't go to those who were the professing saints. He went to those who were the honest, professing, trying sinners. And he encouraged them. And it's high time we started encouraging each other and stop telling somebody that you have some idea about the struggle they're overcoming or going through. And it's not on your time. It's on God's time as he works with them in their heart and in their mind and in their actions. That's their journey, not yours. Be there to tell your truth. And when you tell your truth, talk about what is positive in your life. Why are you happy? Why are you encouraged? What's the ceremony between your breath and heartbeat? Speak this to each other. Don't go to somebody and tell them you have more than them and they have less, let alone doing so with my family's book. Because we'll tell you we have more and you have less. Reflect upon that a little bit. It's enough to say, this is a seed that means something to me, and I think it's going to mean something to you. What means something to you right now? I don't care if they pull out a comic book. I learned my morality from Superman. It's a drop of water, and if you meet somebody in a desert, and you're standing with them in the desert, and they have a drop of water in their hand, you can talk all you want about the big lake of knowledge you have far away. You're going to need the drop of water they have to survive where they're at. So they have more than you there. Remember that. Empty your cup sometimes and receive someone else's truth and knowledge so you can build upon it. Don't find a mean of division. Don't focus. You had a rabbi standing here, an Orthodox rabbi, a Hasidic Orthodox rabbi, talking about unite the world. Sitting in a room of those professing to follow Jesus Christ, who was also a Jew. And they have a little history with him. And he did it with love and kindness because he cared more about the drop of water you shared in common than the difference. The difference is the divisions have to end. They will only end if we willfully choose to participate in kindness. And kindness will always be the power in peace. Kindness will always prevail. Strength will waste away. We are given that example in our lives as we carry our fathers and mothers in their aged period of their life, and we treat them as they treated us as infants. Strength will come and strength will go. Civilizations will come and civilizations will go. It's only our Heavenly Father, the Creator, and His Spirit upon this earth, mothers and fathers and children, that will endure. So we have to remember that. That sacred circle has to be restored. I think a little bit of that's happened today. And it doesn't have to be a big thing immediately. A single drop of water rising out on the ocean. You heard this earlier, and you got to hear it again. It doesn't matter what I do. I'm just me. I didn't come from a good enough family. I don't have the right education. I don't live in the right place. I don't have the right job. I don't wear the right clothes. I don't have opportunity. These are don'ts. Let's start talking about do's. The do's. I do breathe. If it's that simple, build upon it. Right? I do see, some don't. Some who see don't. Right? Replace your arrogance with service. Shoe fits, wear it. If the shoe doesn't fit, don't wear it. And remember the teaching of David. David refused to lift his hand against those in authority or to lift his words. He sometimes under his breath, he made some mistakes. We'll do it here and there. But he said, I don't care how good or bad that man is, was, or will become. I care about the fact that God loves him enough to give him a task and he's doing it. I care about that. If you're a mother, you've been given no greater task on this planet than to raise that child. So sit down and mark down how often you're raising that child. And who are these people that are taking them from you? If they say they're the yous, but they're acting like the thems, they're not us. You are a living being. Corporation, institution, a building of stone is not. Give it 1,000 years, it'll be dust. Give it 2,000 years, it'll be a memory that maybe somebody finds in the sand as they brush away and think, oh, how great were the Egyptians? Not that great, they're not here anymore. So, these are things to think about. The first walls were not built to protect people. They were built to trap people in systems until the walls could come down. And then they stayed there. They stayed there. So, what are you going to do? Doesn't matter how much money you got. I'm blessed to have I'll be personal with you. I'm blessed to have a pretty good job because I work really hard. But I chose to do whatever it would take to free up my time to be a father. I will go negative every month. I do. Just to ensure I'm on a plane to see my sons. Because I'm not going to put a scar on their heart. I lost a son. I had a son die just 2 years ago. And I didn't make the sacrifice like I should have. I thought I'd have more time. There's right now. I'll call him later. There's right now. And so I consecrate every single thing I have to following my Heavenly Father's mission for me, which is my Heavenly Mother's mission for me too. Because I honor the sacred heart of the mother in my sons. And so I fly to Germany all the time, every month. I've flown 3 straight weeks just because of school, first day of school. And wanted to be there. And my son, he didn't know if I was going to come, but he thought if I came, he was going to be ready. He wore his white shirt with his little deer on it. And then when I was there, I was crying because I've never let him down. And he stood up to talk, and he said his name, David Bagabojo. I'm German, American, and Ojibwe. And I felt pretty proud of that moment. But I've failed. If you're looking for a perfect person, in your life, you'll never find one. It doesn't exist. They tell you that one mistake and you're not worthy of anything, as if the triumph over it meant nothing. They say people are presumed innocent before they're guilty, and yet, if that's true, then you wouldn't even speak about an accusation until the guilt has been proven. If they're in a court of law being accused of something, it wouldn't be promoted on your light boxes or discussed at your kitchen table. Because they're presumed innocent, correct? But no, they're guilty simply by accusation. But there are those who are guilty. I'm guilty of being a bad father. And so because of that, I choose to be a good father when I knew I was a bad father. I have 3 beautiful daughters, Nohealani, Lealoha, Melia, that when I made the decision to cross an ocean when they were 14 and 16, and I realized I was in Germany no different, being treated no different than a Mexican is treated in America. That in that fight for my 1 and 3-year-old sons to know their father, I lost contact for a short period of time. That placed scars that no matter how much good I do, this is what the devil would tell me, no matter how much good I do or how much I love their brothers or show that I'm working towards having another family and another child eventually, so that I can show all the experience of my tragedy into that child's love, that the adversary tells me they'll never talk to me again. And in 5 years, they haven't. Hurt that I left. It didn't matter the money you pay. What matters most is the time you give. And so I hope and pray, and I know one day that they will talk to me again. And I will embrace them again as the man I am, not the man I was. I was a man of war with blood on my hands. My childhood was war. Then I became a warrior. And I had to learn to become a man of peace. And that's the man that my daughters will see and meet again, who have lost a brother. They lost their father, but what they don't know yet is they're getting back a better father than they had then. And so we're all with fault. We are all carrying scars. I've been an alcoholic. I've been a chain-smoking, tobacco fiend in bunkers of Afghanistan. Maybe that's warranted. I have been a horrible husband. I have been a horrible brother just because my twin made decisions that I didn't understand. And years later comes to find out that we were supposed to be triplets. And that my twin, who doesn't know who he or she is, actually has a line on the skin separating 2 different DNAs and carries both organs. And it didn't get love or support from me. What struggle and journey must be within the heart of my sacred twin, who is carrying the spirit of 2 children. And can it be restored? My Creator says that persistence will overcome all things. That you can't leave one mountain to go to another mountain by going up. You go down. Some of us are lucky enough to fall off a cliff and hit face first on the surface to face the reality. I have free fall a few times. And you would say, why me? And you stand up and you walk through that valley. Some of you have a pretty gentle walk, and others are completely lost in darkness. And are you encouraging each other and helping each other along the way? And then when you reach the mountain, you're like, I did it, I'm there. Like I felt when I sat in the temple in Frankfurt. Didn't matter they were talking in German. God made that language. It was that I was there. But I still have to climb. Some of us are going to walk up a gentle slope, looking over at those climbing a sheer-faced cliff, and God forbid you're doing that after doing a free fall and making it through a deep, dark valley. I mean, come on, lend a helping hand. And when you get to the top of that mountain, there's always going to be the next thing. But the only way to refine yourself is to face your fault completely and to own it, and then to move forward. That's what the seed does. It hits a rock, it doesn't go, woe is me, go down. It reacts, adapt, and overcome. And we will always overcome. So again, just because you can put on a white shirt and a tie, just because you carry a fullness, a knowledge of your Father in heaven and his purpose for you on this earth, does not remove you from the great struggle as well. In fact, you have it worse than the others because you know better. And so be more honest with yourself and the others. And don't be that priest who felt his creator calling upon the wind, who left the temple in his fancy garbs and stones and wandered by, I'm going to find my God, and sees a broken man laying next to a well. You deserve what you got, and keeps on going. You don't know what happened. I lost my son who deserved a better father. And I collapsed. I actually went to a mountain in southern France and was going to leave the earth. And if someone saw me in that state, they would have said, what a horrible person. Look at the horrible things he's doing, not knowing the pain that was within this sacred temple vessel that I'm moving within. But you know who saw me? It's on video on my Instagram. In this moment of pain, I forgot even my purpose here, which is to be a father. In this moment of pain where I said, it's too much, I'm going to leave. It was a cat and a dog. And as I was walking up the trail to climb this mountain that overlooks Grenoble, not even knowing the cave I ended up sleeping in was for St. Christopher. Totally bizarre. They caught me when I was coming down. What you two making campfires up there? And a cat and a dog, two animals that never get along. They walked with me. And they stayed with me. They laid with me. They cuddled with me. And I didn't leave my side. They're good Ojibwe. There are good spirits within them. And I remembered my sons. And I walked back down and said, okay, I'm going down now. This is the descent. And it's going to be a hard valley to walk through, but I'm going to climb again. Boy, it would have been really a lot easier if I had had a lot more humans supporting me in that period of time. But when pain and struggle comes, everybody disappears. Everybody comes over for the barbecue. Nobody stays after the death. Everybody comes when you're reading scriptures. Nobody sits with you when you're wallowing in the sorrows with alcohol. Maybe that's when you should be sitting with them most. Everybody points the finger when they're chain smoking. Nobody sits and listens to the stress that's in their life and assists them in finding a better way. A better way. And so that's why my elders, like Ms. Ojibwe, who have never left my side, mean so much to me now. And that's why the scriptures, which have never been changed, mean so much to me now. And that's why the knowledge of my ancestors, which are being revealed now, means so much to me now. Because they are supporting me and pushing me, and you too. And so we are in one tribe, in one family, and we are a bunch of scarred people that need to start loving each other a lot more when we are at our very worst. And then go see again who the Savior was sitting with, as they wanted to stone the prostitute, or the murderer was about to go to hell. Where did he end up? So maybe we should see things as our Savior sees things, and stop seeing them as our opinions see things. Your opinion is based upon a lack of knowledge. If all you knew how to do was to say, I love you, and that's it, you would do far more good than anything else. So, boy, this went a little longer. Yeah, hey, are you okay if I sing one last song and then we'll cut it? You got me thinking about something. Chi miigwech. Or just say miigwech. And miigwech. Hey, you're Anishinaabe now. So, hey, this isn't the song that sounds the best, but it's pretty cool. It's a song. It's one of our 4 oldest songs. We believe that we carried this from before the flood, and as we're walking in the homeland of the first mother and father, that the resurrected father appeared to people, and he was kind of funny, and he called himself Nanabush, and he may have died, lived a life and died, but he had a resurrected body. And when the first mother and father were laying down to die, they were one, so much one that they were actually leaving this earth together, holding hands, and all of creation surrounded them, all of the plants and animals. Even the Creator rested upon the trees, and they could feel his pressure over them. Everybody was crying, and the birds were singing. Why are the birds singing? And they were asked, is what they were going through love? And the first father said that there's a sound approaching. You can feel the Creator's drawing near. That while the entire world is weeping, I'm going home. That the birds are singing, I'm going home. So that must have been a comfort, as those around them were watching the first human beings pass on into the other world, as the veil was peeled before their eyes and the rainbow was withdrawn and the sky world was visible, and the importance of a single leaf shone like the sun in the sky. And they sang a song to give comfort. Da be de be what? Let me start over. Da be de be we dao mo wan. De me we si wu gen no go kwa. I mixed a song. You can tell my favorite song bleeds into everything. Da be de be we damo wan, de me we si wu gen ko kwa. Ayiki ni ma we me gun, ninga gi gwe. Beno si wu ge, geben nong da go jiwa, ninga gi gwe. Beno si wu ge, benon da go jiwa. Benonda Goshiwa. Tabi de be we damo wan, demesi wuge nekakwa. Aiki ni ma we megun, ninga gigwe. Benosi wuge, benonda Goshiwa, ninga gigwe. Benosi wuge, benonda goshiwa. So we'd say chi miigwech, which is thank you very much. And we would say ba ma pi. And that means we will see each other soon. Okay.
Hold on. People are getting up and leaving. Don't leave yet.
Get out of here.
We need to do another staff ceremony, the retirement of the staff. So those who participated in the staff ceremony this morning, please take your place.
Yeah.
Get this mic on, Brian. Get the other stage. Move the upstairs down on the bottom of the stage. And then we'll get the sound. Bring it down. I'll sing you out.
Okay.
Okay, so wait.
Yeah.
Who's doing it?
5:18.
We're still early. Yes.
eh, ha, way, hi, eh, ha. Hi, eh, hi, way, hi, eh, ha. Way, hi, oh, way, oh, way, ha, eh, hi, eh, ha. Yeah. Hey, way, hi, eh, ha. Hi, eh, hi, eh, hi, eh, ha. Hi, eh, ha. Hi, eh, hi, eh, hi, eh, ha. Eh, hi, oh, hey, oh, hey, 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 oh. Hi! Thank all of you. Thank you for the staff, Brian Nettles, Wayne May, all the people that made this happen. Thank all of you for being here and carry the message.
Do not leave yet. We have some gifts to bear.
What about a closing prayer?
We have some gifts to give. Then we
You
can
want you to stay there.
I want to give my heartfelt thanks for everyone who is here and everyone who was involved here. Chief Pedagogue, thank you for everything that you've done from the time that I met you up until now. Your involvement, Sherry Cardinal, you've been a great support to everybody. Oh, yeah, there you are. And Jared, that was a great interview that we did. And so, first of all, someone in my ward, he does engravings, and so he engraved on here the day we went. And it says Book of Mormon, Heartland, Ojibwe Outreach, September 2024. So I'd like to give each of you one of these. Okay. Okay.
Oh, man.
For the guys first. So we have some bolo ties that have the yokewa on it, just like the one I'm wearing. Okay, and we have some necklaces. Okay. It's very interesting that yesterday while you were sitting and you were saying that you wish that you had a necklace with the yokewa on it. So now you have one.
Asking you shall receive.
Give it to you. You too. One for you too. And we've got one for you too that doesn't have the necklace, it has the more of a cord rather than the woman with the necklace.
And give it to my boy.
Yeah.
Okay. And thank you. And all right. I guess we're You're welcome. Okay. And I'll go ahead and give the closing prayer again. Our Father in heaven, it's been a great day today. Gifts are being poured out upon us. Knowledge is being poured out upon us. Records are being made available. Translations will soon be made available. It'll be available for everyone to see, and everyone will know the truths that are here upon us. And we thank thee for our Savior Jesus Christ, that he came to visit us, visit this earth in multiple places, taught us his teachings. We pray that we will always remember his teachings, and particularly the teachings of kindness and loving our neighbor, loving our God and loving our neighbor. And we pray that we can all grow together, whatever our nationality, the color of our skin, or whoever we're descended from, that we are all one people, that the Savior loves all of us equally, and that we can remember to treat each other equally too. And we say this in the name of Jesus Christ, amen. What does she want to announce?